Like many other isekai'd characters, our protagonist discovered he had been transported to another world after waking up. He had no memories of the body's original owner, and after searching for a while, he finally found an ID card belonging to Su Ping, age 18. This new identity was in a place very similar to Earth, except its science and technology had developed much earlier, having already entered an interstellar age. But the most notable thing was the existence of star pets. There were star pets that specialized in assisting with daily life and work, but there were also battle pets. These were trained by battle pet masters specifically for combat. Nations also competed for supremacy based on the strength of their star pets. In this world where strength was everything, after learning about his new reality, our protagonist, Su Ping, was determined to become strong enough to survive. As soon as he opened the door, he was met by the original owner's younger sister, who, after eyeing the silver badge on his chest, landed a swift kick to his stomach. She looked small and cute, but the force behind her kick was terrifying. It turned out that despite her young age, Su Ling Yue was already a first-year battle pet master at the Phoenix Mountain Academy. From her, he also learned that the original Su Ping wasn't a very good older brother, having done a lot of terrible things, so their relationship was not good at all. I came to tell you to go handle your pet store. Your customer has been harassing me with phone calls. If you don't go solve it right now, you'll have me to answer to. At first, Su Ping thought the original owner of his body was a total loser. He thought the guy just lazed around at home all day, but it turns out he actually owned a store. He followed a map to the store's location. He found an old, dusty storefront with a rusty iron gate. The moment he opened it, the pungent smell of ammonia assaulted his nostrils. The pets in the cages looked at him with contempt, completely ignoring him as they casually relieved themselves on the floor. Just as he was about to teach one a lesson, someone kicked him, sending him flying. The man introduced himself as a customer, the one who had entrusted his Fierce Wind Hound to Su Ping. But Su Ping had locked it in a cage with 10 lionesses, and it had been tormented so badly that it now looked like an old rag. This customer didn't even want compensation. He directly ordered his pet to attack. The pet unleashed a flurry of sharp, ferocious-looking claw attacks, but it turned out to be a feint. Its sharp tail hooking towards Su Ping's throat was the real weapon. Su Ping tried to make peace by offering 3 times the compensation, but the guy wouldn't listen. He ordered his pet to unleash a new ultimate move, intending to snuff out the pathetic life that had just been isekai'd. This pitch-black dog actually had the bloodline of a white dragon. Its power was not to be underestimated. The moment the attack landed, our protagonist was sent straight to heaven. But surprise! Suddenly, a digital panel appeared, having detected a suitable target. Initiating binding contract. Our protagonist felt a little smug. It wouldn't be a proper isekai without a system, right? Binding with the Little Mischief pet store. What the hell? Why is it binding with this rundown shop? A blue light from the system enveloped the main character. This was the damage immunity ability the system had equipped him with. Is this some kind of overpowered cheat? After realizing he had just been given a hack, time around him returned to normal. The owner of the black dog was determined to send Su Ping to his next life, ordering his pet to unleash another finishing blow. Our protagonist wasn't even afraid of dying, so why would he be afraid of a dog bite? He muzzled the poor dog with his hand, forcing it to swallow the energy blast it was about to spit out. Seeing the main character defend himself with his bare hands, the pet's owner started to get a little nervous. The sight of Su Ping smiling gently while suggesting he leave the Fierce Wind Hound at the store for a few more days made him look like a killer coming to claim a life in the owner's eyes. The man and his dog were scared out of their wits and bolted without a trace. Our protagonist was left wondering just what kind of face he had made. Then, he received a new notification. The system was rewarding him with a one-time store renovation. He definitely had to use this privilege. This system wasn't just good, it was amazing. Not only did it renovate the store, but it also made it unbelievably clean. Su Ping noticed an unmarked door and went in to check it out, finding 2 pets sleeping soundly in nurturing cages. He was wondering why they were a bit small when the system explained that these were 2 of the 9 nurturing slots. Pets placed here are adjusted to a standard size. The main functions are training and healing, and while in this state, they don't feel hunger, thirst, or the need to excrete. Are both of these pets from customers? System. To prevent more people from causing trouble, what should I do? Congratulations, host, for activating the main quest. Select a pet and nurture it to level 3 or higher. After that dog attack, I've definitely developed a phobia. I'll choose the lightning rat. It was a level 1, lightning element pet. Its skills were nothing special. Its main purpose was to be cute and looked at. What the hell? How can a battle pet's main skill be being cute? Report. Depending on the owner's training methods, the pet will learn different skills. The screen then displayed an option to take the pet for training in the Thundercloud Sea Realm. The ground beneath Su Ping's feet turned into a vortex, sucking the master and pet in and spitting them out in a barren wasteland. There were only a few giant, withered trees, and lightning flashed everywhere, like a scene from a primeval era. The system briefly explained that this was the birthplace of ancient beasts. It was extremely suitable for lightning element pets. The probability of encountering beasts under 100 meters was quite high, but giant beasts over 10,000 meters were extremely rare. Su Ping was cheerfully thinking this was just a scare tactic. Even if the probability of meeting beasts under 100 meters was high, you couldn't possibly run into one everywhere you went. But who would have thought this host had such a cursed mouth? The moment he finished his thought, he saw one. A colossal 100,000-meter king beast flew overhead, and before I could even process it, the thing unleashed an attack. The host's body and soul were obliterated by the king beast 0.73 seconds ago. Now, awaiting revival. Warning: failure to complete the mission on time or leaving the training area prematurely will result in a low evaluation. A score below 60 will result in termination. What the? Why didn't you say that from the start? Su Ping screamed. What kind of tutorial zone has a freaking king beast in it? Encountering one is supposed to be incredibly rare. The host can find a suitable target to attack on their own. Due to the host's poor perception, it is recommended to form a temporary contract with a pet beast. Before he could even finish cursing, both the host and the pet beast were revived. The temporary contract was signed, successfully linking the emotions and consciousness of the host and the lightning rat. Up ahead, a horse-like creature appeared, grazing on grass. Just as Su Ping thought this might be a good opportunity, he felt a wave of fear from his pet beast. Suddenly, a giant centipede appeared and snatched the horse in its jaws. Before you is a 10-meter class juvenile giant chariot worm. It looks to be less than 100 meters long. You have a chance to take it down. Lightning rat, get in there and bite its neck. The lightning rat charged headfirst into the centipede, completely unaware of its super thick armor, and died instantly from a shattered skull. You have comprehended the skill, impact. To use it, you must be revived. Luckily, the system grants infinite revivals. If he only had 9 lives, he wouldn't dare be so reckless. The lightning rat was revived on Su Ping's command, and he devised a new attack plan. Instead of foolishly ramming its armor, this time it would strike the gaps between its back and abdomen. It actually worked, but before he could celebrate, another giant chariot worm nearby snatched him up in its jaws. Revive, revive, and revive again. By continuously using the impact skill, Lightning Bolt was upgraded to Lightning Shift, which has the ability to break through defenses. With a skill like this, there was no need to test it to know it would work. The lightning rat used all its strength to spin straight into the swarm of centipedes, completing the attack, increasing its combat power by 1 level, and bringing the mission progress to 2%. After unleashing the attack, the lightning rat looked tattered and completely exhausted. It seems its stamina only allows it to use Lightning Shift once. It needs to rest before finding a new target. The ground suddenly began to shake. An earthquake? No, it was a group of 100-meter class adult giant chariot worms approaching. As expected, the adults were far stronger than the juveniles, and they knew exactly how to give Su Ping and the lightning rat a thorough beating. Seeing his pet beast lying there, gasping for air from sheer exhaustion, our hero wanted to just give up. There were too many enemies. No matter how many times they revived, they could never win. But seeing him about to be decapitated by a pouncing centipede, the pet beast mustered all its willpower and unleashed one more lightning shift, saving him in the nick of time. As long as we're breathing, we can still turn this around. Hearing his pet's determination in his mind, Su Ping resolved to risk it all. Even if they died, they would fight to the very end. Su Ping and his pet died and were revived over and over again. Though their bodies were fine, they were breathless with exhaustion. It was only then that the system notified him it was due to the depletion of his mental strength. From now on, while training his combat power, he'd also have to train his mental fortitude. While catching a brief moment of rest behind some rocks, the rat started squeaking non-stop. That's when Su Ping realized the terrain here was completely different from where the giant chariot worms were. It turned out they had been standing on a stone octopus monster all this time, a 10-meter class beast. Not only was it ugly, but it had terrible breath. The monster spat a powerful acid, trying to melt Su Ping on the spot. Luckily, he was quick enough to dodge it, otherwise he'd have to revive after losing both his legs. Su Ping commanded the lightning rat to attack with all its might. They fought until day turned to night, and finally, they completed the mission. The host was revived 69 times, the pet beast 847 times, completing 472 attacks. Lightning Shift has been upgraded to Lightning Flash. Your rat has also comprehended the skill Thunder Shadow Clone and received a beginner-level appraisal art item. Aren't Lightning Flash and Thunder Shadow Clone from the 10 legendary secret techniques of the Lightning system? Pet skills are divided into 6 ranks based on combat power. The higher the rank, the stronger the skill. Some skills inherited from ancient times are called secret techniques. Basically, secret techniques aren't something you can just learn. Only pet beasts with the innate quality can comprehend them. The system agreed with this thought. The Thundercloud Sea Realm is a place of extremely pure lightning energy. It's not strange for the lightning rat to have its potential activated here. The system teleported Su Ping out of the Thundercloud Sea Realm, also severing the temporary contract between the host and the pet beast. In Hoxia City, at Fengshan Academy, the city of Longjiang was holding selection rounds for the pet beast battle teams. This was a battle between the academy's students for a chance to be apprenticed to a pet master. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Su Yanying, a third-year student, let out a sigh. In the previous 2 rounds, she had faced Jiang Shuihan and Ye Hao, both elites of the academy, who had beaten her to a pulp. In the next round, she had to face Zhang Xiao, but all she had left was a single, 100-fanged evil tiger that could still fight. She had no choice but to retrieve her lightning rat to meet the 2-pet requirement to continue competing. With that thought, she headed to Su Ping's pet store. When he heard she was the lightning rat's owner, here to take it home, he felt a pang of loss and answered her a bit curtly. Su Yanying, on the other hand, just assumed he was annoyed because she'd arrived earlier than scheduled, cutting into his profits. Su Ping went inside and picked up the lightning rat, holding it in his arms as he gave it some final words. "When you go home with your master, don't you forget about me." And just like that, the money paid by Su Yanying was automatically converted into energy. The system displayed a new mission: create a pet of his own. The time limit was 7 days, and the reward was a Battle Pet Master skill book, which could be used with an awakening solution. To become a Battle Pet Master, that is. If he failed the mission, points would be deducted, too few points, and he'd be logged out of the server for good. The shop would exist within the host's consciousness. From now on, he just had to think of it to make it appear. Su Ping immediately tried to buy the awakening solution. This damn system had so many ads, yet it locked him out of buying it due to a lack of energy converted from money. With a 100-to-1 ratio, his watch showed he had a measly 1 point of energy for the day, converted from the 108 yuan paid for training the lightning rat. What kind of black magic was this? A pet that learned 10 skills was only worth 108 yuan? Meanwhile, at the Phoenix Peak Academy's tournament, Zhang Xiao's Demon Dragon Hound took down Su Yanying's Elegant Fox in a single blow. Zhang Xiao was a third-year student just like her, but he was already known as one of the academy's elites. The power gap was huge from the start, so a serious injury was to be expected. Su Yanying wasn't bad herself, but she had the worst luck, running into 2 of the academy's top elites in her first 2 matches. Both her pets were severely injured, yet she was still fighting so recklessly. How could she not? Even if she didn't win, her performance could still get her considered for the Pioneer team, so she had to risk it all. Su Yanying's silver-winged evil tiger had just recovered from its previous injuries, only to be beaten by Zhang Xiao's pet to the point where it could barely recover. Zhang Xiao ordered his Demon Dragon Hound to send Yanying to the afterlife. The attack was incredibly powerful. Su Yanying yelled that she surrendered, and the referee stepped in to save her life, but she had lost the match. Su Yanying was clearly in turmoil. For the next match, only the lightning rat could go on stage. But looking at her pet, which was only focused on gnawing on its food, she felt completely hopeless. Sending it out would just get it hurt. Su Yanying had a secret technique to boost the lightning rat's power to a maximum of level 3, but it was only temporary. Pitting her level 1 rat against a level 3 hound was just cruel, wasn't it? As Su Yanying raised her hand to surrender, the lightning rat leaped onto the stage. This was taken as an agreement to start the new match between the lightning rat and the demon dragon hound. A murderous intent flashed in Zhang Xiao's eyes. "Since you're up here, I'll grant you your death wish." He ordered his pet hound to unleash a move to incinerate the lightning rat. The lightning rat was channeling its power to counter, using its lightning speed to dodge the attack. Its master's voice interrupted the lightning rat's skill execution, and it was immediately hit by several fireballs from that hound. Zhang Xiao pressed his advantage, wanting to torture the rat slowly. Of course, Su Yanying had no idea what level the lightning rat was at now. She just knew to use her power to enhance it to level 3. She ordered it to use lightning speed to dodge. Someone in the audience noticed something unusual. How could it dodge so fast? The lightning rat quickly gathered its energy to attack, unleashing a level 7 lightning strike that roasted the demon dragon hound to a crisp. The force of the blast even broke through the protective barrier around the stands, shooting far into the distance. The audience was utterly stunned. A level 1 rat was capable of using a level 7 Thunder's Judgment. Seeing his pet roasted, Zhang Xiao was so shocked he couldn't even speak. The entire arena fell silent at this turn of events. The winner was somehow Su Yanying and her lightning rat. The crowd erupted in excited cheers after the spectacular performance. Su Yanying herself couldn't understand how it happened. Just a few days ago, it was so weak. Wait a minute, could it be because of that pet store? Was that guy a legendary hidden master? The match was now tied 1-1, requiring one more duel to decide the winner. Zhang Xiao immediately recalled his demon dragon hound and summoned a rock rhino beast, level 4, an earth-type pet, the natural enemy of the lightning type. He had never used it before. Clearly, it was his hidden ace. The lightning rat showed no fear, jumping onto the stage ready to fight. It was obvious Zhang Xiao planned to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. This match is a foregone conclusion, but I think that level 1 lightning rat used a level 7 skill and is still standing. And now it's full of fighting spirit. I don't think it's even shown its full power yet. As soon as the match began, the Rock Rhino Beast was enhanced with level 2 Gale and level 3 Fortification. With its master's buffs, this rhino could now display the power of a level 5 beast. Su Yanying was about to try and enhance the lightning rat's power when she saw it dash forward, moving out of her enhancement range. The unenhanced lightning rat charged in for a direct attack. Isn't that suicide? Suddenly, the lightning rat split into two, rushing past both sides of the Rock Rhino Beast's legs. It's the Lightning Shadow clone. No way, that's a level 7 skill. The lightning rat ignored the Rock Rhino Beast and charged straight for the Beastmaster behind it. Attack where they least expect it. Observe the weakest link and take them out first to weaken the opponent. Zhang Xiao's level 3 star shield appeared to block the attack, but it shattered instantly upon contact with the Thunder's Judgment. The referee's wind god bird had to intervene to save him, but by the time it brought him up, he was already unconscious. A miracle had happened once again. Su Yanying had won. She was bewildered and overjoyed by the victory, but also baffled by the lightning rat's secret skills. It had to be because of that pet shop. The owner of that pet shop looks completely ordinary, but who would have guessed he's actually a powerful master with a mysterious past? Su Ping lay inside his pet shop, wondering how to earn 10,000 in just 7 days. He'd already consulted the system today, and the simplest way was through pet boarding. But that method wouldn't make any money, since all the boarded pets were trashed here, only earning him 10 points per hour. The second service was pet leasing, but that was also impossible, because this host didn't even have a single pet of his own. The only thing that looked promising was selling pet food. He'd have to gather it himself, and the price would be based on its quality. Every cultivation zone had food available for harvesting, but only dangerous places like the Thundercloud Realm had a chance of yielding rare pet food. Speaking of which, Su Ping realized that his 3 days in the Thundercloud Realm were spent just hacking and slashing. If he'd known, he would have spent that time gathering food. He had no choice but to check the list of available cultivation zones. The system displayed 7,749 areas, but every single one required energy points to teleport to. The Super VIP Pro zones cost 1,000 points, and even the high-tier ones required 100. Mid-tier zones cost 10 points. For someone like him, with only a single point, there was no choice but the beginner level. The system even displayed a message that seemed to mock him. A qualified host must proactively collect everything related to pets. It even helped him choose the most suitable place to go right now. Outer Nebula Sector 1.02. The moment he set foot there, he received a starter storage cube. Inside was the ultimate floral appraisal technique, which he could summon with a thought. He was only allowed to stay here for 1 day and got 30 free revivals. With time being so tight, Su Ping tried to summon the appraisal technique from his mind. It allowed him to see the name and rarity of the pet food, and it also showed their uses and effects. The types of food growing in easily accessible places were all common items with low value. As soon as he entered another area, he saw a boulder snake. It was approaching a rock vermilion fruit, wanting to devour it. This rock vermilion fruit was a rare item, used to enhance the damage of fire-type skills. It's the favorite food of fire-type pets. As expected, high-value pet food grows in the most dangerous places. His storage space was limited, so he couldn't just pick up common stuff. With that in mind, he risked his life to snatch the pet food. The moment he stored it in his starter cube, the boulder snake bit him, killing him instantly. Our main character is truly a man with extraordinary persistence. He crawled, scrambled, and risked his life, using up all 30 revivals in a single day before being teleported out of the cultivation zone. Looking at the starter cube filled to the brim with his harvest, all the hardship was forgotten. Now, it was time to put them on the shelves and start earning some income. Su Ping had used a total of 30 revivals. He wanted to get the pet food he'd gathered onto the shelves for sale as soon as possible. In a corner of the city, there was a pet that looked like a sick chicken. It hadn't eaten for days. Even with food placed right in front of it, the pet wouldn't even glance at it. The chicken's owner was worried. "My dear, you haven't eaten anything for a week. What are we going to do now?" Standing behind the old man was a member of the Black Wolf battle team, Fan Yujing. Seeing the situation, he opened a suitcase and said smugly, "Grandpa, this is the most expensive pet food on the market right now. Just let Little Fire have a taste. I guarantee it'll get its appetite back." The moment the suitcase opened, a fragrant aroma wafted out, and Little Fire instantly perked up. It ran straight towards it, ignoring all the food it had been offered before. Seeing that Little Fire was finally willing to eat, the old man hurriedly said, "Let it have a taste." But after just a few pecks, Little Fire began to cough violently, spitting out all the food along with traces of black blood. His sister said, "Brother, Little Fire won't even eat the Nether Sky centipede. Quick, contact the high-end pet hospital in the city. Little Fire's illness is caused by a heart-devouring parasite. We can't delay. If we wait any longer, it won't survive." Hearing his granddaughter say this, the old man was terrified and quickly scooped up Little Fire, wanting to rush to the hospital. Just then, the door suddenly opened. The old woman walked in holding a red pill and said, "Old Fan, Little Fire is saved." Little Fire desperately scrambled towards the pill. It opened its beak and bit right into it. Its entire body immediately began to glow, looking healthy and no longer like the sickly creature from before. The grandmother watched this scene and said, "It's just as the shop owner said. The red chew bird has an extremely pure and rigid attribute. If it eats pet food with overly complex attributes, in mild cases it will lose its appetite, and in severe cases, it will vomit blood. We just need to give this to the red chew bird on time, and in the right amount, and its condition will improve. If you have any other questions," he said to go see him. After hearing this, the young woman looked at the expensive pet food she had bought. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it really be that we were feeding it the wrong thing? Fan Yujing quickly interjected, "Don't believe that shop owner. Assigning attributes to pet food? I've never heard of such a thing. Grandma, how much was this pet food?" While feeding the red chew bird, the old woman said, "A single pellet costs 130. Fan Yujing was shocked. A box of 12 would cost 1,500. The girl couldn't believe it either, saying, "This isn't a major city. How can there be such expensive food? Don't tell me you got scammed." The girl continued her analysis. "I've heard that some dishonest shops mix their pet food with special chemicals. It makes the food they sell incredibly tasty, causing pets to eat it non-stop. Once they stop eating it, they go crazy." The old man, who had just been watching Little Fire eat so heartily, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing his granddaughter's words. A sudden fear gripped his heart, and Pham Nok Kin hurriedly asked, "Grandma, where is the shop? What's its name? I'll go find him." Hearing this, the old woman's face turned pale, and she stammered, "I think it was called the Naughty Pet Store or something." The Pham Nok Kin siblings were now standing in front of the Naughty Pet Store. Pham Nok Kin pointed inside and shouted, "You scammer, spit it out." He slammed his hand on the table in fury. "What did you sneak into the pet food you sold my family?" Su Ping was looking through the Federal Pet Handbook. These two must be talking about the Crimson Rock fruit. The food in our store is all natural, with no additives. Did that Crimson Finch have any adverse reactions after eating the Crimson Rock fruit? Pham Nok Kin refused to believe it. No additives? If that's true, how could it make a pet with no appetite eat non-stop? You'd better confess honestly. The other customers in the shop heard the commotion and began to whisper amongst themselves. Discussing the food from the Naughty Pet Store, they had already concluded that this shop was engaged in shady business. Seeing this, the younger sister chimed in. "Don't waste your breath on him. Just call your friends at the Pet Association to investigate this stuff." Su Ping had painfully endured dozens of resurrections, and he would not allow anyone to tarnish the fruits of his life and death labor. At this moment, he could no longer ignore this troublesome pair of siblings, and said through gritted teeth, "You dare call this trash?" In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Su Ping as he coldly roared, "Show me the proof." The girl looked at Su Ping, thinking to herself, how did this person suddenly become so terrifying? Seeing this, Pham Ngo Kin threw a punch at Su Ping, grabbing him by the collar as soon as he finished speaking. "You dare touch my sister? You got a death wish?" Su Ping was bound to the store. Inside the shop, he was invincible. A terrifying shockwave of energy instantly radiated from his body. With a crack, Pham Ngoc Kin's hand was directly crushed by the invisible energy. Pham Ngoc Kin clutched his injured hand in horror, letting out a blood-curdling scream like a stuck pig. The system suddenly announced a temporary quest. The store has been unreasonably slandered. The host is required to prove his innocence. Prove that there is nothing wrong with the pet food, and protect the store's reputation from any damage. Quest reward: 1 random training session, unlimited revivals, and a 5-day entry ban. Quest failure, -10 points. Su Ping, who was dealing with the crowd, was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the system. The people in the shop started talking. This owner resorts to violence when he can't win an argument. Let's go. We're never coming to this store again. Su Ping looked at the situation and thought to himself that this was not good. If he didn't explain things clearly now, not only would he lose points, but his future customers would also be affected. Su Ping let out a breath and waved his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. He said calmly, "I promise, there is nothing wrong with the food in this store. If any of you still have doubts, then I will show you." But the others wouldn't let it go, shouting, "What else is there to show? Just hurry up and close down your shop for good." Su Ping roared in anger. Silence. The overwhelming presence instantly silenced the crowd. Su Ping walked over to the pet food display shelf. He decided he had to prove it to them. He slowly poured out a blue origin fruit and asked the crowd, "Does anyone have a low-level water-type pet with them?" The girl spoke up, "I do." Su Ping told her to summon it. The girl quickly called out a cute little seal. It was a water-spurting beast, with a rank and combat power of Tier 1, low grade. Its skills were Water Jet and Purifying Bubble. Seeing Su Ping slowly approach, Pham Ngoc Kin quickly put out a hand to stop him, questioning, "What do you think you're doing?" Su Ping completely ignored his attempt to stop him, crouched down, and said to the water beast, "This is a blue origin fruit." The water beast looked at the food before it and eagerly opened its mouth to take a bite. The onlookers who had been watching the commotion started whispering, "What's a blue origin fruit? I've never heard of it." After the water beast swallowed the fruit, its whole body began to glow with a blue light, and its form started to grow larger. Seeing this, Pham Ngoc Kin hurriedly used an astral shield to block. The younger sister thought to herself, "What's happening to my water-spurting beast? Could this light mean it's leveling up?" With a whoosh, as the light dissipated, the little seal now had a distinctly different appearance. It has advanced to a Tier 2 water beast. Su Ping let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "The blue origin fruit can make a low-level water-type pet level up. How could this pet food possibly be fake?" However, this water-spurting beast's rank increased by 1 tier, but its combat power only increased by half a tier. Its aptitude is worrying. In terms of bloodline, the water-spurting beast has a Tier 3 bloodline. Even if it doesn't develop after reaching adulthood, it will naturally grow to have Tier 3 combat power. If it wants to continue to increase its combat power, it will need to be nurtured. Pham Ngoc Kin was instantly stunned on the spot. He thought to himself, "Looking at that water beast, there's no doubt about it, it has leveled up. But a treasure that can make a star pet level up, I've only heard of them appearing in the Federal Pioneer warehouses. If that's true, then this shop owner's identity is anything but ordinary." The girl quickly picked up her water-spurting beast, still in some disbelief. "Did it really level up? You didn't pull a fast one, did you?" Pham Ngoc Kin quickly pushed his sister's head down. His demeanor was now completely different from when he first arrived. "I'm so sorry, we were out of line." Su Ping immediately stated the price. 700 coins for one? You bet. Pay up before you leave. I'm running a business, not a charity. Now, pay up. Fan Yujing agreed out loud, but thought to himself, "A treasure that helps pets level up for only 700 coins? That's a steal." Xiao Yu transferred the money. Su Ping sighed internally. "I risked my life for this stuff, so why am I selling it for peanuts? And the system didn't even raise the price." Su Ping muttered a few curses and was immediately warned by the system for his foul language. He turned to the siblings and said, "Your sister's water-spitting beast. Its aptitude is just too low. It needs the 7-colored Buddhist heartleaf to improve it. The crimson finch also needs to consume the rock pomegranate fruit long-term to fully recover. I suggest you buy more." Fan Yujing quickly urged Xiao Yu to pay the bill, and listening to her brother, Xiao Yu made the transfer. Seeing this unfold, the attitude of everyone else in the shop changed. Could it really make their pets level up? A scramble to buy the pets began. A wide grin spread across Su Ping's face as he quickly made sales. After a busy period of selling, the system detected 31,560 coins in his account. It then converted them into energy. exchanging them for 315 energy points. Temporary quest completed. Reward: 1 5-day entry ticket to any cultivation plane. After Su Ping saw the prompt, he exclaimed excitedly, "I'm finally out of poverty. I can finally buy the awakening solution." System: open the shop immediately. With a ding, the shop interface instantly appeared before Su Ping. The awakening solution required 100 energy points, and Su Ping currently had 315. He excitedly hit the purchase button. Looking at the liquid in his hand, Su Ping couldn't help but mutter, "Can this tiny vial of potion really work? Whatever, I've already bought it. What's the point of questioning it now?" Music. 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 With a loud boom, a powerful pillar of light erupted, and smoke billowed everywhere, accompanied by a constant rumbling. A ding was heard. System prompt: Level 2. Chaos Spirit Pool has successfully nurtured a pet. What kind of pet could it be? The pet's eyes in the spirit pool glinted with a strange light. A hand made of only bones reached out from the pillar of smoke. Su Ping stared as a tiny, bony arm emerged from the spirit pool. "Eh? Little skeleton?" he stammered. "All that commotion? And it gave me a damn little skeleton?" Level 1 demon-type pet. Little skeleton. Su Ping stared at the giggling skeleton before him and couldn't stop himself from blowing a gasket. 100 energy points for this? I'm not complimenting you, so stop laughing. The system prompted again. Nurturing quest completed. Received 1 random battle pet scroll, and the beginner battle pet skill, killing intent, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power to make the pet go berserk, allowing it to attack even when severely injured. Su Ping reviewed the skill description, thinking to himself, against a powerful enemy, even high-level cultivators with boosted stats can get one-shotted, but killing intent is perfect for an underdog victory. Not bad at all. The system prompted, host has met the quest conditions. Activating new main story quest. Please nurture a pet of your own within 7 days. Quest failure will result in a deduction of 10 points. Su Ping felt immense pressure. Even a monstrously talented lightning rat was only considered to have low to mid-tier aptitude. Su Ping looked at the small skeleton happily playing and couldn't help but give a bitter smile. He muttered, "Isn't the difficulty on this quest a little too high? You want me to turn trash into treasure? Are you being optimistic?" Just then, Su Yanying shouted from the door, "Looking for the owner. Is the owner here?" The blue-haired woman next to her said with some surprise, "There's a pet store in a remote corner like this?" Hearing the voice, Su Ping rushed to open the door, but his expression immediately soured. 108 coins. What are times you times doing here? Su Yanying rushed up to Su Ping and said, "I'm Su Yanying, not 108 coins. Owner, my lightning rat isn't the same anymore. Did you do something to it?" Su Ping immediately felt a pang of guilt, thinking, "Don't tell me something went wrong with the pet?" Out loud, he quickly said, "I didn't do anything," but in his head, he thought, "We just went for a little walk to stretch its legs." Right. Lightning rat? The rat recalled the painful memories of the Thunder Cloud Sea realm, causing it to panic uncontrollably. Su Yanying was stunned. Seeing the trembling lightning rat, she analyzed Su Ping's words. Is that his way of admitting he trained it? He's the one who nurtured my lightning rat. It wasn't even afraid of a level 4 demon dragon fist, yet it's trembling in front of him. Could he be a level 5 warrior? No. It's very likely he's above level 6. The blue-haired girl beside her whispered, "This owner looks so ordinary. Are you sure you're in the right place?" Su Yanying believed Su Ping might be a hidden expert. She whispered to her friend, "Not now." To put it bluntly, this store owner is probably a level 7 master. If we piss him off, we won't get out of this alive. You can't even tell just by looking at him. Su Ping thought to himself that this time, the system didn't issue a temporary quest, so it probably didn't have much to do with battle pets. He asked aloud, "Is there something you need? You're not complaining that my fee is too expensive, are you?" Hearing this, Su Yanying quickly reconsidered. My lightning rat was trained to be this strong. How could it possibly only be worth 108 coins? This master must be testing my sincerity. Seeing this, she quickly confirmed a transfer of 1,000 yuan to the pet store, saying, "Sir, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Su Yanying looked at the failed transfer notification, which said the recipient had declined the payment. She was completely shocked. What's going on? Su Ping saw the notification and spoke up too. Are you kidding me? Su Yanying looked at Su Ping's expression and thought to herself, was that not enough? How about 5,000 yuan? She initiated the transfer once again. To her horror, she found that he had rejected it again. Is it still not enough? Su Yanying's 2 consecutive transfers had both been declined. She turned her head to look at the green-haired girl, Yue Yo, help me out. This is really important to me. The girl transferred more money to Su Yanying. Su Yanying thought to herself that she had to risk it all for a much bigger reward. This was a rare opportunity to connect with a peerless master. I'll go all in. This time, she decisively transferred 10,000 yuan. It was rejected again. Seeing the store owner's expression growing more and more displeased, with a flick of her wrist, she transferred 100,000 in one go. Su Ping was ecstatic and hurriedly pressed the accept button. Prohibition. The host is not allowed to accept funds beyond the store's set prices in the name of the store. The pricing cannot be modified. The transfer has been automatically declined for the 4th time. Seeing the notification that her transfer was rejected, Su Yanying was so scared she started trembling. She said in a panic, "We have been blind. Sir, please, name your price." Su Ping thought to himself, "If you transfer again, this system is going to be the death of me." He quickly opened his mouth and said, "That's not necessary. Just tell me what you need." Su Yanying looked at him, touched. So young, and yet so unconcerned with fame and fortune, she hurriedly explained the purpose of her visit. "In a few days, I'll be participating in a competition, but my other pets are all seriously injured. I've placed all my hopes on the lightning rat. Please, train it for another 3 days." As soon as Su Ping heard this, he quickly regained his composure, thinking to himself, "It's great that the lightning rat is coming back. This time, leveling up Little Skeleton will be much more convenient." The system immediately popped up. A customer with a pet training need has been detected, displaying the 10,000 yuan training fee for pets below level 3. Su Ping was shocked. He thought, can training really make this much money? But for now, he could only accept pets at level 3 or below to earn a profit. Su Ping quickly spoke up. "The fee for training a pet for 3 days is 10,000 yuan. Su Yanying thought to herself, 10,000. Although it's not cheap, if it can get an upgrade like the lightning rat did before, it's completely worth it. She quickly said, "No problem." She thought to herself, "This is such a conscientious store. I can't believe I missed so many opportunities to grow stronger before." Su Ping looked at the information on his watch, and his face instantly lit up as he said, "Besides training, are there any other services you need? Our store's boarding service can also heal some injuries on the side." When Su Yanying heard this, her eyes sparkled like stars. Boarding can also heal injuries? Going to the Star Pet Hospital is farther and more expensive. She immediately said, "Sir, I'd like to board them." Su Ping told her to summon the pets she wanted to board, and she summoned these 3 pets. Their massive bodies crowded the tiny shop. Su Yanying introduced them with a smile. System detects a customer with a need for pet boarding. It then issued a command. To prevent damage to the store's reputation, it is recommended that the host upgrade the nursing pens as soon as possible. Su Ping immediately asked warily, "Will it affect my reputation?" "What do you mean?" "The initial free nursing pens were made from waste spirit stones. Although they can help pets grow, there is also a high probability that they will cause the pets to mutate." Su Ping said angrily, "I knew it was too good to be true." "Then upgrade it." He bought 3 more nursing pens to prevent the battle pets from mutating. Select upgrade. After choosing to upgrade and purchase 3 more nursing tanks, the system announced the purchase was successful. The boarding fee is 100 yuan per hour. Level 2 nursing pens will not cause mutations. Each pen costs 1 energy point per day to maintain. If there are not enough energy points for maintenance, the nursing pen will disappear. When Su Ping heard this, the pain was so intense he could have coughed up blood. Spending so much money to upgrade, and I still have to conserve energy every day? Just great. After composing himself, Su Ping said with a grim tone, "Boarding 3 pets for 3 days will cost 21,600. Please pay in advance." Su Yanying hurriedly agreed, quickly transferring the money to Su Ping. How terrifying. This store owner is so strange. The system prompted. Host has triggered a side quest. Complete the first pet training order. Quest requirement. Double the customer's pet's initial combat power. Reward. 1 primary UN power pill. Time limit. 3 days. Failure will result in a deduction of 10 accumulated points. Do you wish to accept? Su Ping looked at the quest before him. Little Skeleton's aptitude had to be trained to the upper intermediate level, and its combat power had to be raised from level 1 to level 7. Compared to that, training a level 2 machine mouse to level 7 might actually be easier. I'll do 2 quests at the same time. His finger moved straight towards the accept button. After accepting the mission, Su Ping immediately used the opportunity to go to a free training ground. He looked at the series of locations displayed by the system. The most suitable place to level up was. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go to the Chaos Undead Realm. He signaled to enter. and instantly, several tentacles emerged from the ground, pulling them into a red land reeking of fresh blood. A moment later, they arrived inside the area. He looked at the deathly aura filling the space. The stench was so heavy, his body could barely withstand it. Just then, a giant skeleton appeared behind him. It charged aggressively towards him, letting out a massive roar and attacking him directly. Su Ping quickly shouted, "We have an enemy." He then yelled out a command. At that moment, the giant's arm raised the bone club in its hand, aiming for Su Ping's position. Dark energy radiated from the blow. With a loud boom, the bone club smashed right where Su Ping was standing. Just then, the lightning rat's electricity struck it directly, but the bone club withstood the attack. The system displayed the combat information. Giant skeleton, level 5 combat power, poor aptitude, has the skill limb restructuring. After reading the information, Su Ping said smugly, "Looks like not everything in this training ground is a beast king level monster." Before he could give another order, it was struck again, and little skeleton died. The lightning rat managed to dodge just in time. Su Ping yelled, "Lightning rat, use thunder break." After hearing the command, the little lightning mouse immediately began to gather power. Lightning crackled as thunder elemental energy rapidly condensed. It condensed into a longsword. Just as the lightning rat was about to attack, Su Ping shouted, "Don't release it. Swing the thunder sword and cut off its arm." A flash of lightning shot through the air towards the enemy, the thunder sword aiming right for the giant skeleton's arm. It instantly hit the enemy, sending its arm flying. The giant skeleton let out a supersonic scream from its mouth, and the lightning rat couldn't dodge in time. It was directly hit by the powerful sound wave. Its internal organs ruptured, and it died. The gem on the giant skeleton's forehead suddenly flashed with a red light. The limb restructuring skill was activated. The severed part exerted a huge gravitational pull as a sound echoed. Fragments from all around converged towards it. All the nearby bone marrow condensed, forming an arm even bigger than before. Watching this scene, Su Ping thought to himself, "It seems that gem is a treasure capable of reattaching severed limbs." So, he resurrected his two pets, but their will to fight was completely gone. Su Ping sighed inwardly. He directly pulled a skill book from his storage space and used it immediately. The system promptly notified him, "You have mastered the level 1 combat skill, Killing Intent." The giant skeleton tried to take the opportunity to attack. Red energy radiated from Su Ping's hand towards the lightning rat and little skeleton. Their killing intent was enhanced, and they immediately became fearless. The lightning rat charged upwards, clashing with its electricity. Meanwhile, little skeleton attacked from below, forming a two-pronged pincer tactic. The giant began to frantically gather energy. Suddenly, the giant's bone arm slammed down on the ground. A powerful punch directly shattered the earth. Little skeleton and the lightning rat died. Su Ping died as well. After using on-the-spot resurrection, Su Ping calmly looked at the giant. He looked at the newly reattached hand and analyzed it. Although the last blow was very powerful, it also revealed a fatal weakness. Its asymmetrical body size made it difficult to maintain its center of gravity. Once again, the giant threw a punch, and seeing this, the lightning rat charged straight towards it. The moment it approached the enemy, it used the Thunder Shadow Clone skill, splitting into two lightning rats to attack the giant skeleton. It didn't expect there to be two lightning rats. The lightning rat began to condense energy, once again activating the Thunder Break skill. Su Ping immediately commanded, "One cuts the leg, the other hits its cervical vertebrae. I want that gem." With a loud explosion, two giant swords of lightning struck the giant skeleton directly. The giant was smashed into 3 pieces. With a crack, the red gem fell to the ground. The system notified, "Lightning Rat has completed the kill." The Thunder Shadow Clone skill has increased in number. It can now create 3 clones, upgrading to multiple Thunder Shadow clones. It uses lightning power to create 2 clones, with a very small chance of creating 3, Su Ping said smugly. It can even create multiple clones. Well done. After picking up the fallen ruby, little skeleton silently squatted on the ground, absorbing energy. Su Ping looked at it suspiciously, and the system displayed an answer. This is the unique undead attraction of a demon-type pet. It can absorb the energy of its own kind. After swallowing all the gem's energy, it suddenly drew a bone sword. The system notified, "Combat power has increased. Learned the beginner skill, swordsmanship." By defeating the giant skeleton, little skeleton unexpectedly learned basic swordsmanship after absorbing the ruby. Su Ping said in surprise, "Looks like this was truly unexpected." Suddenly, a teleportation circle appeared behind Su Ping. The aura emanating from the pet in the circle made the lightning rat's fur stand on end. Su Ping also felt that something was wrong. Cold sweat trickled down his back. He saw that this pet wore a cloak on its head and had wings on its back. Under the overwhelming aura, Su Ping couldn't help but be astonished. He cried out, "What is this?" He hurriedly used his appraisal skill to check. The information displayed was a panel full of question marks. Su Ping looked at the scene before him. The pet radiated an unusual aura. Is this a high-level creature from this place? Maybe I can even find a top-tier treasure through her. Suddenly, the six-winged woman reached out her skeletal hand. A flash of green light converged on her. The moment she attacked, Su Ping was disintegrated, leaving only his clothes behind. He died instantly in that space. So strong, Su Ping thought as he revived. I was killed in a single encounter, my life force completely drained. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to revive on the spot. Just as the six-winged woman was about to leave, Su Ping suddenly reappeared and said in a friendly tone, "Are you? Hey, let me ask. Are you intelligent?" Before he could finish, the six-winged woman disintegrated him once again. Back in the revival space, Su Ping couldn't help but curse. Am I just serving myself up as a free meal for her? What a waste of precious time. After choosing a random revival, Su Ping was transported to a very quiet place. Walking to the edge, he discovered it was filled with battle pets below, including the six-winged woman from before. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What in the world is this place?" Just then, the crowd on the ground also spotted Su Ping. The six-winged woman, who had seemed so invincible moments ago, was now utterly terrified. She pointed at Su Ping's location, letting out a series of frantic noises. Suddenly, a giant claw appeared out of the void. It snatched Su Ping, imprisoning him in its grasp. Below, a massive figure sat on a throne-like chair, clearly the ruler of this place. The undead monarch asked slowly, "Who are you? And how did you get in here? I'll give you 3 seconds to answer." The pressure was immense. Su Ping struggled to say that he was just passing by. He wondered to himself, is this undead king testing me or something? Why hasn't he killed me yet? Are you the leader here? Su Ping secretly assessed the situation. Getting insta-killed wasn't a problem, but if his revival ability was sealed, he'd be useless. He was currently imprisoned. If he wasted too much time and failed the mission, it would all be over. The undead monarch questioned him again. "To be able to approach me so silently, you are no ordinary person. Answer me." "I will not ask a third time," Su Ping thought to himself. So, he's wary of my strength. He doesn't know about the system's existence. I might as well use this to bluff my way through. I am a clone of humanity's strongest warrior. I came here this time to assess the threat you all pose. If you're too dangerous, I will eradicate the entire undead army. The undead below were instantly agitated, wanting to rush forward and protect their king. The undead monarch suddenly glanced down at his subordinates, his eyes flashing with a red light. The ones who were just shouting to protect him were instantly vaporized, not even a scrap of skin left behind. The six-winged woman at the side was so scared she broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing this, Su Ping added fuel to the fire. "Those were your loyal subordinates. Don't you feel any remorse for killing them like that? Or is bullying the weak all you're good at?" Before he could finish his sentence, the undead monarch fired a powerful beam of energy. It killed Su Ping instantly. The undead monarch said slowly, "Protection is not something I need. Nothing in this world can threaten me." After reviving on the spot, Su Ping's expression didn't change. He even smiled and asked, "Is that so?" He was secretly thrilled. He finally fell for it. "As long as my revival isn't sealed, everything is fine." The undead monarch had never been humiliated like this before. Several magic circles immediately opened up on his body, and the ring on his hand glowed with a red light. A moment later, raging flames erupted beneath Su Ping's feet. In an instant, he was burned to ashes. After choosing to revive on the spot, he was once again impaled by earth spikes, summoned by the ring's magic. Each time he was insta-killed, Su Ping successfully revived. A smile spread across his face, and he grew more confident. "The more I get killed, the less pain I feel. I'm starting to get used to it." The undead monarch, not understanding the reason, fell into deep thought. This tiny human before him could continuously reverse time and space. What exactly was this undead realm? The undead monarch wanted to grab Su Ping to examine him. Seeing this, he quickly seized the opportunity, lunging towards the gemstone ring he had been coveting for so long. In an instant, his hand was on the ruby, and he shouted, "Give it to me." The moment the gem was stored in his personal space, Su Ping also vanished instantly. The monarch was no longer calm, standing up in a rage. He could use his two greatest abilities simultaneously, and the teleportation distance was within his domain of control. And yet, he couldn't find where that pathetic human had gone. Who is he? At that moment, Su Ping chose to revive at a random location. He said cheerfully, Acting tough and then running away feels so damn good. Su Ping observed his surroundings, and after confirming it was safe, he quickly opened his summoning space and brought out Little Skeleton. He immediately took out the massive prize he had just obtained, a supersized gem. It was 100 times bigger than the one the other skeleton had. Little Skeleton stared at the giant gem, its jaw nearly dropping off. Su Ping said proudly, "Like it? My battle pet can't just be gnawing on bones. Absorb it. The next battle is all yours." At this moment, somewhere in the chaotic realm of the undead, enemies were baring their fangs and claws everywhere. They charged towards Su Ping. After absorbing the ruby, Little Skeleton's combat power had risen to level 4, using just a basic knife. It directly dealt with the ferocious enemies. The system also announced that his progress had reached 46%. There was 1 day remaining. The enemies swarmed in like a flood. Su Ping looked at the massive horde of demonic beasts and chuckled. "Are they all here to serve as free EXP? I'll leave them to you." Little Skeleton, the lightning rat, and the other skeleton were now filled with a powerful fighting spirit, showing no fear at all. After fighting for more than half a day, the system notified them that both of their combat powers had risen to level 6, approaching level 7. The current mission progress was at 94%, with 14 minutes remaining. After such a long battle, they were all panting from exhaustion. Su Ping looked at the remaining time, surprised that he was still so short on experience. Suddenly, small tentacles began to sprout from the body of the leader he had just defeated. Its eyes began to glow with red energy, and the tentacles suddenly shot out in a frenzy, absorbing the surrounding debris. Everyone stared in that direction as it began to form another monster, even larger than the last one. How persistent. The main character, having just regained his footing, immediately boosted his pet's killing intent and said, "Perfect. All I have to do is kill it to complete the mission." After restructuring, the giant monster thrust the iron hook in its hand toward Su Ping. Seeing this, Su Ping calmly commanded the little skeleton to use its basic swordsmanship. It struck the iron hook with a loud clang. But for the water demon, which already had level 6 strength, this kind of attack was no longer effective. The defeated monster angrily slammed its fist on the ground. Suddenly, countless strange hands shot out, targeting Su Ping and his pets. Before he could react, they were bound tightly. At that moment, the system alert popped up, showing 7 minutes remaining, 94% complete. Pay attention to mission progress. Su Ping cursed inwardly. This annoying binding skill again. He quickly shouted, "Lightning rat, attack the monster's core." The two horns of the lightning rat crackled with electricity. The accumulated lightning fiercely struck the giant beast's core, causing a massive explosion. The beast, having been hit, looked at Su Ping with a mocking expression. At the critical moment, some of the strange hands had protected its core. That made the attack completely useless. The main character looked at the tentacled beast before him and quickly used his appraisal skill. As he checked the information, a notification box filled with question marks appeared. He thought to himself, as expected, the appraisal failed. But two things were certain. The obstructing arms were immune to damage skills, and that central core was its weak point. Just then, the system reminded him again. 3 minutes remaining. He quickly turned and shouted, "Lightning rat, unleash your lightning. Cover your body with the power of thunder." The lightning rat immediately acted on his instructions. It frantically gathered the power of thunder. As it drew in the energy and covered itself, a lightning shield formed instantly. The strange hands surrounding the rat were all repelled by the electricity. The system then displayed a message. The lightning rat has comprehended the skill, lightning armor. It can protect its body with lightning, dealing continuous damage to units in close proximity, and the paralysis effect is doubled against demon-type enemies. The lightning rat continued to frantically release electricity in all directions. With a constant crackling sound, countless monsters were shocked into losing control. Even the monster in the distance was paralyzed by the electricity. The doubled effect forced them to release everyone. After breaking free, Su Ping immediately ordered the little skeleton, "Kill it now." The little skeleton's killing intent flared, its eyes glowing red. It showed no fear of the monster. "Go." Dark red energy condensed on its bone blade. The paralyzed monster couldn't use its strange hands to defend itself. The little skeleton's blade, ninjuing all its energy, struck directly at the core. The immense dark red energy shot straight into it. The system announced that both pets had completed a strategic attack and had both advanced to level 7. Su Ping looked at the water scale beast's performance and said excitedly, "It's only absorbed a part of the blood spirit stone. Won't it be incredible once it absorbs the rest?" The system screen changed again. It announced that the main mission was complete, and he had received the Chaos Star chart. The side mission rewarded him with 3 points of divine power. The rewards have been placed in your storage space. The system then teleported them all back to the shop. Su Ping used his appraisal skill. On the little skeleton, it was now level 2, with a combat power of level 7, and its aptitude was above average. Su Ping frowned. Is the calculation wrong? The system stated, this evaluation is based on data from the beginning of the endless chaos until now. Su Ping was suddenly reminded. The undead monarch of the endless chaos? He then appraised the lightning rat. It was level 3, with a combat power of 7, and its aptitude was also above average. It had mastered multiple lightning-based abilities. Su Ping praised it. I didn't expect a lightning-type beast to be able to comprehend this. If people saw it summoning the undead in an arena, I wonder what they would think. He couldn't help but sigh. This is really something to look forward to. After leaving the elemental spirit realm, the main character took out his mission rewards from his storage space. Su Ping looked at the scroll in his hand. What does this Chaos Star chart do? This is a lost ancient cultivation method, containing the cultivation levels of a Chi Master. The Chaos Star chart uses oneself as the center of the universe, mapping the stars to the acupoints on the body. It uses muscles and bones for cultivation. Compared to the commonly used Federation star power, these are two completely different schools of thought. Su Ping couldn't help but say excitedly, doesn't this mean I can finally start cultivating too? To condense star power in the primal core, making it qualitatively greater. When casting a star skill, one just needs to spin it into a vortex to release the star power within the body, thus affecting the outside world. This is the first level of the Chaos Power chart, the Star Vortex realm. Su Ping couldn't help but wonder, is condensing star power into a vortex the key to absorbing it from other sources? He chuckled. With the enhanced vision of a battle pet master, catching these should be a piece of cake. He excitedly waved his arms, trying to grab the specks of light. After a moment, Su Ping stared at his empty hands. Why can't I catch them? The star power just passed right through his body. He looked down at the star core inside him. He thought to himself, if my hands don't work. Music. He decided to explore this universe further. Although it was created by the chaotic star chart, it was designed to simulate the real universe. Host is currently absorbing and cultivating. At the same time, please be wary of large stars to avoid being pulled in. Su Ping couldn't help but glance at a nearby planet that was also absorbing star power. What would happen if I got sucked in? Would my cultivation just be interrupted? The system gave a simple answer: annihilation of the astral soul. The moment Su Ping heard that, a cold sweat trickled down his back. Opportunity and risk coexist. While absorbing star power, it's best to avoid the giant stars and just focus on the smaller ones. It was like a big fish eating small fish, and it was much more comfortable than being in that cultivation area. After a busy day, Su Ping returned home to a delicious meal cooked by the original owner's mother. He couldn't help but think that even though she wasn't his real mother, she seemed to treat him well. At least he could feel the warmth of a family. After eating, he learned that Su Lingyue hadn't eaten today. She was busy preparing for a competition. Su Ping thought to himself, I'm a third-rank battle pet master now. Su Ping was really curious if he could finally take a punch from his little sister. Suddenly, he noticed a dense wave of star power coming from the crack under Su Lingyue's door. His curiosity piqued. Su Ping quickly tiptoed closer and peeked through the gap. He tried to reassure himself, I'm not peeping, I'm just an older brother checking on his sister's training. Su Ping was shocked to see the origin pill on Su Lingyue's body, automatically absorbing star power. The main character wondered why his sister could absorb star power just by lying there, and on such a massive scale. The surrounding star power seemed to be drawn in automatically, pulled into her body. Is this the cultivation method they teach at the academy? As Su Ping entered the star chart, he realized that the star power in the real world was weaker and more evenly distributed than in the chaotic universe. The chaotic star power in this universe, however, was divided into dense and sparse areas. Faced with this unexpected discovery, Su Ping was overjoyed. If I can learn this cultivation method in the chaotic star universe, won't my cultivation speed increase dramatically? Su Ping immediately sat down properly and began trying to rotate his own star power. He instantly discovered the special trick here was the pulling force. With enough mass, he could simply rely on the gravitational pull created by the rotation to draw in nearby star power, instead of having to run all over the place. Now that Su Ping had grasped the key, he decided to try rotating it in the opposite direction to see if there was any difference. In her room, Su Lingyue suddenly found it harder and harder to absorb star power, and she was drenched in sweat from the effort. At that moment, Su Ping decided to up the difficulty, extending both hands and trying to rotate the power in opposite directions on each side. The star power in Su Lingyue's body was now like a gushing river, being frantically siphoned away by the human pump that was Su Ping. She couldn't help but let out a loud cry, utterly confused. Su Lingyue looked at the sparse star power nearby, thinking how strange it was. The star power suddenly solidified, making it impossible to absorb anymore. Why did her cultivation suddenly fall into chaos? Could a powerful expert be passing by? Suddenly, the star power in her body was forcibly ripped out. Su Lingyue lost control completely, collapsing to the floor with a cry. A moment later, she calmed down and analyzed this bizarre star power fluctuation. But the direction it came from was clearly her useless brother's room. At that moment, Su Ping, on the other side of the door, let out a breath. He had finally mastered the technique. At the Star Rebel pet store, Su Ping was immersed in cultivating within the chaotic universe, constantly rotating and absorbing star power from all directions. Su Ping marveled at how the power of these stars was being continuously absorbed by him. As long as he knew how to maintain a safe distance to avoid being pulled in, he could even cultivate in his sleep. Suddenly, Su Ping sensed two people in the store, one big and one small. A customer with this level of star power. It had to be Su Yanying and Yue. Hearing him mutter one big, one small, she blushed and instinctively covered her chest. Su Yanying yelled, "What do you mean, one big and one small? Hey, shop owner, you're not some kind of pervert, are you?" Su Ping coughed twice to cover his embarrassment and quickly tried to explain. "I was talking about your star power. Both of your reserves are too weak. You need to train harder. Otherwise, how do you expect to control even stronger pets?" Su Yanying was surprised and thought to herself, did he say stronger pets? Could it be that in just 3 short days, the lightning rat has leveled up again? Su Ping said aloud, "Wait a moment, I'll go get your pet for you." A sudden thought made her nervous. Is it really okay to bring a 7th rank battle pet to an academy where the average is only 3rd or 4th rank? A moment later, Su Ping brought out the lightning rat and said, "You can take it back now. The payment's been settled. No extra fees." Su Yanying held the lightning rat in her arms, thinking, has the color of my lightning rat's fur changed? What's more, her pet seemed a little down. It had only been a few days, yet it showed no excitement at all upon seeing its owner. Could it be that it had grown attached to this place? Could a pet develop feelings after just a few days of boarding? Even with an astral power contract, the owner and pet don't have feelings for each other at the beginning, only a basic command structure. If the contract were broken, there would be no connection at all. Not was also surprised when she saw the pet's condition. Their wounds seemed to have completely healed, and their fur was much brighter than before. Su Yanying was impressed. This was a truly conscientious shop. She turned back to thank the owner. "Thank you for taking such good care of them." Su Ping looked impatient. He practically shooed her away, saying, "Words are cheap. If you're really thankful, buy some pet food and give me some business." After leaving the pet store, Su Yanying and Not went to an open area to see just how much stronger the lightning rat had become after its training. Su Yanying said, "There's still some time before the match. I want to warm up first." She then said cheerfully to Not, "Summon your strongest pet and don't hold back." Nat couldn't help but chuckle. Feeling that confident, are we? With that, she summoned the Earthen Asura, a humanoid rock-type pet with a high-tier bloodline, Lan Not's ace in the hole. Although it wasn't fully grown, its combat power was already at the 5th rank. I hope the lightning rat can handle it. I mainly want to test the power of its Thunder Slash and its Lightning Shadow clone. The lightning rat attacked first, charging directly at the Earthen Asura. Seeing this, Not gave a casual command, "Just play around with it." The Earthen Asura clapped its 4 hands together, and a vibrating energy radiated from its body. Several stone pillars to its right shot straight towards the rat. At the same time, with a sharp hiss, the lightning rat's body crackled with electricity. It frantically dodged through the storm of stone pillars, closing the distance to the Earthen Asura in a flash of lightning. Seeing this, the Earthen Asura quickly kicked and shattered the pillars in front of it, sending sharp fragments flying at the rat. Su Yanying saw this and quickly shouted, "Use Lightning Shadow Clone." The lightning rat used the skill as soon as it heard the command, splitting into 3. Instantly, Not, who was standing beside her, couldn't believe her eyes and screamed, "It can actually create 3 afterimages." But Su Yanying exclaimed in joyful surprise, "That's the multi-lightning shadow clone." The 3 lightning rats took advantage of the Earthen Asura's shock and dashed behind it. They were heading for Not. Not panicked, throwing up an astral shield in front of herself and yelling, "Let it fight the Asura, my shield is weak." Su Yanying replied, "Don't worry, I'm just letting it get close. I didn't order it to attack." She silently analyzed the situation. The Earthen Asura was a high-tier bloodline pet with extraordinary perception. This was a perfect opportunity to test the rat's Lightning Shadow clone. At that moment, the Earthen Asura sensed that Not was in danger. It immediately used a skill, aiming straight for the lightning rat. Just as it was about to hit Not's astral shield, the Earthen Asura simultaneously launched an attack from beneath the lightning rat. With a loud bang, the Earthen Asura burst up from the ground. It clenched the lightning rat tightly in its hand. All three lightning rats were now imprisoned in its grasp. Just then, the real lightning rat appeared out of nowhere, stomping on the Earthen Asura's face. The three after images in its hand vanished instantly. The lightning rat immediately unleashed the powerful aura of a 7th rank beast. The 5th rank Earthen Asura looked at the terrifying thunder rodent before it. In an instant, it began to tremble, breaking out in a cold sweat, and turned its head in fear, wanting to flee. Not watched in shock. It's just because it couldn't catch the real one, right? The Asura sensed the lightning rat's immense power. The difference between them was enormous. It knew it couldn't fight, and only wanted to shield its master to protect her. Layers of rock walls began to surround them, quickly forming a small, enclosed circle. Not still didn't understand what was happening, and just said to her pet, "We're safe, now let me out." Even though Su Yanying saw it with her own eyes, she found it unbelievable. The Earthen Asura had a high-tier bloodline and a type advantage. Yet it was scared into this state by a low bloodline lightning rat. My lightning rat. Is this strong? This is just too bizarre. In the blink of an eye, the day of the competition arrived. The MC kicked things off with an energetic opening. The annual selection for Phoenix Mountain Academy has concluded, and now the tournament officially begins. Entering from the left is the Dark Horse rookie from year 2, Su Yanying, and from the right, a top 10 finalist from last year. The finalist, Li Ji, the All-Seer. While the announcer was still explaining the rules, Li Ji made the first move. He summoned his pet, the Water Stealth Beast. The crowd in the stands began to buzz with discussion. He actually summoned his pet first. Isn't he afraid of being countered? How could he make such a basic mistake? He must be way too arrogant. Su Yanying silently analyzed her opponent. A Water Stealth Beast, mid-tier bloodline, a water-type pet, skilled at to lie in wait and ambush her the moment the spatial rift opened. In response, Tu Yan Din summoned her fallen phoenix, intending to counter him with a type advantage. "Let's see who's stronger," the announcer shouted. The female contestant's first summon is the high-grade bloodline, the fallen phoenix. For the mid-grade bloodline Water Stealth Beast, this is a truly formidable opponent. How will Li Ke fight back? The moment he finished speaking, Li Ke raised his arm on the field and shouted, "I surrender." The announcer couldn't help but exclaim, "Did I hear that right? Contestant Li has forfeited before the match even began." Li Ke replied, "That's right. I said I lose this round." Tu Yan Din was a bit stunned by the sudden victory. She thought to herself, "Asterisk. Is he smiling? What the hell is he thinking?" Asterisk. Just then, a spatial rift suddenly opened behind Li Ke. He said smugly, "Sometimes, to make sure the prey takes the bait, you have to offer up some bait." As soon as he spoke, a spider web spread out from the spatial rift, covering the entire arena. After summoning his earth-crawling beast, Li Ke slowly said, "The fallen phoenix may not be the strongest beast you have, but it's definitely the most difficult to deal with. Your Thunderlight Golem and Vicious Tiger Beast are both ground specialists. I just need to send out my high combat pets, and I can easily make mincemeat of them. Only the fallen phoenix excels at aerial combat. Even a tier 5 pet would have a hard time defeating it, so it had to be dealt with first. Sorry, classmate 2. I've investigated your entire file." Just as Li Ke was reveling in his own cleverness. In the joy of his scheme, a burst of flame flew from the sky towards his position. Li Ke activated his Star Shield armor to block it. At first, he thought the attack was just a weak, soft flame. Before he could finish that thought, his Star Shield armor was burned to a crisp, and Li Ke was scorched. He couldn't help but let out a painful scream. Seeing her attack was effective, Tu Yan Din taunted, "Are you done talking?" He roared in anger. "Earth-crawling beast, use Earth Thorn technique." Seeing this, Tu Yan Din quickly gathered her star power, strengthening her fallen phoenix. She shouted the command, "Dodge it, then attack with all your might." The fallen phoenix quickly flew away from the ground. The range of the Earth Thorns was obviously limited. There was no way it could hit the fallen phoenix, which dominated the sky. While dodging the Earth spikes, the fallen phoenix quickly condensed its energy, instantly launching 2 skills, Flame Breath Slash and Crimson Firebird. It summoned the form of a firebird and a flaming arrow that shot rapidly towards Li Ke. He calmly commanded his earth-crawling beast, "Use the defensive skill, Earth Wall." Instantly, a massive stone shield protected the beast on the ground. The fallen phoenix's 2-hit combo was easily blocked, causing no harm to the Earth Beast. As the flames dissipated, Tuyan Din stared at the heavy wall before her. Although Earth-type pets have fire resistance, this Earth wall was just too tough. Lee Kei couldn't help but say smugly. Just realizing the difference now? A mere Tier 3, Fallen Phoenix, dares to confront a mature, Tier 4 pet. Beast, use Earth Prison Entrapment. The web covering the battlefield began to rumble and vibrate, slowly retracting to crush the lower-level pet. Tuyan Din and her Fallen Phoenix were now restricted in their movements. She shouted, "The net is closing in. Fallen Phoenix, find a way to tear a hole in it." Tuyan Din watched as the Earth Prison gradually tightened. The Fallen Phoenix spat fire, trying to destroy the net. But even with its frantic attacks, the Earth Prison continued to tighten relentlessly. In a moment, Tuyan Din was also ensnared by the net, unable to move, but she gritted her teeth and held on. The Fallen Phoenix struggled within the tightly wrapped net, desperately trying to escape the cage's control, but the sharp net injured it more and more with every movement. Seeing her Fallen Phoenix getting hurt, Tuyan Din cried out in anguish, "Stop struggling." Lee Kei, having the upper hand, commented smugly, "It's all going according to my plan. Just give up, and you can end its suffering." Although she was unwilling, Tuyan Din couldn't bear to let her Fallen Phoenix get hurt any further. Just as she was ready to concede, a brilliant light suddenly burst from the Fallen Phoenix's mouth. Energy condensed from it, was compressed, and then shot out, firing straight ahead. The heavy earth wall in front of it was sliced like a piece of paper by the beam of light, and the earth-crawling beast was instantly knocked out of commission by this single blow. The judges in the audience who witnessed this couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that Maximum Ray? That's a high-level, Tier 8 skill." The white-haired man spoke up. Previously, although the Fallen Phoenix belongs to a high-grade bloodline, among all high-grade bloodline beasts, this pet's actual aptitude is considered bottom tier. Furthermore, among its inherited skills, Maximum Ray simply doesn't exist. Regardless, this Fallen Phoenix is truly impressive. Most importantly, it's not even mature yet. Vice Principal Dong chuckled and reminded them, "Don't forget about this little girl's other pets." Her lightning rat also used lightning sever once. After he said that, the man in white fell into deep thought. Another genius has appeared this year. If she can join the Vanguard team, once she grows up, she'll become a great pillar for the academy. The red-haired woman beside him immediately grabbed him by the collar and said coldly, "That girl, Tuyan Din, is already mine." At the same time, on the field, the Phoenix's body began to emit a powerful energy, its entire form becoming wreathed in roaring flames. Tuyan Din couldn't help but gasp, "Is this a level up?" Not only did it learn a Tier 8 skill, but its combat power also rose to lower Tier 4. "Is this really my Luo Feng?" She suddenly remembered what the pet shop owner said when he introduced the service. "Care. Our shop's care service, besides healing wounds, can also enhance its comprehension ability and improve its physical condition." Meanwhile, Li Ji, having failed, gritted his teeth and said, "What the hell is this? I was so close to winning." As expected, this Luo Feng is the toughest one to deal with. "Well then, I'll show you true terror." Li Ji opened a summoning space, and a giant, four-winged monster slowly emerged from it. It was clearly a level 5 adult wind demon beast, a high-tier combatant. But aren't students forbidden from bringing ferocious beasts with them? What if something happens? The white-haired man beside her chuckled, "Huoji, you're being too conservative. Every year, there are many people who don't make it out of the wastelands." Huoji was about to retort when Vice Dong slowly spoke up, "Don't worry. With our strong team of instructors and a high-level expert as the referee, nothing will go wrong. As for the wind demon beast, he probably used some trick to hire it. I'll teach him a lesson after the match." At that moment, on the arena floor, Luo Feng flew straight up to keep watch, while the wind demon beast stood silently in place, its eyes glowing. It remained motionless. Li Ji, standing at the wind demon beast's feet, ordered it to use myriad wind blades, but the wind demon beast just gave him a contemptuous look, with no intention of listening to him. Seeing this, Li Ji thought to himself, "Is the level difference so great that the wind beast won't even obey my command? It was too reckless of me to summon this monster." Out loud, he couldn't help but curse, "You disgusting beast." Meanwhile, Su Yanying was continuously buffing Luo Feng. In that moment, its strength, wind power, perception, and defense were all enhanced. Seeing that Li Ji couldn't command the wind demon beast, she quickly shouted, "Seize the opportunity, Luo Feng. Attack the beast tamer directly." Upon hearing the command, the Phoenix used the level 8 skill it had just learned, Ultra Beam, gathering it once more in its mouth. The Wind Demon Beast saw Luo Feng's action, its eyes instantly turning crimson. In a flash, it shot forward and appeared right in front of Luo Feng. Before Luo Feng could fire the beam from its mouth, the Wind Demon Beast took it down with a single strike, sending the phoenix straight to the afterlife. Su Yanying's heart pounded in panic. What the hell was that? It's too fast. After dealing with Luo Feng, the Wind Demon Beast appeared beside Su Yanying in a blur. The killing intent from its giant claws created a small vortex. Unable to dodge, Su Yanying was terrified. She looked up and asked, "What are you trying to do?" The wind howled, forming a cyclone. Caught in the cyclone, Su Yanying's skin was instantly torn apart, leaving her covered in wounds. The Wind Demon Beast wanted to continue its attack while Li Ji was already unconscious. While Su Yanying was still dazed, the Wind Beast began to form several wind formations, truly intending to finish her off. Su Yanying could only hastily use Star Shield to block. From the stands came Vice Dong's shout. The Wind Demon Beast is completely out of control. Referee, end the match. Immediately after, the referee summoned a wind god bird to intervene. Just as the attack was about to claim Su Yanying's life, a beam of dark red energy suddenly appeared, striking the Wind Demon Beast's attack and saving Su Yanying in the nick of time. It was even faster than the rescue bird. Huoji watched this scene and analyzed, "It's a lightning rat." But it wasn't summoned by Su Yanying. The lightning rat was on the field from the very beginning. This rat's aura-concealing ability is just too powerful. Seeing its attack blocked by a tiny rat, the Wind Demon Beast became enraged, slowly raising its claws, and began to gather energy. It launched myriad wind blades again, this time several times more numerous than before, intending to overwhelm its opponent. Facing the incoming wind blades, a green light suddenly erupted from beneath the lightning rat's feet. Along with the green light, a summoning circle appeared. With the activation of a necromancy skill, a bone swordsman holding a shield in one hand was summoned from the circle to protect its master. Immediately, the crowd in the stands erupted in cheers. A lightning rat that can use demon-type skills. That's something everyone would kill for. At this moment on the field, the bone swordsman was shielding Su Yanying, her entire body behind its shield, blocking the countless wind blades. They all slammed into the giant shield. The announcer shouted, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime sight. A lightning rat using a demon-type summoning skill, and it's even managing to temporarily block the myriad wind blades." The lightning rat looked at its master, now covered in scars because of that culprit, and let out a threatening cry. As for the Wind Demon Beast, having been thwarted time and again, it refused to be outdone and let out a furious roar. At the same time, the two pet beasts simultaneously vanished from their spots. The ground itself couldn't withstand their power and was torn asunder. In an instant, two streaks of energy, one red, one green, collided with each other, creating a massive explosion. Su Yanying watched the scene before her and couldn't help but call out worriedly, "Lei Guang." Meanwhile, the announcer yelled, pitting a lightning rat against a Wind Demon Beast. A level 5 adult at that is just reckless. The smoke from the explosion finally cleared, revealing the lightning rat, completely unharmed. It had signs of injury, while the Wind Demon Beast behind it was covered in crackling lightning, its body twitching uncontrollably. It was clearly pierced straight through by the lightning rat's thunderbreak. The Wind Demon Beast crashed to the ground as the announcer's voice rang out, confirming it had sustained massive injuries. The power of that lightning rat is terrifying, and the rat had no intention of stopping its attack. Its muscles began to bulge as it condensed a deep red killing intent in its claws. The referee above saw this and stammered in shock. That killing intent is so obvious. Is it trying to kill the Wind Demon Beast? Intentionally killing a pet beast during a competition would, at the very least, get you disqualified. He couldn't let such a promising new star lose their future. He hurriedly commanded his wind god bird to fly down and stop the rat. But the lightning rat was now completely shrouded in lightning, continuously emitting sparks. Detecting the movement, the lightning rat slowly turned its head to look. In an instant, lightning rained down from the sky in all directions. The skill, Lightning Prison, activated instantly. The wind god bird had no way to escape and was electrocuted. Bolt after bolt of lightning struck it relentlessly, and the entire arena filled with the roar of thunder. Seeing this, the referee shouted for his wind god bird to return immediately. He watched as his pet beast, completely paralyzed, collapsed to the ground. The referee was horrified. How could a lightning rat possibly injure a 7th rank wind god bird? You could count on one hand the number of pet beasts that could even match its speed. The commentary from the stands began to boil over. It's the 10-directional lightning prison. They say once it locks on, you'll be pierced by 10,000 bolts of lightning in an instant. Even a rock-type pet beast couldn't withstand that. The Vice Dean saw this and said excitedly, I thought just being able to use Thunderbreak was already top tier, but now it even knows the 8th rank 10-directional lightning prison. The white-haired guy whispered, for a top-tier skill like that to be learned by a mere lightning rat. Any beast with an average bloodline that learned this move would be enough to sell for an astronomical price. Huo-Ru was secretly startled. The lightning rat isn't even afraid of a 7th rank wind god bird. That's some real courage. She couldn't help but exclaim, I'm liking this newcomer more and more. On the field, the wind god bird was gradually recovering from the pain. Enraged at being injured by a tiny rat, it began to frantically gather wind energy. With that, a deafening roar echoed as a massive tornado, summoned by the bird, formed from the wind. Seeing this, the lightning rat's entire body began to crackle with electricity once more. Neither side was willing to back down. A great battle was about to erupt. Seeing the tense situation, the referee quickly used his astral power to suppress the wind god bird, shouting, Wind god bird, calm down. He thought to himself, if this bird and rat lose, control and fight here, the entire arena will be torn apart. The tornado hadn't stopped, and the wind energy was still gathering frantically. It was only then that Su Yanying seemed to respond, finally showing a reaction. The little rat had given her far too many shocks today. She shouted excitedly, Look at you, rat. Did you learn another advanced skill? After hearing its master's shout, the lightning rat, which had been in an explosive state just a second ago, immediately returned to its original, adorable appearance. Su Yanying was ecstatic. She hugged the lightning rat and said, This is insane. The referee and his wind god bird watched this scene, instantly dumbfounded. The referee froze for a few seconds. The lightning rat wasn't out of control? Just then, the host's voice boomed. The winner of this match is Su Yanying. Congratulations to her for advancing to the next round. Su Ping was in his pet shop, watching a lecture for astral pet trainers. By injecting your own astral power into the pet's body and tracing the meridians in its forelegs, you can strengthen them. Su Ping found the video boring and yawned. And they call this impressive? No wonder Su Yanying was so shocked when she saw the changes in her lightning rat. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside the pet shop. A supercar had stopped in front of the store. Fan Yujing got out of the car and greeted Su Ping, boss. Long time no see. He casually picked up some pet food. Looks like you've got some new stuff in the shop, huh? Su Ping looked at his arm and said slowly, It's you. How's your arm? Fan Yujing said excitedly. As long as you pay the city hospital enough, they can even piece together shattered bones. Su Ping retorted, So you're saying you're very rich? Then you should definitely patronize my shop. I can give you a discount on this undead-type pet food. Fan Yujing looked at the price of the pet food, and his jaw dropped on the spot. He couldn't help but shout, This price is 100 times more expensive than before. A single pellet of food cost as much as his surgery. Hearing that he wasn't going to do business, Su Ping immediately lost interest. If there's nothing else, get lost. I have to cultivate. Fan Yujing quickly bowed his head and scratched his neck, saying, I spoke out of turn just now. In terms of strength, I'm clearly no match for you. To be honest, I came here this time to invite you to go pioneering. I was wondering if you'd be interested in exploration. In the past, the Dragon Star was a barren planet. They conquered resources, until one day, a powerful force tore through space, creating rifts between the stars. These unstable rifts acted like bridges, connecting previously unknown planets to one another. Some planets were rich with resources, while others contained nothing but ferocious beasts. Using these interstellar rifts, humanity traveled to other worlds, seizing resources and growing stronger. This prosperity only lasted a few hundred years. In order to fight over the rifts leading to high-quality star systems, humanity plunged into years of continuous civil war. The human population was cut in half, and nearly 70% of the planet's landmass became a wasteland, no longer suitable for life. The survivors finally reached a consensus and formed the Human Alliance. To survive, the Alliance now relocates to stable regions where rifts don't often appear. For the sake of survival, they poured their efforts into training beastmasters and selecting the best warriors to act as pioneers, venturing into the interstellar rifts to search for treasure. Su Ping couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Going pioneering, huh? Sounds interesting. Fan Yujing explained. A new interstellar rift just appeared in the wilderness outside Longjiang City. Our Black Wolf team was the first to explore it, but unfortunately, we were ambushed and lost a flame-tailed snow fox. Just as he finished speaking, a ding sounded, and the system displayed a message. Congratulations, host, for triggering a side quest. Find the lost pet. The reward for success is one divine demon skill training manual. Su Ping thought to himself. The primordial star chart the system gave me last time was a huge help in raising my strength. This manual must be just as valuable, and I was looking to test my strength anyway. Outside the Longjiang base, a combat vehicle was speeding down the road. A moment later, Fan Yujing and Su Ping slowly stepped out of the vehicle. Fan Yujing shouted, "Captain, we're here." The captain of the Black Wolf team, Fan Gangli, and the blonde man beside him, Vice Captain Li Ying. Fan Gangli enthusiastically asked Fan Yujing, "Is this the hidden master you were talking about? May I ask your name?" The protagonist replied with a calm expression, "My name is Su Ping, the Ping, from ordinary, nothing special." Seeing how young Su Ping was, Li Ying became interested. "We've often heard young Yujing mention you, a true young hero in the making. You must be around 20, right?" Su Ping was stunned. "Do I look that old? I'm 18 this year." The three members of the Black Wolf team were instantly petrified, their minds taking 10,000 points of critical damage. Li Ying said seriously, "To join a combat team, you have to register your identity first. The interstellar rifts are very dangerous. We hope you can tell us about your battle pet," Su Ping said with a confident look. "Showing you is no problem. I don't want to join the pioneer team. I'm just here to find the flame-tailed snow fox." As soon as he finished speaking, a dark red spatial rift opened beside him, and out jumped Little Bone. It leaped out with its blade and landed, looking incredibly cool like a main character, but only for 3 seconds. It botched the landing, and its head fell to the ground. The three members of the Black Wolf team were speechless. Su Ping walked over and picked up Little Bone's head, taking out the ruby he'd stolen the other day. He muttered to himself, "Even after absorbing energy in the training space for so many days before we left, its head is still so big. Well, this should be enough for pioneering." Veins popped on the foreheads of Fan Gangli and Li Ying. Was this guy here to be a clown? Seeing that the situation was getting awkward, Fan Yujing quickly whispered, "Boss Su, is that your only battle pet?" Su Ping calmly put away the bloodstone and replied, "That's right. For now, this is all I have." Fan Yujing was so scared he started to stutter. You might not know this, but our captain and vice captain are total hotheads. They have really short fuses. If I'm the one who messed this up, I'm gonna be toast." After reattaching Little Bone's head, Su Ping smiled. "Don't worry, I accepted the job, so I won't let you down." Su Ping shouted, "Little Bone, bone armor." Instantly, several rings of blade energy erupted from the ground. The moment it was cast, Little Bone drew its sword, appearing within the rings of blade energy. It struck a handsome pose, slowly sheathed its sword, and ended the performance. Everyone on the Black Wolf team was shocked. So fast, we could only see the sheathing motion. After Little Bone sheathed its blade, a loud explosion echoed from all around. Where the blade had passed, the ground suddenly shattered. Fan Yujing couldn't help but shout, "This is beyond imagination." Having earned their recognition, Su Ping went to the base to verify his identity. Medical information up to level 3, no Beastmaster bloodline. Now a temporarily authorized pioneer for the expedition. Fan Gangli led the group to the Federation's warehouse. They watched as the heavy main gate slowly opened, and smoke began to pour out from behind it. Su Ping was suddenly stunned, unable to believe the scene before him. What greeted his eyes were all sorts of strange armors and weapons. All the specimens here were sealed in green-colored jars. Fan Gangli slowly spoke, "Brother Su, the pioneering zone is especially dangerous. Don't be polite. Pick anything you need for protection. It's on me." Su Ping thought to himself, "This is all high-quality stuff you can't find on the market. This captain is seriously rich." As every second ticked by, Fan Gangli reminded them that time was limited. There's not much time left. "Brother Su, have you made your choice?" Su Ping pointed to a tattered item nearby. "I'll take this one." Everyone saw that the treasure Su Ping had chosen was just a Tier 1 item, a basic technique manual for a Tier 1 battle pet. Li Ying couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Fan Yujing, what kind of person did you invite?" Fan Gangli tried to hold it in, but couldn't stop a chuckle from escaping. Fan Yujing shouted with a worried expression, "We're heading into the wasteland. The captain wanted you to take some weapons and armor. Why would you choose a cultivation technique?" Su Ping, however, looked as if he had thought it through carefully. "Until I've proven myself, I don't want to be indebted to too many people." Fan Gangli calmly analyzed the situation. A cultivation technique is for long-term training. This guy is either brainless, or he has an extremely clear understanding of his own strength. I hope it's the latter. Next, they moved to the changing room. Su Ping looked at the clothes in his hands, puzzled. Fan Yujing, having just finished putting on his gear, grinned. "This is a gift from the captain. It can withstand attacks from most Tier 5 star pets. If we fail again this time, it'll be a huge embarrassment. Hearing this, Su Ping nodded in understanding. After all, it was his first time in a real battle. A little caution couldn't hurt. In just a moment, the two of them set off for the star crack. Su Ping asked about the fissure space. How much do you know about it? Fan Yujing thought for a moment before replying. The projected danger level is B. Vicious beasts and demons appear frequently inside. No rare ores have been found yet. Su Ping thought to himself. The demon system, huh? Then I've come to the right place. He continued to ask, you said 2 people were seriously injured last time, so who's filling the empty spots? While urging his pet to run, Fan Yujing replied, the other person was found by the second in command. I hear he's a ruthless character. Never provoke him. Suddenly, a massive bird's leg appeared in the sky, blocking their path. The pet Su Ping was riding panicked and lost its balance. Caught off guard, Su Ping fell with it. Before them appeared a man with several small scars on his cheek, while his giant-scaled star pet was feasting on the pet that had just fallen. That was Lin Mokong, a silver medal pioneer. At that moment, Su Ping helped Fan Yujing down, who was still trying to act tough. Good thing I'm so tough. If I had fallen, even a tier 6 powerhouse like me would have been smashed to pieces. Meanwhile, Lin Mokong was enthusiastically chatting with Fan Gangli about the loss of the blood fox flametail beast. Lin Mokong acted like an elite. He claimed he could help him find the star pet in just 1 minute. Immediately, his gaze fell upon Su Ping, standing nearby. Who's this? Why is there no information on him? Fan Gangli quickly introduced him. This is the support little Fan invited, our brother Su Ping. Lin Mokong sized up Su Ping and said, is this your first time in the wilderness area? But Su Ping directly questioned him. I hope you can explain what just happened. Lin Mokong's expression darkened as he spoke. Blades and swords have no eyes. If you can't even handle something like this, what right do you have to go to the pioneer zone? Fan Gangli could see that Lin Mokong was displeased. He hurriedly explained the urgent situation. Brother Su, although he's not a pioneer, his strength still passed the test. Lin Mokong glanced at him, the coldness in his eyes perfectly clear. So passing a strength test is enough? Then anyone could be a pioneer. Once we're inside, everyone follows my command. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. You can rest assured, Fan Gangli quickly promised. After all, he was the one who brought him, so naturally, he would take care of it. Meanwhile, Su Ping followed with a grim expression. Lin Mokong couldn't help but wonder, what's with this guy? That look, it's as cold as if he's staring at a corpse. Is this really someone entering the wasteland for the first time? Without another glance back, Lin Mokong walked directly into the swirling star crack ahead, and his body vanished. Fan Gangli and Li Ying followed close behind. Fan Yujing, looking a bit embarrassed, started to explain to Su Ping. Pioneers are all like that. Very straightforward. Don't take it to heart. Su Ping nodded as if he understood. He definitely won't be bothered, because I think the same way he does. In just a moment, everyone had entered the star crack. Looking up, there was a star that seemed very close. The sky here, this planet, was clearly a different size. The surroundings were also much darker, even though it was nighttime. Just then, Li Ying summoned the scout bird from before and made it turn invisible. It flew into the night sky ahead. A moment later, Li Ying suddenly said, there's an unidentified star pet up ahead. The fog is too thick to identify it, and we can't go around because there are vicious beasts on all sides. Lin Mokong then summoned his own pet. It was a tier 7 molten beast. He suggested, let's get closer to observe. If it's a high-level star pet, we'll retreat. Very quickly, the group moved closer. Fan Gangli took out a device resembling night vision goggles from his backpack, took a quick look, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a demon-scaled tiger, around tier 5. Lin Mokong made an instant decision. Let's kill it. Fan Gangli nodded, ready to act. Su Ping frowned slightly, suddenly feeling that something was wrong. He spoke up, stopping them from taking action. Model. He quickly said, hold on, are you sure you're not mistaken? Lin Mokong raised an eyebrow at Su Ping and said, are you questioning our judgment? He had absolutely no goodwill towards this newcomer, who had 0 pioneering experience. Su Ping's eyes were devoid of emotion as he calmly analyzed. In this cold winter, the scaled fox rarely comes out to hunt, and it seldom drinks water, mainly relying on small insects for hydration. When it's extremely thirsty, it eats plants to get water. Fan Yujing also spoke up, confirming, it's a tropical pet beast. It's a bit strange for it to appear here. She asked in a low voice, you're not mistaken, are you? Meanwhile, a doubtful Li Ying took another look, but the pet beast before them was indeed a scaled fox. Lin Mokong didn't use any tools. He confirmed it instantly with just a glance. It is a scaled fox. With that, he ordered his corrosive python, which was in the middle of devouring another creature, to immediately lunge and bite it. Suddenly, the outer skin of the scaled fox sizzled away, revealing a white skeleton underneath. This was another pet beast, disguised as a scaled fox. Without orders to retreat, the corrosive python opened its jaws and bit into the disguised beast's body. Su Ping warned Lin Mokong, "If you don't want your pet to die, tell it to release its prey and come back here immediately." But the man just shouted back, shocked that Su Ping would dare to order him around. Killing intent instantly flared in his eyes. "Who the hell do you think you are, giving me orders?" Just then, his pet beast suddenly began writhing on the ground in agony, emitting the dark energy characteristic of a netherworld creature. Seeing this, Su Ping immediately yelled to Fan Gongli, "Hurry, we have no choice." An adult soul spirit beast has upper 7th rank combat power and disguises itself as weak prey to lure in targets. Once bitten, it dissolves its attacker from the inside out. Fan Gongli said, "If it's a 7th rank beast, we can still kill it if we all attack together." With a grim expression, Su Ping said quickly, "The most terrifying thing about the soul spirit beast is its symbiont, the blood soul beast." Hearing Su Ping mention yet another unfamiliar beast, everyone asked in alarm, "What are you talking about?" Wherever a soul spirit beast appears, if I'm not mistaken, that lake isn't filled with water. It's filled with blood. There's a blood soul beast in it. With a 7th rank soul spirit beast supplying it with nutrients, this blood soul beast must be at least 9th rank. Seeing the python writhing in agony in the distance, a chill ran down everyone's spine. This was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous creature. Su Ping had recognized it as a blood soul beast with just a single glance. Without another word, he turned and fled. When Fan Gongli, Li Ying, and Fan Yujing saw Su Ping take the lead and run, they instinctively followed, their hearts filled with terror. They summoned the bloodthirsty wolf and the serpentine-winged dragon. As they fled, Fan Gongli shouted to Li Ying behind him, "Check the other routes." Li Ying immediately connected with his scouting pet. He quickly reported, "There are several unidentified beasts on the eastern path. The west is safe for now." Lin Mokong suddenly shouted, "Retreat to the west. I've already lost one pet. Wouldn't running into a dangerous area be suicide?" At that moment, Fan Gongli turned his head and asked, "Brother Su, which way do you think we should go?" Su Ping, who hadn't forgotten his mission to find the blood fox, smiled and said, "My advice is to head straight east." A panicked Lin Mokong screamed as he ran, "Are you insane? Isn't one blood soul beast enough for you?" Li Ying beside him nodded in agreement. Fan Gongli looked at Su Ping and asked again, "Brother Su, are you serious?" Su Ping immediately replied, "If you still want to retrieve the blood fox, then trust me. We have to go now. We're running out of time." Fan Gongli ordered everyone to head east. Upon entering the canyon, the pet beasts they were riding quickly changed direction, heading deeper and deeper inside. Meanwhile, the blood soul beast behind them remained in hot pursuit, unwilling to let its prey escape. Li Ying, who was scouting the area, suddenly paled and exclaimed, "This is strange. The beasts in the canyon are actively avoiding us." Fan Gongli said through gritted teeth, "Are they avoiding us because they sense the blood soul beast behind us?" After the group entered the gorge, the blood soul beast behind them slowed its pace, its desire to pursue seemingly diminished. Utterly astonished, Lin Mokong asked, "How is that possible?" Su Ping casually replied, "Although the blood soul beast is powerful, it's not a pursuit hunter. It prefers using the soul spirit beast to lure prey to its doorstep. Besides, this canyon is too narrow, and we're not exactly a delicacy. Only an idiot would ignore a free meal right outside its door to deliberately enter a deep, narrow place." Beside him, Fan Gongli turned to look at Lin Mokong, thinking to himself, "If I had that kind of insight, I wouldn't have hesitated either." But Lin Mokong couldn't help but shout, "What are you looking at me for? I don't know the characteristics of a blood soul beast." Suddenly, Li Ying reported from the side, "Captain, we're approaching the location where the blood fox disappeared, but there's a monster blocking the canyon exit." Su Ping immediately told Lin Mokong to give him the night vision goggles. Lin Mokong's expression was incredibly grim. Although he was furious inside, he still took off the night vision goggles and tossed them to Su Ping. Su Ping quickly caught them and thanked him with a smile. He put on the goggles and peered into the distance. Model. At first glance, it was just an ordinary level 5 vile beast. Fan Qiangli breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards Su Ping to ask, "This thing ahead won't be a problem, right?" Su Ping replied, "It's a mature undead creature, so it can only be level 5. Don't worry, I've already made my move." go." As he spoke, he unhesitatingly summoned his little skeleton, despite its small size. Following Su Ping's command, it immediately drew its bone blade and charged towards the level 5 vile beast. Once little Skelly closed the distance, it leaped up, and a sharp blade of black energy suddenly slashed out. The black energy blade sliced through its body, which then split into 2 pieces and slowly dissipated into dark energy. Fan Qianglei and the others were stunned. Although they had seen this little skeleton's power before, this clean and swift move still shocked them. Lin Mokong thought resentfully, "He gets to show off again. It was just a lucky shot. I could have handled a mutt like that too." In just a moment, they were out of the canyon. A majestic, colossal mountain that reached the sky appeared before them. Seeing this giant mountain, everyone's eyes grew heavy with solemnity. The blood tiger was lost right in front of this mountain. This place is extremely dangerous. Last time, they encountered a high-level elite beast here, which is how they lost the blood tiger. Su Ping nodded slightly and said, "Let's hurry. Everyone, get down and split up to look for clues." Everyone quickly began to summon their scout pets. They all split up to conduct a wide-area search. Fan Qiangli summoned his multi-eared monkey, which suddenly cried out, attracting everyone's attention. Hearing the sound, everyone rushed over to see the multi-eared monkey holding out a severed arm with its tail. The arm also had a black metal wrist guard. When Lin Mokong saw this, his expression immediately turned ugly. This is a black cloud gold wrist guard. To be able to afford such a good wrist guard, they must have been a team captain at least. Li Ying and Fan Yujing's faces changed as they analyzed. Only a powerful level 6 battle pet master could afford this. And yet, they died a miserable death here. It's clear they must have encountered an incredibly terrifying danger, without even a chance to escape. At that moment, Su Ping saw the break in the arm, and with a stir in his heart, he spoke up. "Let me see." Lin Mokong's simmering resentment began to boil over. "Are you familiar with this kind of gear? I doubt it." But Su Ping paid him no mind and insisted. The two of them instantly squared off. Lin Mokong snarled, "Feeling lucky twice, are we? Don't drag me into it. You think you can order me around? I'm the vanguard here. Even if I accidentally kill some no-name battle pet master, I'll only get a slap on the wrist." Instantly, the air was thick with tension. Lin Mokong let go, and the severed arm fell to the ground. He said with a dark expression, "My hand slipped. Pick it up yourself." A dangerous glint flashed in Su Ping's eyes, but he didn't want to fight this guy here. So, he endured it and bent down to pick it up. The others looked on, confused by the hostility between the two. Su Ping bent over and picked up the severed arm. He looked closely at the break, his pupils shrinking slightly as he analyzed internally. The blood has dried, but a trace of dense dark energy still lingers on the wound. Was this recent? Is there another high-level or demonic beast here? Fan Qiangli inquired. "Brother Su, you look a bit pale. Did you find anything related to the blood tiger?" He clearly valued Su Ping's opinion. Su Ping sensed that they weren't in immediate danger. Su Ping thought to himself, if the owner of this arm died a few days ago, the beast has probably long since left. He replied with a normal expression, "I found nothing." But Lin Mokong, standing beside him, immediately sneered gloatingly. "Wow, you're a great actor. And here I thought you had some brilliant insight." Su Ping shot him a sideways glance, then suddenly raised his hand and sent an unforgiving, heavy punch straight into Lin Mokong's face. He was no longer laughing. Fan Yujing and Li Ying, the three of them were like they'd been struck by lightning, unable to react, standing frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Mokong felt a fiery, stinging pain on his face. After being stunned for a second, he immediately snapped back to his senses. His eyes flashed with fire as he roared, "You little brat, I'll kill you! How dare you hit me in the face!" He quickly drew the knife at his waist, intending to send Su Ping to meet his ancestors with a single slash. Before the blade could even touch his skin, little Skelly had its bone blade aimed right at the enemy's throat. Suddenly, Li Ying, who was on the side, also drew his blade towards Su Ping and ordered, "Make your pet back down." But Su Ping said coolly, "Why don't you have him put his knife down first?" Fan Yujing was also terrified, afraid they would really fight, and quickly tried to persuade them. "Boss Su, let's talk this out. Why did you have to resort to violence?" Su Ping said indifferently, "He brought this on himself. He's been provoking me time and time again." Meanwhile, little Skelly's eyes glowed with a red light. In an instant, it unleashed an intense killing intent. As long as Su Ping gave the word, it would strike at any moment. Li Ying felt this intense killing intent and was terrified, wondering, is he confident he can kill us all right here? At this point, Lin Mokong was so angry his veins were about to burst. He yelled, "Bullshit. Don't think I won't dare to touch you. Just then, Fan Qiangli stepped between them, pleading desperately. Brother Su was in the wrong here. I apologize on his behalf. Let's complete the mission first. Afterwards, I will compensate you for your loss. Fan Yujing also hurriedly spoke up. In the wilderness, infighting is the biggest taboo. Otherwise, none of us will make it back. Su Ping dismissed his words. I think anyone who disobeys orders is just a liability. Having one less of them is better than having one more. He had already touched Lin Mokong's neck, and if he went just a little further, his head would be rolling on foreign soil. Suddenly, the battle blade in his hand loosened, but he still gritted his teeth. Su Ping, I'll remember you for this. For now, I'll follow your command. But when we get back to base, I'll teach you some manners. Su Ping ignored this meaningless threat. He calmly told Li Ying the next move. I'll be taking command, Vice Captain. What do you think? Li Ying indicated that he only followed the captain's orders. He wondered to himself, could it be that he knows that even though I want to make a move, I can't guarantee a clean getaway? He's seen right through us. So in a situation like this, can he only choose to prioritize the bigger picture? Fan Qiangli, seeing that Lin Mokong had backed down, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He came over to advise Su Ping not to be so impulsive, or I won't help you anymore. Suddenly, he whispered in Su Ping's ear, I can see how good you are. Go ahead and do what you need to, but watch out for that kid, Lin Mokong. I don't think he'll just let this go. He might play dirty. At that moment, Lin Mokong was so furious, his veins were about to burst, his eyes filled with violence. Su Ping listened to the captain and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, up ahead, asterisk, bang, asterisk, a colored smoke signal shot straight into the sky. Fan Qiangli's expression changed instantly, and he immediately set off to check on the situation. Getting closer, they saw two figures supporting each other, a man and a woman, both covered in wounds. They had clearly been in a fierce battle. In front of them, two pet beasts were fighting to protect them. The enemy was a giant beast about 10 meters tall, like a pile of flesh and bone stuck together. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth and let out a series of piercing, grotesque screams. In an instant, the man and woman were hit by the sonic shockwave. Just as they were distracted, the marrow bone giant suddenly shot several sharp spears towards them. A bone spear shot through the air with wind blades, saving the guy who was paralyzed by the shockwave and couldn't move. It sliced those spears into several pieces. The heavily injured man looked at the bone spear before him, completely stunned, his body unable to move at all. Suddenly, a sound came from nearby, and Fan Qiangli shouted, "We are the Black Wolf Squad. I just saw your distress signal." The man quickly warned them, "Be careful, the one that attacked us is a demon beast." Fan Qiangli turned his head to look, and his pupils suddenly contracted. "It's that thing. It's the one that attacked us last time. It's a mature, 8th rank beast." Fan Qiangli's face turned ugly, and a hint of regret even crossed his mind. Facing an 8th rank beast by himself, running was the best option. Everyone quickly pulled the two exhausted people up from the ground. Just then, the demon beast was in hot pursuit. Lin Mokong suddenly made his move, secretly shoving Su Ping. Su Ping and the girl fell to the ground at the same time, right under the demon beast's foot. He looked at the giant foot of the demon beast, frozen for a good 5 seconds. Luckily, Li Ying and Fan Yujing successfully rescued them, dodging the stomp just in time. Having just escaped danger, Su Ping said, "Vice Captain, find a flat path. The terrain obstacles don't affect that demon beast. They only slow us down." Li Ying agreed verbally, but thought to himself, this kid was almost killed, yet he's not flustered at all. Fan Qiangli regained his composure. On our way here, we saw a lot of severed limbs and the corpses of star pets. "Are you the only two left in your team?" The man gritted his teeth and replied, "That's right. The last Earth Shield beast I had has already gone to heaven." The woman's eyes were filled with defiance as she shouted, "My holy flame bird can still fight." Fan Qiangli was sweating bullets beside them. Su Ping saw the doubt in Fan Qiangli's eyes. The man finally told the truth. "I'm afraid this demon beast's combat power is about to reach the 9th rank." At this moment, Su Ping was analyzing the demon beast's weaknesses in his mind. It's covered in sturdy bones. Relying on little skeleton alone is absolutely not enough to break its defense. I still need their help. I'll get through this first, then settle the score with Lin Mokong. The man who had just been rescued took a deep breath, looked seriously at the group, and shouted, "I have a proposal. How about you leave your pets behind to fight it to the death? Otherwise, none of us will escape." Lin Mokong was furious when he heard this. "I just lost one, and now you're telling me to sacrifice another one?" Seeing the sudden change in expression on Lin Mokong's group, the man quickly said, "After we get out of here, I, Ye Chenshan, will fully compensate you for your losses, plus a bonus." Ye Chenshan, will not go back on my word. Fan Qiangli was shocked when he heard the name. You're Ye Chenshan, the famous one from the Golden Pioneer Board? Lin Mokong turned around and said, You think you can just buy a pet that I've spent so much effort raising? Ye Chenshan said nonchalantly, I'll pay triple the price. Lin Mokong's expression changed instantly, and he shouted at Li Ying, I'm telling you guys, get your pets out here to block that demonic beast. If you don't, we're all going to die here. Li Ying said grimly, You all heard him. For the sake of our lives, everyone needs to contribute. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his summoning space. After hearing this, Su Ping didn't respond, his face grim as he contemplated a strategy. Suddenly, he exhaled. He leaped from the flying dragon, landing firmly on the ground in an instant, and immediately summoned Little Skeleton. The demonic beast was hot on their heels, making the entire ground tremble with a deafening rumble. Watching the monster draw nearer, he showed not a single trace of fear. Faced with a demonic beast whose power was close to the 9th rank, Su Ping actually chose to stay behind and hold the line. Seeing this, Lin Mokong was smug. So you want to be a hero? Then go ahead and die alone. I won't let anyone stop for you. Suddenly, everyone's faces paled. All around them, enormous skeletons erupted from the ground, cutting off their escape route. Just as they were about to command their pets to break the encirclement, the Bone Legion suddenly halted, swarming past them in unison and charging toward the demonic beast up ahead. This scene left everyone momentarily stunned. Fan Gongli muttered to himself, Aren't they supposed to be attacking us? Little Skeleton's entire body radiated a dark red energy as it condensed its summoning magic. At its feet, a dense army of undead soldiers had already been assembled. Suddenly, Su Ping spoke up, Captain, that gun of yours has been with you for so long. Isn't it a bit terrifying to just abandon it like that? Su Ping directly unleashed his killing intent, empowering the Undead Legion's abilities. At Little Skeleton's command, they swarmed the monster from all sides. The vast legion of the dead was relentlessly attacking it. As one fell, the next charged forward. Meanwhile, Little Skeleton concealed its own aura, hiding amongst the other skeletons as it advanced onto the battlefield. Once it was close to the monster, Little Skeleton launched a surprise attack. A blade wave of dark red energy, like a massive tidal wave, crashed into the upper part of the beast's skeleton. Seeing the demonic beast being suppressed, Ye Chenshan, Fan Gongli, and the others could only stare in disbelief. They couldn't believe the scene before their eyes was real. This 8th to 9th rank skeletal beast was being single-handedly held at bay by that tiny skeleton. Fan Gongli snapped back to his senses and quickly shouted, Brother Su, I'm coming to help you. Li Ying couldn't help but turn and say, Captain, they're all joining the fight. Let's go. Disobeying orders will make us deserters. But if we can manage to kill this demonic beast, the merit we'd earn would be enough to trade for several new pets. Although Lin Mokong was furious at this point, it was futile. In an instant, everyone summoned their astral pets. In order, they were the bloodthirsty demon wolf, the mountain-shaking beast, the sand-winged azure dragon, the holy flame bird, and the 6-armed demon ape. These high-level astral pets, ranging from rank 7 to 8, coordinated with the Undead Legion and began to launch a relentless assault. The 6-armed demon ape closed in on the demonic beast, raising its 6 arms high and striking down all at once to unleash its skill. First, its long spear tore through the air, creating powerful gusts of wind. It directly shattered the demonic beast's skull. Simultaneously, the holy flame bird and the sand-winged azure dragon attacked from the sky with ultraviolet rays and frost. As it was being hit by both energies at once, the mountain-shaking beast on the ground also used its destructive heavy strike. A vicious punch slammed into the demonic beast's abdomen. The beast had now endured a full-on bombardment. The massive bones on its body began to show numerous small cracks, just as the bloodthirsty demon wolf prepared to press the advantage. Just as the bloodthirsty demon wolf was about to press its advantage, the demonic beast's chest suddenly expanded. Dark purple energy began to gather frantically. Seeing this, Ye Chenshan immediately deployed his astral shield. The woman shouted, "Get back." Everyone hurriedly condensed their astral power and raised their shields. Suddenly, a furious roar ripped through the air. The purple light on the demonic beast's body erupted in a shockwave. Many astral pets not protected by the shields were thrown to the ground, unable to rise. The demonic beast stared forward coldly and activated another skill. Its shattered body instantly regenerated to its original state. The entire assault just now wasn't even enough to tickle it. As expected, thinking they could win was just a pipe dream. The demonic beast had no intention of stopping its assault. as several more bone spears extended from its body. Several long, hard bone spears suddenly shot out. Their targets were clearly the pets already down on the ground, the bloodthirsty demon wolf and the sand-winged azure dragon. Everyone watched in extreme anxiety. They were too far away to recall their astral pets into their summoning space. Just then, Su Ping ordered Little Skeleton to handle it with an intermediate-level sword technique. Fan Gangli whipped his head around and exclaimed in shock, "Was that a rank 8 mental shockwave? And Little Skeleton wasn't affected at all?" Su Ping smiled and explained, "Taking a direct hit would be impossible to withstand. But what if you counter it with many corpse roars at once?" Fan Gangli analyzed, astonished. The moment a corpse roar is released, it does create a small-scale sonic boom. But can that really weaken a mental shockwave? I've never heard of such a method. The timing would have to be perfectly synchronized. Without hundreds of practice runs, it would be impossible to seize that exact moment. Just what in the world has this guy been through? At that moment, the demonic beast's attack resumed. Its eyes flashed, and a dense black mist suddenly appeared on its body, transforming into a thick, dark vortex. Model. Unleashed. Seeing this, Fan Gangli and Lin Mokeng's group turned pale with fright. This was Death Annihilation, a secret technique only a level 9 undead beast could master. This demon beast's comprehension was terrifyingly high. Dark energy gathered frantically as a massive energy sphere began to form. Faced with this terrifying skill, Lin Mokeng's scalp went numb with fear, and he was the first to turn and run. But Su Ping knew that Death Annihilation had a blast radius of 1 kilometer. Running was useless. He immediately shouted, "Little Skeleton, now!" Little Skeleton was already gathering its power. Shrouded in mist, it let out a low growl as a blood-red glow pulsed within its bones. That was the blood essence of the purple-blooded king. While the black vortex was still charging, Little Skeleton had already unleashed its blade energy right in front of it. A dark slash struck the demon beast's exposed chest, its weak point. Caught off guard, the demon beast was knocked off its feet. The dark energy sphere began to dissipate. Having its weak point struck, the demon beast finally began to fall, letting out an earth-shattering, agonizing scream. Then, its massive body exploded. In a single strike, the near-level 9 demon beast was instantly killed. With its core destroyed, the monster instantly turned into a pile of withered bones. A system notification appeared. Little Skeleton has completed the battle. Intermediate swordsmanship has been upgraded to advanced. Everyone who witnessed it couldn't believe their eyes. They were all in shock. A near-level 9 demon beast was killed just like that by a tiny skeleton. "Boss Su, how did you know to break it from the inside?" Su Ping answered vaguely, "I've just encountered a similar situation before." In his heart, he understood why only demon-type pets could learn to regenerate severed limbs. There was only one answer. Their physical bodies were just vessels. The spirit core was the true essence of a demon-type pet. As long as the core wasn't destroyed, a demon-type pet could regenerate. But if you exploited that weakness, any demon-type pet was just a paper tiger. An idea suddenly struck Su Ping. This battle had just proven his theory. Suddenly, the demon beast's remains began to move. A dense energy started to connect its bones. Soon, under Little Skeleton's control, the demon beast's body slowly rose to its feet, causing Fan Gangli's group to stare with wide eyes. Damn it, that thing is still alive? But its movements look a little strange. Fan Yujing couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss Su, are you controlling it?" Su Ping nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone was stunned. This little skeleton could do anything. Did it have necromancy magic? They had never seen anything like it. Not only did it master high-level undead summoning, but it also killed its enemy and turned it into a puppet. Its aptitude was simply too monstrous. After a moment, everyone began to open their summoning spaces to recall their injured pets. Just then, Fan Gongli said, "We shouldn't delay. Let's continue searching for the Blood Lake." Suddenly, Su Ping spoke up. "Hold on, I have one more thing to do. I hope you all know when to look the other way." Fan Gangli saw Little Skeleton draw its bone blade and knew this was bad. He quickly tried to persuade him, "Brother Su, can you do it for my sake?" Meanwhile, Lin Mokeng hastily activated his astral shield and gripped the sword at his waist, shouting, "What do you want?" Su Ping laughed. "Nothing. I just wanted to remind you to be careful. After all, pioneering is dangerous. You have to be cautious." The moment he finished speaking, Little Skeleton suddenly used its newly mastered advanced blade technique, easily shattering the astral shield and severing one of his arms with a single slash. The instantaneous pain contorted his face as he let out a series of horrific screams. Fresh blood gushed from the wound, and Su Ping, like the god of death, told Lin Mokeng, "Out of respect for the captain, I've spared your life. Now, get lost. Don't ever let me see you again. But if you'd rather disappear, I'd be more than happy to help. Lin Mokang was terrified, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He quickly clutched his severed arm and turned to flee. Beside them, Fan Gangli was conflicted. He let out a long sigh and exclaimed, "Boss Su, what are you doing? That's going too far." The woman, however, thought to herself, "That guy had a wicked heart. Driving him away was the right decision. Otherwise, we would have died sooner or later." Li Ying suddenly asked the two people next to Ye Chenshan, "Have you guys seen a blood lake flame-tailed beast around here?" He replied, "A blood lake beast? Doesn't ring a bell." But the woman next to him thought for a moment and said, "I think I've seen its tracks." Su Ping's eyes lit up. "Really? Where?" The group rode the demon beast puppet swiftly through the valley. Under the woman's guidance, they soon arrived at a nearby cliff. In the cave, something attracted Little Skeleton. Before Su Ping could react, it leaped off the demon beast. He quickly turned to the woman and said, "Let me borrow your signal gun." The girl quickly threw it down. Su Ping caught it and immediately fired a flare straight down, illuminating the cliff face. It was all rugged, hard rock. A few dozen meters away, Su Ping saw a patch of bright red fur. It was the fur of the Blood Lake flame-tailed beast. And right now, it was lying on the ground. The recovery team found their target, and everyone quickly rushed down the mountainside. Fan Gangli couldn't help but reveal a smile, saying, "Finally found it. You really made me work to find you." Although he had suffered heavy losses this time, he had finally found the Blood Fox. Fan Gangli recalled the Blood Fox to his summoning space, turned around, and said, "Since the mission is complete, let's prepare to head back." Su Ping suddenly held up a hand to stop him. He looked at the mineral ore before him and said, "There seems to be something hidden here." Fan Yujing quickly took a small device out of his backpack, put it on, and then scanned and measured the ore. Many elements appeared as a list. The content of unknown elements was 91%. Uranium was 0.002%. Fan Yujing looked at the scanned information on the device with some hesitation. He couldn't find a match among any known elements. "This is an ore we've never seen before." The captain and vice captain weren't very interested when they heard the results and turned to leave. But Su Ping asked curiously, "Why aren't they reacting at all?" Fan Yujing chuckled. "We often encounter similar unknown metallic materials. If we could find usable rare ores every time we explored, we'd definitely be rich. This rift connects to all the star systems in the universe, so the probability of encountering valuable ore is almost zero. Exploration time is precious. We just need to file a simple report when we get back, and the federal government will send someone else to collect samples." Su Ping had successfully found the Blood Fox, and also discovered a lot of unknown ore around it. Looking at Little Skeleton's happy expression, he thought to himself that for this little guy to like these minerals so much, they couldn't be ordinary. Before the government gets its hands on them, won't I be the only one to profit? Suddenly, the system sent a notification for mission completion, rewarding him with the Golden Crow God-Fiend body. That girl approached him and said sincerely, "This is my business card. If you're interested, I would very much like you to come to our academy. With your combat strength and strategic insight, I want to recommend you to the headmaster." Su Ping took the small card she handed him. It clearly stated she was a senior instructor at Phoenix Mountain Academy, named Gu Shui. He gave a perfunctory thanks, but inwardly sneered, "I got transported to another world, and I still can't escape the fate of having to go to school?" Right now, Su Ping's mind was on his mission reward. He quickly turned and waved his hand. "Goodbye. I have things to do. Let's talk later." Gu Shui watched his retreating back, scratching her head and sighing. "I should have just been direct and invited him to be an instructor." The next morning, Su Ping yawned on his way home, planning to sneak into the house and pretend he'd been asleep all night. As soon as he opened the door, he saw his sister blocking the entrance. Su Lingyue stood with her arms crossed, making Su Ping feel like he was being stared down by a king-level beast. "Up so early? Don't tell me you pulled another all-nighter?" Su Ping muttered under his breath. "Yeah, what a coincidence. You too?" Then he walked straight into the house. Su Lingyue made a face at Su Ping and said, "As expected of my good-for-nothing brother, I exercise every morning." Su Ping immediately praised her. "Impressive. I'm proud of you." The encouragement made Su Lingyue's face turn bright red, and she flailed her arms around, flustered and angry. Meanwhile, Su Ping returned to his room, lay on his bed, and silently examined the mission reward from the system. He asked the system, "What is this Golden Crow God-Fiend body?" The system replied, "The Golden Crow God-Fiend body is the secret combat body technique of the Golden Crow clan. The Golden Crows are born from a star as hot as the sun. From birth, they possess the power to shatter mountains, and through cultivation, they can become invincible and invulnerable. In ancient times, they conquered most of the universe. Wherever the golden crows went, everything turned to dust. Later generations called them god fiends. After reading the introduction, Su Ping, who had been a little tired, shot up, both thrilled and terrified. He knew the system's rewards wouldn't be bad, but he never expected something this incredible. His finger hurriedly tapped the "Continue Reading" button. The system displayed a warning. The cultivation process of the golden crow, god fiend body, will alter your body. It also requires immense combat power and a great deal of supporting materials. Upon completion, you will no longer be human, but a god fiend, reigning supreme over the world. Suddenly, Su Ping began to hesitate. Is this body going to turn me into a monster? Sounds like something straight out of a villain's playbook. Hello there. If you've watched this far, it means all my hard work on this long video wasn't for nothing. Please press like and comment with the number 1 to let me know, so I can translate more long-form video stories. Thank you very much. To save the naughty pet shop, which was on the verge of closing due to a lack of money, Su Ping decided this time he'd have to rely on making a video with a beautiful woman to earn some cash. Somewhere in the city, Su Yanying suddenly received a call from the naughty pet shop. She asked, puzzled, "Boss, what can I do for you?" Su Ping lowered his voice, hoping to sound as cool as usual. "Hey, are you satisfied with the results of the lightning rat's training?" Hearing the words lightning rat, Su Yanying immediately responded with excitement. "Extremely satisfied. So satisfied, I don't even know how to thank you." Su Ping's voice came from the other end of the line. "I need you to do me a little favor, too." Su Yanying was secretly overjoyed. The perfect opportunity to get closer to him had finally arrived. "Just say the word, boss. I'll help you with anything within my power," Su Ping said casually. He suddenly said he wanted to invite her to shoot a short video with him. Su Yanying stopped in her tracks, her cheeks flushing as if she had a fever. Her mind automatically conjured up an image of a fair-skinned girl and 5 burly, dark-skinned men. But she still asked, "Shoot a video for what?" Su Ping replied impatiently, "To get famous, of course. If you don't want to, I'll find someone else." "Keep your voice down." Su Yanying's face turned beet red as she quickly covered her communicator. Suddenly, her face flushed, and she answered breathlessly, I understand." A while later, Su Yanying arrived. She looked a little different today, wearing a sexy purple dress. Trembling, she walked up to the store counter and greeted Su Ping nervously. "Boss, I'm here." Su Ping looked up and couldn't help but blush, quickly covering it up with a cough. "Why are you so dressed up today?" Su Yanying whispered. "Didn't you say you wanted to shoot a video?" Su Ping thought to himself that it made sense, and it wouldn't affect anything anyway. He glanced at his watch and urged her, "Hurry up and summon the lightning rat." Hearing this, Su Yanying's mind went blank. What does this have to do with the lightning rat? Suddenly, an extremely dangerous thought popped into her head. She quickly refused. "You want me and my rat to make a film together? No way. Absolutely not." Su Ping's face was full of question marks as he asked, "Why not? I'm just going to film you summoning the lightning rat and using Thunder Slash and Thunder Shadow Blade." Su Yanying's mind instantly cleared up. "That's all you're filming?" Su Ping said impatiently. "What else? What did you think I wanted to film? This rat is the only thing that can prove my training methods work. Don't tell me you didn't bring it with you?" Su Yanying was so embarrassed she could have died. She hurriedly opened her summoning space, and the lightning rat popped out. Su Yanying suddenly suggested, "Although the Academy's annual competition is over, there's a championship match coming up. I'm going to fight the champion, Ye Hao. If you come on stage with me, it would be great for advertising." Su Ping agreed, then suddenly remembered something and asked, "The champion is Ye Hao? I thought you were the champion." Su Yanying giggled and said, "That's right. His Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon pet has a 9th rank bloodline. It's just too strong. But getting second place was already beyond my expectations. I was only expecting to make it into the top 20. Su Ping knew the lightning rat's true strength very well. He smiled to himself, thinking, a 9th rank bloodline, huh? I can't believe there's someone in this academy who can actually defeat the lightning rat. How interesting. Because he completed the mission, Su Ping obtained the secret battle body technique of the Golden Crow clan. But once successfully cultivated, he would transform into a fiend god, a golden crow that reigns over the world. Which path would he choose? Recalling what had happened in the past, he sighed to himself, having transmigrated here, there's no value in being weak anymore. Perhaps, by becoming something other than human, I can finally live like a true human. Su Ping smiled, thinking to himself, maybe this is the true power of beastmasters from the ancient era, the power a pet master should possess. Fine, I'll play by your rules. Inside the pet store, delivery workers in black uniforms were busy lining up the packages. Su Ping nodded, accepted all the delivered crates, showed them where to put them, and then sent them on their way. After this mission, Su Ping had earned quite a few merit points. These were all items he had exchanged his merit points for. He squatted down and used his finger for identification. He couldn't help but praise. Goods from the Federation's warehouse delivered right to my door. How convenient. Very quickly, he took out a piece of armor from a crate. This armor was called the Primordial Protection Armor. It was a strange, lightweight defensive treasure shaped like a sphere. When worn, it would become as transparent as water, using the wearer's astral power to upgrade its defense against physical attacks below the 7th rank. The cultivation materials and most of the items were now ready. Cultivating the first level of the Golden Crow Fiend God body here would be much more efficient than going to a cultivation site. Su Ping smiled, thinking to himself, many of the materials and astral power needed for the Golden Crow Fiend God body can be supplemented from the Pioneer's warehouse and the Chaotic Star chart. After my strength increases, I can explore even more dangerous places in the Pioneer zones and the Chaotic Star chart, creating a perfect self-sustaining loop. Su Ping suddenly looked at the pile of ores in front of him. He had collected them from a spatial rift and didn't know what to do with them. Suddenly, he had an idea and asked the system, "Do I have to pay a fee to upgrade the nursing pens?" The system replied, "Correct. Upgrading and maintaining the nursing pens all require the host to pay with energy points." Su Ping smiled and continued, "So what if I use these ores to renovate the pens? I'll provide the materials. Can the cost be reduced?" Suddenly, the system unlocked a new permission. You only need to pay 20% of the required energy, on the condition that you collect enough of the specified materials. From there, you can upgrade to level 2, which will significantly increase the aptitude and combat power of astral pets, and it also adds an identification skill. All but fatal wounds can be healed. For demonic or fiendish pets, the effects are increased by 70%. For any other type, the effects are reduced by 50%. Su Ping was secretly shocked. He didn't expect it could actually be renovated. Although the side effects were quite severe, with such a powerful effect, it was absolutely worth it. Looking at the list of materials, Su Ping thought to himself that the remaining items would be easy to find at the Pioneer base. The only problem was his lack of energy points. If he only focused on cultivation, he'd have to close the shop soon. Su Ping just wanted to earn enough energy to get by. But then, Su Yanying invited him to an exhibition match at her academy. It was a chance to promote his pet store and make some cash. The two of them then headed to the Phoenix Peak Academy. It seemed lightning rats were all the rage at the academy. People were walking them everywhere. Su Ping couldn't help but ask, "Are lightning rats really that popular here?" Su Yanying said proudly, "That's because everyone saw the potential of the lightning rat during the academy's annual competition. It even made it to the finals. Now, the lightning rat is a star pet." "Oh, right, Boss Su, it's still early. Should we hand out some flyers?" Su Ping thought for a moment before refusing. These regular students are only raising lightning rats because it's a trend. They're all hoping to punch above their weight. Even if the trend dies down, the high cost of raising one will scare them off. "We're going after wealthy clients," Su Yanying said dejectedly. "You're right, I still haven't paid off my debt for UA. Suddenly, a murmur came from nearby. They saw a blonde man surrounded by beautiful girls. It was the champion, Ye Hao. Suddenly, Ye Hao spotted Su Yanying passing by. He quickly waved and said, "Hey classmate, I need to talk to you." Su Yanying looked at him, confused. Ye Hao continued, "It's nothing much. I just wanted to thank you for our last match. Thanks to you, my silver-winged thunder dragon beast broke through its limits and reached the 7th rank." Su Yanying smiled and congratulated him. Beside her, Su Ping silently observed the man who had managed to defeat the lightning rat. Suddenly, Ye Hao leaned closer to Su Yanying and said in a low voice, "Oh, right. I suggest you don't use your lightning rat anymore. After my silver-winged thunder dragon beast broke through to the 7th rank, something changed. It now has a dragon's might. I haven't learned how to tone it down yet. And you know, this is just an exhibition match. Even though your lightning rat is strong, it's still a low-tier bloodline. It has an innate fear of superior bloodlines." Su Yanying's expression turned ugly, and she lowered her head without a word. Ye Hao continued, "So, I suggest you use your blue phoenix to fight instead. That way, it'll at least look interesting." Su Yanying replied half-heartedly, I know." Ye Hao gave a cool, pretentious wave. "See you in the arena later. I'll try to go easy on you." Having heard everything, Su Ping, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. "Fight however you want. It's just a 9th rank pet, and it's not even fully grown. Even if it were a beast king, the lightning rat wouldn't be afraid." Ye Hao's gaze immediately fell on Su Ping. He frowned and asked, "And who is this?" Su Yanying was startled for a moment, then her eyes lit up. She quickly introduced him. This is Boss Su. He's the one who helped me train my lightning rat. You could say he's half its owner. In fact, Boss Su probably knows more about the lightning rat than I do. Su Yanying gently nudged Su Ping with her elbow and introduced, this is Ye Hao, the champion of our year at the academy. He's someone who spends a lot of money on star pets. The second half of her sentence was obviously a hint for Su Ping to reel in the big fish in front of them. That's why she emphasized that Ye Hao was a rich kid. Su Ping understood immediately and quickly clasped his hands in greeting to the blonde young man. Ye Hao, however, was stunned. He saw that Su Ping's face was no less handsome than his own, and he looked a few years younger. How could such a young owner create such an absurdly powerful lightning rat? He rationalized to himself. He must have a master trainer backing him. In that brief moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind, but he kept a calm expression and said with a smile, if I get the chance, I hope Boss Su can help me train my silver-winged thunder dragon beast a bit. Money is no object. Money is just a worldly possession to me. Boss Su quickly replied, the shop is very busy right now, but if you're that sincere, I suppose I can make an exception. With business knocking on his door, Su Ping naturally wouldn't refuse. This guy seems loaded. He suddenly held out his hand and said, 500,000 will be enough to get your pet priority training. Ye Hao heard Su Ping say 500,000 just for priority service. This was practically daylight robbery. Su Ping had turned into a shameless scammer. Surely young Master Ye, who loves his pet like a child, wouldn't be stingy with a mere 500,000, right? Su Yanying never expected Su Ping to blatantly rob someone in public. She was shaking, trying her best to hold back her laughter. His pride stung. Ye Hao replied, not a problem. I'll pay any price, as long as you have the skill to back it up. Su Ping smiled. Then it's a deal. See you at the match. These rich people really do spend money without batting an eye. I've definitely come to the right place. Soon after, it was time for the first-year exhibition match. Su Lingyue was now standing in the arena, facing Su Kuang's attack, whose pet was radiating a purple aura. She smiled faintly. What a reckless kid. Raising her hand, she cast a second-rank speed enhancement on her Moonfrost beast and immediately commanded, Snowball. After the growth buff took effect, streams of green energy flowed from its body, gathering in its limbs. The Snowhound shot out, instantly appearing in front of Hu Chang and deflecting his attack with a single kick. Suddenly, it spun around, its eyes glowing red, and activated its nightmare skill, first using an illusion to cause a disturbance. The moment the opponent was caught in the illusion, the Snowhound used its dark flame art skill again. A sea of flames erupted, engulfing the entire arena. With such overwhelming momentum, Su Lingyue easily won the match. The MC announced, what a truly spectacular fight. Su Yanying clapped enthusiastically, while Su Ping, watching from the side, nodded in approval. Not bad skills, he thought, though there are still some flaws. The white-haired man on the judges' panel smiled and said, in previous years, that level of combat power would have been enough to make the team. But this year, there are just too many outstanding contestants. The man with glasses beside him chuckled, the champion and the runner-up. This year, one of them controls a rare dragon beast with a 9th-rank bloodline. And then there's Ma Jun, who used a lightning rat that relies on a 1st-rank bloodline to reach the finals. Truly something to behold. Vice Principal Dong stroked his beard and added cheerfully, this young lady. If she could receive guidance from a master, she could become a future star. But as for when she'll meet a master, well, that depends on her luck. Meanwhile, the rich kid, Ye Hao, who had been tricked by Su Ping's little scheme earlier, had now entered the arena. It was time to see if that 500,000 would actually end up in Su Ping's hands. The time had come, and amidst the crowd's anticipation, the MC called out the names, Su Yanying and Ye Hao. The audience erupted into another round of heated discussion. Su Yanying walked down the pathway, with Su Ping following right behind her. Once on the stage, she got ready. Feeling the electric atmosphere, she took a deep breath. She raised her hand and summoned her lightning rat, while Ye Hao summoned his silver serpent thunder dragon beast, whose enormous body took up more than half the arena. For beasts of the same rank, a dragon type's combat power is clearly number 1 or 2, a stark difference compared to other species. Down in the audience, Su Lingyue was shocked to see her own brother accompanying the runner-up. She looked on in shock. Why is my useless brother out there? Hey, little guy, remember me? Su Ping's familiar smile appeared. The unforgettable 3-day experience in the cultivation zone had left the lightning rat utterly terrified. At the mere thought of it, the rat scurried to hide behind Su Yanying's leg, hugging her calf and trembling uncontrollably, showing its undisguised terror of the man. Su Lingyue, in the stands, watched this scene and thought angrily, he's not even a battle pet master. Isn't he afraid of humiliating himself by going up there? The surrounding audience saw the terrified lightning rat and started murmuring, why did it suddenly get so scared? Is it the dragon's aura? Meanwhile, Ye Hao saw Su Yanying summon the lightning rat, and his eyes grew cold. Just do as I told you, otherwise you'll just be a laughingstock. I'm giving you a kind reminder, and you're still not grateful. Su Yanying took a deep breath. Right now, she couldn't count on the lightning rat. She directly opened her summoning space and chose to use her fallen phoenix to deal with him. She immediately ordered the fallen phoenix to use ultraviolet ray. Su Yanying had the fallen phoenix execute the move, its strongest one, fearing she wouldn't get another chance. The phoenix's entire body blazed like a fire, raising the temperature of the arena. Engage. The silver serpent dragon beast suddenly let out a powerful, thundering roar. The dragon's cry was filled with majesty, vibrating powerfully in everyone's eardrums. The fallen phoenix, caught mid-air, was engulfed by the dragon's roar, and the rays of ultraviolet light from its attack were quickly neutralized. Seeing her fallen phoenix's skill get defeated, Su Yanying was a little shocked, her expression turning ugly. Sensing its master's anger, coupled with its own recent failure, a furious flame ignited in the fallen phoenix's crimson eyes. Gathering its power once more, the fallen phoenix unleashed another beam of light from its beak. Seeing this, Ye Hao let out a cold laugh. Still haven't given up? This time, I'll show you the real difference between us. The silver serpent thunder dragon beast took a defensive stance. This time, instead of roaring, it shielded its front with its wings. Like a shield, a beam of intense heat shot out from the fallen phoenix's mouth, directly striking the silver serpent thunder dragon beast's wings and causing an explosion. When the smoke cleared, you could see that where the wings were hit, there was a scratch, but in the blink of an eye, it healed completely. Su Yanying was stunned. What she had just seen was a massive blow to her confidence. The fallen phoenix's strongest pet skill had such a pathetic effect. At this rate, even if Ye Hao just stood there and let her attack, she wouldn't be able to win, would she? They were clearly on completely different levels. The entire arena was in an uproar. An 8th rank skill could only leave a scratch. It was no different than tickling the silver dragon. In truth, many people could easily see that even though it was an 8th rank pet skill, when unleashed by a 5th rank fallen phoenix, it was still far weaker than the silver serpent thunder dragon beast. Ye Hao saw Su Yanying's dumbfounded expression and smiled gently. Dragon beast, show her a real festival. He immediately had it unleash 3 skills at once. These 3 skills were, in order, fire type, ice type, and wind type, all with incredibly high attack power. Even though they weren't deliberately aimed, their range was so wide that the fallen phoenix was surrounded by danger. The force of the attacks also ravaged the arena floor below, making it look as if it had been through an incredibly intense battle. Because the range of the skills was so vast, it was difficult for the fallen phoenix to dodge, even by flying high into the air, barely managing to defend herself. But just as Su Yanying was about to boost the fallen phoenix's speed, she had to stop as the fire flame crashed down on her. In this situation, her only choice was to protect herself. She was completely overwhelmed. The harder she tried, the more heartbreaking it became. The fallen phoenix couldn't dodge in time and was hit in a moment of carelessness. Its wings were instantly scorched, and its injured body plummeted to the arena floor. At that moment, Su Yanying's heart was filled with both rage and despair. This silver serpent thunder dragon beast was 10 times stronger than in their last encounter, leaving her no chance for a comeback. Ye Hao sighed. How boring. To think they charge such high fees just to train pets to this mediocre level. At this point, Su Ping felt like he had completely lost face. A murderous aura began to radiate from his hands. Suddenly, its combat power skyrocketed. Its body swelled in size, and it became engulfed in a deadly aura. Su Ping gave a direct order, kill it for me. It was as if he didn't even see the silver serpent thunder dragon beast as a threat. The moment he finished speaking, the lightning rat attacked. Electricity crackled around its 4 limbs as its body shot forward like a rocket, leaving a long trail of lightning afterimages in its wake. This was the high-level pet skill, Thunder's Judgment. In the blink of an eye, it closed in on the silver serpent thunder dragon beast, then leaped high into the air, unleashing the devastating claw of the damned right at the dragon beast's neck. A truly formidable opening move. Ye Hao noticed the lightning rat's performance, and he was a little surprised. It was even faster than in the final match. This single attack carved several deep gashes into the dragon beast, even tearing through its chest armor. The malevolent energy from the Claw of the Damned also weakened the powerful regenerative abilities of the dragon's bloodline. A cold glint appeared in Ye Hao's gentle eyes. Now this times is how a victory becomes interesting. He raised his hand, casting a level 4 power enhancement. His thoughts transferred to the Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon Beast, ordering it to stomp the lightning rat to death. The Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon Beast once again used its skill, Sea of Frost. A thick layer of ice spread out from its feet, rapidly freezing the entire arena. For pets that can't fly, this was a fatal move. Seeing the encroaching sea of ice, the lightning rat immediately leaped back to dodge, getting closer and closer to the edge of the arena. At this moment, Su Ping calmly commanded, "Use the third move I taught you. Its weak point is the mouth." The lightning rat received the order and suddenly unleashed the 10-directional lightning domain, shattering the ice in front of it, before following up with its next skill, multiple lightning shadow clones. From within a cloud of blue smoke, 3 lightning rats charged forward simultaneously, splitting off in 3 different directions. All 3 lightning clones continuously unleashed a smaller version of the 10-directional lightning prison, sending 10 streams of lightning forward as they rapidly closed in on the Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon Beast. Watching the lightning rat's reaction, Ye Hao raised an eyebrow. One of these 3 has to be the real one, even though I'm not sure. That one over there is protected by lightning armor. Don't think you can fool me. Attack that one. The Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon Beast obeyed, launching an attack at that clone. It used its Icy Thorn Sea skill, instantly locking the lightning rat in place. The body that was hit instantly vanished. It was just an afterimage. Ye Hao was shocked. He thought in a panic, "It's a fake." He ordered an attack on another one, but it too vanished instantly. Su Ping smirked grimly. All 3 of them were just to grab your attention. Just then, the real lightning rat appeared. It appeared right in front of the Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon Beast's face. Before the beast could react, the dark claw erupted from the lightning rat's paw. Ye Hao was no longer calm. There's a 4th one? Before he could process it, the lightning rat had already slashed through the corner of the Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon Beast's mouth. Since the corner of its mouth was the only place unprotected by scales, it immediately let out an agonizing shriek. The dark energy from the lightning rat's claw continuously corroded the Silver Serpent's wound. The audience was just as stunned. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief, marveling at the lightning rat's explosive power. Ye Hao's face froze. Just a moment ago, he was certain of victory, but in the blink of an eye, his Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon Beast had taken such a massive blow. The lightning rat's fighting style had changed so drastically. It was using the same pet skills as before, but its movements were completely different. Could it be because of that man? If I lose here now, doesn't that mean I only won the championship by a fluke? He clenched his fists, determined to turn the tables. He shouted, "Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon Beast, ignore the pet and attack the battle pet master behind it." Ye Hao's pet let out a pained roar as raging flames gathered in its mouth. It flew into midair, and the fire in its mouth condensed into a massive fireball, planning to use the sea of ice that had trapped them to roast them alive. Su Ping raised an eyebrow. What a cheap trick. The truth was, he had been holding back. Otherwise, he had countless ways to defeat his opponent. Seeing the danger, the lightning rat at his side instantly charged forward. Before the Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon Beast could react, it appeared right at the wound it had just created on the beast's mouth. The lightning gathered around its body was immediately unleashed as thunder rend. The dark purple lightning energy blasted directly into the Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon Beast's wound. The already injured Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon Beast was now paralyzed by the electric shock, its body convulsing uncontrollably as its massive frame quickly fell to the ground. A deafening explosion engulfed everything. The entire area felt like it had been hit by an earthquake, leaving everyone stunned. They couldn't process the situation. It was completely beyond their imagination. What in the world just happened? You have to understand, this dragon beast was a level 7 pet. In a student-level competition, it was the highest tier pet, basically invincible. But now, it had been utterly and humiliatingly defeated, and the one who beat it was the same lightning rat it had previously considered less than dust. On the competition stage, Yehi's face was a mask of shock, his mind completely blank. This sudden turn of events had caught him completely off guard. The Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon Beast lost too quickly. Su Yanying, on the other side, was just as bewildered. It all happened so fast that she couldn't fully comprehend what had just occurred, unable to even celebrate her victory. Su Ping, still encased in ice, spoke slowly. "Are you satisfied with my abilities now?" Let me ask, will you be paying that 500,000 in cash or by transfer? Yi, with a look of disbelief, said, I'll transfer the money. I want to ask you, can my silver serpent thunder dragon beast become as strong as that lightning rat? Suddenly, the sound of cracking ice echoed. Su Ping took a single step forward, and the block of ice encasing him shattered into pieces. His body was completely unharmed. He smiled and replied, of course it can, but as for when it'll be your turn, that depends on my mood. Meanwhile, in the judges' seats, a purple-haired man rested his chin on his hand, analyzing the situation. That young man on stage with the girl. His strength is not simple, the fiery maiden said, narrowing her eyes. I noticed him early on. After Intrastangin, in 17 Port Stange, he was the one commanding the battle from behind, and even that ice couldn't hold him, the purple-haired man asked enthusiastically. Such a talented young man. Vice Principal Dong, what class is this student in? Dong Mingsong was also completely baffled at this point. He's quite low-key. You should ask him yourself after the match. He frowned, thinking, why don't I have any impression of this person? Such an outstanding student, and his instructor didn't even notice him? How irresponsible. I'll have to deduct that teacher's year-end bonus. They must be severely punished. Under Su Ping's command, the lightning rat unleashed its true power, easily defeating the silver serpent thunder dragon beast. Right after the match, they were invited by the Academy's leadership as honored guests. During the reception, they were told that some important figures wanted to meet them. Su Yanying's heart pounded with a mix of excitement and nervousness, while Su Ping acted as if he were in his own home, casually pouring and drinking tea. There was a sound as the office door was pushed open. Besides Vice Principal Dong, there was also an old man referred to as Senior. As the two entered, the old man laughed and said, such a great match. It makes my blood boil like I'm young again. The pressure in Su Yanying's heart suddenly intensified. Their presence felt like a great mountain pressing down on her. Dong Mingsong cleared his throat, ready to get down to business. Young man, who is your instructor? Tell me, and I'll arrange a first-class dormitory for you. Luo Shui, standing to the side, covered her mouth to hide a smile and reminded him, Vice Principal, he's not one of our students. Su Ping suddenly remembered her, surprised to see an acquaintance here. Dong Mingsong's eyes lit up. Are you interested in cultivating at our academy? Free tuition, room and board included, a private dormitory, and upon graduation, we'll even give you a high bloodline astral pet. Aren't these conditions a little too good? Su Yanying marveled inwardly. The captain of the pioneer team heard this and couldn't help but curse internally. Old fox. Su Ping calmly took a sip of tea, then said indifferently, not interested. Dong Mingsong was a bit surprised. The benefits were so good. He couldn't help but add, then, how about a monthly stipend on top of that? Luo Shui, beside them, smiled and introduced him. Boss Su is my benefactor. The only reason I made it back from the wasteland last time was because Boss Su saved me. When I was exploring the barren lands and ran into trouble, the level 9 demonic beast was killed by this young man right here. At first, Vice Principal Dong nodded, saying he remembered the incident, but as she finished her sentence, he realized something was wrong. What? Why are you all looking at me? You want some tea too? Everyone couldn't help but feel awkward. Everyone looked uncomfortable. No matter how you looked at him, didn't he just seem like some rich young master out to experience life? Is he from one of the 4 great families? Why have I never seen him before? Could you be a son of the Ye family? Su Ping replied directly, don't just go changing people's names. My surname is Su. Su Yanying, next to him, was instantly terrified by Su Ping's attitude. She was so panicked she wanted to cover his mouth. Suddenly, the captain of the Iron Hand team spoke up. Forget being a student. Join our team. We'll put you in the first squad, with double the treatment and benefits. Su Yanying, standing beside him, was instantly dumbfounded. The team she had joined had no benefits, and she was only assigned to the 4th squad as a temporary pioneer. But Su Ping, with a casual expression, continued to enjoy his tea and said, I have absolutely no interest in joining a team. I'd rather read more books. The other captain also spoke up. Just for joining, you'll get 100,000 wasteland contribution points, and the Venerable One himself wants to personally teach you a set of martial arts, and I'll throw in a set of battle armor that I forged myself. Su Ping. He looked helplessly at the starry-eyed Su Yanying and said, it's not for you. So what are you getting so excited about? I still have to cultivate and run my shop. How could I possibly have time for wasteland expeditions? Seeing his hesitation, Luo Guxue quickly spoke up. Mr. Su, have you considered becoming a special instructor for our academy? Su Ping asked in return. An instructor? The last time they met, he thought Luo Guxue wanted to recruit him as a student. Beside him, Su Yanying was secretly shocked. To even qualify as an instructor, one had to be at least a 7th rank battle pet warrior, and even then, they had to pass multiple rigorous assessments to secure the position. A single instructor could shape the futures of hundreds of students. It was a dream job for countless people, and all he had to do was give his answer. Luo Guxue continued, "That's right. You only need to hold 1 class per week, and you can schedule it whenever you like. Not to mention the salary. You'll also have free access to all the academy's resources." At this, Su Ping's interest was piqued. Free access to the academy's resources? The cultivation of his golden crow fiend god body required tons of rare and precious materials. If he could get his hands on some of them, it would save him a great deal of effort. Plus, as an instructor, he wouldn't have to worry about any young punks coming to stir up trouble. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After weighing his options, he immediately nodded and agreed. But he had no idea what he was getting himself into. He was stunned by the sight of the towering stacks of books before him. Luo Guxue explained, "This is a test you must pass to become an instructor. You just need to get a passing grade of 60 on the written exam. It shouldn't be too hard." Su Ping suddenly felt like backing out. "You know what? I think I'll pass." Seeing this, Dong Mingsong immediately grabbed Su Ping to stop him. "That's just the standard for outsiders. Mr. Su, you can hunt demonic beasts in the wastelands, so there's no question about your combat skills. As for teaching, you can just sit in on a few classes as an assistant instructor to get the hang of it." Su Ping asked uncertainly, "So, what are you trying to say?" Dong Mingsong chuckled. "You just need to pass the physical combat test. We need to gather data on every instructor. That way, we can easily assign the right students for you to teach." Su Ping thought to himself, "He obviously just wants to test my strength. This old fox," he thought. "If I'm not strong enough, they'll probably just cut my benefits." Wanting to see what this was all about, he asked, "All right, tell me, what's the test? Please, follow me." Su Ping followed them to the advanced testing arena. Dong Mingsong pointed to a large machine and spoke. "All you have to do is fight this Baize by yourself and last for 1 minute to qualify." As soon as he finished speaking, the Baize's eyes began to emit a red glow. "Activation successful," Su Ping asked. "I can't use my battle pets, can I?" Dong Mingsong simply smiled and nodded. Luo Guxue thought to herself from the sidelines, "This is an advanced combat machine. Even I can only hold out against it for 30 seconds. Is the vice principal trying to put Su Ping in his place?" Su Ping just smiled and got into a fighting stance. He was also eager to test the results of his recent training. "Begin." The moment the Baize activated, the cannon on its head immediately began firing in all directions. Su Ping had no choice but to constantly move to evade the blasts. Suddenly, an unavoidable bolt of lightning shot towards him, forcing him to quickly summon his astral shield to defend. The energy sphere on the Baize's head began to glow brighter as a frenzied barrage of lightning assaulted Su Ping. Feeling the immense pressure relentlessly battering his astral shield, he realized it wasn't going to hold for much longer. In the next moment, it shattered completely. The force of the impact sent him flying back more than 10 meters. Dong Mingsong, who was observing from the sidelines, noted, "He didn't get hit for the first 10 seconds. Good reflexes. But that astral shield is far too weak." Just as Su Ping regained his footing, he suddenly noticed a massive magic circle materializing beneath him. The sight distracted him for a split second. A powerful gale erupted from the magic circle, instantly launching him into the air. While he was suspended helplessly in the air, countless small ice shards materialized around him. "This is not good," he thought. Suspended in midair, he had no way to dodge. In the next instant, a dense volley of ice spikes shot towards him from all directions. "If I can't defend, I'll just have to tank it with my body." Seeing this, Dong Mingsong couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. "Is it over in less than 20 seconds? He thought. "Well, it is his first time fighting the Baize. We can re-evaluate him in the future." Just as Su Ping was hit by the frost attack, the Baize launched its next assault, this time glowing with a green energy. Several vines shot out towards Su Ping's falling body, tightly wrapping around his arms and legs. But it wasn't over yet. Su Ping was slightly surprised to see the vines coiled tightly around his body. In a flash, he was completely immobilized. Meanwhile, the Baize slowly opened its mouth, furiously gathering energy within. Luo Guxue's heart clenched as she cried out in alarm, "Look out!" The moment the words left her mouth, a violent torrent of fire energy slammed directly into Su Ping, engulfing him in a sea of flames unleashed by the Baize. He was still tied up, completely unable to move. Luo Guxue spun around frantically, shouting, "Stop the test, now!" But Dong Mingsong remained unfazed. He hasn't cried for help, which means he hasn't surrendered yet. He thought, with a smug grin. The Baize's attack power will ramp up from rank 1 to rank 6 in just 5 seconds. Although it's programmed to stop just short of a lethal blow, he's still in for a world of pain. But inside the inferno, Su Ping had already donned his primordial battle armor to defend himself, barely managing to escape injury. With no way to escape these bindings right now, I can only take this head on. At that moment, Luo Gushui was counting down. 5 seconds were up, but the white armor hadn't stopped its attack. She quickly asked, "It's been 10 seconds, why hasn't it stopped?" This blazing storm must be at least rank 8. Luo Gushui watched him being scorched by the flames, confused. Why isn't he reacting? Has he lost consciousness? Suddenly, Su Ping's eyes shot open, a golden light beaming from them. Immediately after, golden energy spread throughout his entire body. This golden light was incredibly intense. The vines wrapped around him instantly snapped, and the ground cracked as he landed. The surrounding raging flames were instantly blasted away. They couldn't get near him. He slowly raised his right hand, not forgetting to mutter, "What a disgusting machine." He suddenly charged towards the white armor, the ground unable to withstand such immense force. He transformed into a golden beam, cutting through the air. A violent roar erupted as he threw a punch, carrying a blazing golden light, striking the white armor head-on. In an instant, its face was smashed to pieces. Su Ping had activated the Golden Crow God Demon body, shattering the white armor with a single punch. The two people watching the fight were stunned. Not only did he block the attack, but he could even fight back. This was the first time they had ever seen anything like it. Dong Mingsong stared at the white armor, which had been beaten into scrap metal on the field. In the past, everyone who faced the white armor had to just stand there and take the beating. Could the machine be broken? At this moment, the golden light on Su Ping's body began to fade. He thought to himself, "What was that feeling?" The system replied, "The first level of the Golden Crow God Demon body is unstable. Normally, it only slightly enhances your physique. Only under special circumstances can a sliver of the Golden Crow's power be activated." Su Ping looked at the faint golden light remaining on his hand. "It's incomplete? This was just a sliver? This power is just too insane. A single punch turned that robot into scrap metal. If I had a few more slivers of that power, wouldn't I be invincible?" The white armor announced the test results. Rank 3 Spirit Energy. Mid-rank 7 Attack. Low rank 8 Defense. Overall assessment. High rank 7. Seeing the two of them enter the lab, Su Ping asked, "Is this good enough?" Dong Mingsong clapped his hands in praise. "Absolutely brilliant. Mr. Su's abilities are more than enough to be a senior instructor. Welcome to Phoenix Mountain Academy." Su Ping's expression was dark. He thought to himself, the white armor's power is something no ordinary person could withstand. This old fox. If I didn't have the god demon body protecting me, I probably would have been destroyed by the pain. Dong Mingsong suddenly inquired, "Teacher Su, you don't look so good. Is it because of your torn clothes?" Su Ping looked at Dong Mingsong, who was still playing dumb. He wasn't in the mood to argue with him, waving his hand dismissively and turning to leave. Dong Mingsong chuckled. He reminded him, "Remember to come back for class once a week." Meanwhile, Luo Gushui, standing to the side, said in amazement, "His attack and defense are rank 7 and 8, but his spirit energy is only rank 3? That's just too bizarre." Suddenly, Dong Mingsong analyzed, there's only one possibility. He possesses an ultimate secret technique, but hasn't been training for very long. This kind of person must have a powerful expert guiding him from behind. We need to find more opportunities to get on his good side and find a way to get acquainted with the master behind him. His shop is likely a clue to this master's identity. First, let's figure out how to find his shop. It doesn't have to be that complicated. If you want to know, I can just share his location. Just introduce some rich students to me. It'll be great if they come and spend money. Su Ping went straight home from the academy. Seeing him half naked with only a scrap of cloth left, Li Qingru asked in shock, "What happened to you? Are you hurt?" After learning Su Ping was fine, Mrs. Li, like a curious child, began poking and prodding his muscles. From top to bottom, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Since when did our little Ping get so muscular?" Faced with this scene, Su Ping could only flee in embarrassment. He asked to go to his room, thinking to himself as he changed his clothes, "The primal armor in my hand is broken too. I wonder if it's under warranty." Suddenly, his room door was pushed open. Su Lingyue stared him down and demanded, "You have spirit energy, don't you?" Su Ping knew he couldn't hide it anymore. He admitted it frankly, "So what if I do?" Seeing him changing, Su Lingyue's face turned bright red. and she called him a pervert. When did you awaken your powers? And put on some clothes first. Su Ping smirked mischievously and said, barging into your older brother's room, and calling me by my name so disrespectfully. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I be a proper older brother? He provoked her verbally. Don't you like what you see? Then I'll let you get an eyeful. Don't be shy. Su Lingyue was teased until her face was beet red and she squeezed her eyes shut, and then she threw a punch. She yelled, let me tell you, I'm already past rank 4. Take this. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Bring it on. This Su Ping is not the same as before. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. Su Lingyue's fist had landed right on the main character's family jewels. The intense pain made Su Ping tense up. He couldn't help but clutch the source of the pain, veins popping on his face. What's going on? My defense is at low rank 8, isn't it? The system reminded him. That was the data when your power was activated. In his Golden Crow state, the host's current body is only at the upper tier of the 3rd rank. At the dinner table, Li Qingru was overjoyed to learn that Su Ping had awakened his star power. She asked, son, when did you awaken your bloodline and become a battle pet master? What kind of pet do you have, and what's its quality? Su Ping scratched his head and replied, it's been a while. Right now, I just have a little skeleton. Its aptitude is probably mid or low grade. Li Qingru continued, how can you get by with just a low-level little skeleton? You need to buy a new pet. Tomorrow, I'll look into getting you a mid-level one. Su Lingyue quickly tried to dissuade her. He just woke up. Giving him a good pet would be a waste. She shook her head disdainfully and added, the more expensive the pet, the more expensive the food. With the little income he makes, how could he possibly afford to raise it? Li Qingru quickly asked with concern, do you have enough money to pay the shop's utility bills? If it's not enough, just tell me. Don't go borrowing from loan sharks. Su Ping couldn't help but sigh internally. It seems the original owner of this body was quite the troublemaker. He quickly said, I haven't been earning much lately, just enough to get by. As he finished speaking, he tapped his watch, and suddenly a balance notification popped up. The balance was 500,000. The priority fee from Ye Hao. Both mother and daughter were stunned that he could earn so much money. Su Lingyue, beside him, asked bluntly, you didn't do anything illegal, did you? Su Ping thought to himself, I can't let them know I got this, because I'm basically a rich kid now. He smiled and explained, recently, Thunder Rats have become really popular at Fengshan Academy, so I just made a little money from the trend. Hearing this, Li Qingru breathed a sigh of relief. Lingyue, you should guide your brother more in the future. But Su Lingyue looked unconvinced, wanting Su Ping to forever trail behind her. Su Ping didn't expect his mother to be so supportive, and he was deeply touched. He chuckled and said, my dear little sister, you'll have to take care of your big brother from now on, okay? Someone wanted to spend money to train a pet to be as strong as the Thunder Rat. Inside the pet shop, a slender woman slowly walked in. As soon as Jiang Hangshui entered, she asked directly, shopkeeper, I heard you're the one who trained that Thunder Rat. Is that right? Hearing this, Su Ping quickly stood up to greet his customer. After becoming famous, business had gotten much better. He nodded and said, that's right. I raised it. Are you looking for boarding, training, or pet food? Seeing Su Ping admit it, Jiang Hanshui let out a sigh of relief. Yes, she said directly. I want to train 4 pets. They have to become as strong as that Thunder Rat. Su Ping raised an eyebrow. Going all out, are we? He quickly explained. The service used for that Thunder Rat was a limited offer. Right now, I only offer general training, which is charged per session. Jiang Hanshui frowned in thought. A limited offer? Does that mean you can't replicate that Thunder Rat? She quickly inquired. So, how effective is the general training? Su Ping explained. While it can't compare to that special training, it can still increase your pet's strength. Low-level pets are 10,000 per session, and mid-level pets are 100,000 per session. Jiang Hanshui's expression immediately turned serious. Increase a little? That phrasing sounded completely unprofessional. Is this shop just using the Thunder Rat's name to scam people? It's not worth my time. Jiang Hangshui made up her mind and turned to leave. Su Ping saw Jiang Hangshui's expression shift unpredictably, unsure of what she was thinking, and quickly tried to stop her. Suddenly, the system sent out a signal. Because a customer is suspiciously canceling a potential order, causing an actual loss to the store, the host is now permitted to conduct 1 professional training session, but the fee is 100 times the normal training fee. The training period is 30 days, and the pet's aptitude must be mid-upper grade or higher. The system displayed the detailed information. Su Ping was a bit incredulous himself. There's actually a professional training option? The rewards included a mid-level origin power pill and the God Demon battle technique. but the price was 100 times the normal rate. Would anyone really buy it? Hearing Su Ping call out to her, Jiang Hengshui turned around and said coldly, "Shopkeeper, is there something else you want to say?" Su Ping chuckled. "I understand you want to improve your pet's abilities, but the cost for the Thunder Rat level training is quite high. I'm afraid ordinary customers can't afford it." Jiang Hengshui had an "I'm rich" look on her face as she tilted her head and asked, "How much? I still have some savings." Su Ping suddenly held up one finger and said, 1 million for professional training. The fee is 100 times the standard rate. A low-level pet is 1 million. A mocking smile appeared in Jiang Hengshui's eyes. Isn't that price a bit too steep? She looked at Su Ping suspiciously, strongly suspecting he would just take the money and run. Her expression shifted slightly as she asked, "Shopkeeper, you didn't just rent this shop, did you?" Just because the professional training fee was 1 million, he was being suspected of being a flight risk. Su Ping understood her hesitation and explained with a smile, "The shop has an impeccable reputation. You can check the Fengshan Academy's website. I'm not just the owner of this shop. I'm also a senior figure at Fengshan. My name is Su Ping. You can look me up." Jiang Hengshui was momentarily stunned. She quickly opened the official website to search. "He looks so young, he must be a sophomore. If you dare to scam me, don't blame this senior for making your life a living hell." She looked up at Su Ping, then back down at her screen, the face on the screen. It's really the same person. Jiang Hengshui looked like she'd seen a ghost, staring at Su Ping with undisguised shock. To be an advanced instructor at such a young age? You'd have to be at least a high-level battle pet warrior to qualify for that position. And what's more, he's a member of what's considered the strongest combat team. Su Ping smiled and said, "Surprised? How could an old hand like me from Phoenix Mountain not recognize him?" After confirming Su Ping's identity, Jiang Hengshui was a little embarrassed. Her earlier suspicion was truly rude. She quickly bowed her head to Su Ping. Su Ping, on the other hand, found this identity very convenient and was quite pleased. He couldn't be bothered with small talk. In the shop, just call me boss. If you want training, go back and get the money ready. Jiang Hengshui was a bit awkward. "You're right, boss, but I don't have that much money." Then, without any more hesitation, she paid Su Ping directly, purchasing the professional training service. With Su Ping's permission, Jiang Han opened her summoning space and called out a pink, pig-like star pet, introducing it as a heavenly fragrance pig. A third-rank bloodline, similar to a fully grown thunder rat, but only possessing third-tier strength. Suddenly, Su Ping received a notification for the payment. It was a huge sum. 1 million was instantly converted into 10,000 energy points. He looked at the notification panel, and his expression changed. Poverty had truly limited his imagination. She just handed over 1 million like it was nothing. It seems Yehao's 500,000 was nothing in comparison. "Boss Su, you don't look so good. Am I not welcome or something? Please don't hold what happened earlier against me. After the training is done, I even want to give you a gift." Su Ping smiled to himself. What a fat sheep, just begging to be fleeced. He waved his hand magnanimously. "Don't worry, I treat all my customers the same. I have to start the training now. If there's nothing else, please leave. You can come back in 1 month to pick up your star pet." Jiang Hengshui was inwardly shocked. Not only did he not care about her disrespect, but he was going to complete the training in just 1 short month. A 7th-rank powerhouse. What a magnanimous expert. She hurriedly expressed her deep respect. "Thank you sincerely, Master Su, for accepting the training." The system popped up a prompt. The upgrade fee has been converted into energy. Remaining energy, 10,048. Su Ping looked at the display, feeling conflicted. Should he upgrade the spirit pool or the store? He analyzed the situation. The fee to enter the Thundercloud Sea Realm for training was 1,000 energy points. To evolve into a Thunder Rat, he'd need to go at least twice, but he didn't have enough energy for that. The professional training opportunity was a one-time thing. He had to be careful. If he used this energy to upgrade the nursing pens, he could increase the chances of drawing a Beast King. Our hero was extremely hesitant. Suddenly, the system's screen changed, displaying new information. The training ground entrance fee can be paid later. Star pets that haven't been taken for training can rest. The nursing pens are only needed after the training is complete. The primary shadow clone will simulate the host's actions, carrying out the training as usual. However, each use of the clone costs 50% of the fee. Su Ping couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this function a little too awesome?" Although regular nursing only brings in 50 points, if he consistently gets 10 orders a day, he can make back the cost in 20 days. While Su Ping was still pondering, a crowd appeared outside the pet store, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. The incident at the academy yesterday had become widely known. The crowd flooded into the store, everyone wanting to board their pets for training. Seeing this, Su Ping smiled faintly and, without hesitation, pressed the store upgrade button. Don't worry, I can take them all. He was now entering the training ground, star fragment number 9527. It's a place suitable for nurturing fire-type pets, with 30 revivals available over 7 days. Upon being teleported, the moment his feet touched the ground, he knew he'd arrived at the nursing ground. To unlock the shadow clone function for the first time, he needed to conduct one complete training session himself. Seeing this, Su Ping immediately activated the clone. After using 200 energy points, a purple shadow suddenly emerged from his body. It gradually separated from him. A moment later, a purple Su Ping appeared amidst a group of pets. This shadow clone would be connected to his consciousness, training the pets in his place. The shadow clone would inherit a portion of his personality and intelligence. Its ability to act independently is generally simpler. The crucial point in star pet training lies in the environment. The denser the fire elemental properties, the more beneficial it is for cultivating fire-type star pets. A short while later, Su Ping arrived at an underground lava lake. Before him was nothing but fire and lava, heated to 2,000 degrees. All around were nothing but scorched black rocks. He said with satisfaction, "This place is perfect." Su Ping suddenly crouched down by a rock and slowly reached a finger toward the lava below. He was ready to pull his hand back at any moment, but the instant he made contact, he discovered it wasn't as painful as he had imagined. This temperature was completely tolerable for him. He had encountered fire before when fighting Baize, but that temperature was hot enough to burn a person to death, and it had even activated his Golden Crow Fiend God body. Could this be because of the Golden Crow Fiend God body? Well, I can revive anyway, so I might as well test it. With that thought, Su Ping immediately plunged his hand into the lava. Just as he expected, he wasn't burned. Instead, the fire element was as docile as if it had been tamed. He himself was a fiend god. He loved fire, and the flame was the innate bloodline of the Golden Crow. Driven by curiosity, Su Ping accidentally discovered the secret of the Golden Crow's bloodline. Suddenly, his shadow clone on the side also began to learn. Su Ping looked at his burning clone and reminded it, "This isn't something you're supposed to copy." Then, he stepped directly into the lava pool, his clothes instantly vaporizing from the heat. He ordered his shadow clone, "Time is precious. Throw all the astral pets down to train." Su Ping discovered that the fire elements in the lava seemed to be slowly flowing into his body, being absorbed by him. "This is so comfortable. It feels like I'm both recharging and enjoying a hot spring." But behind him, a group of pets were in complete chaos. Pushed into the lava pool by his clone, they were all terrified. It was unbearable. The moment they entered, they were burned to a crisp. Su Ping felt helpless. "Aren't you all fire-type astral pets? Show some spirit." He directly chose to resurrect them on the spot. The pets, revived in midair, fell back down and died again before they even realized they were alive. Su Ping used his contract to force them to jump several more times. Their terrified cries echoed continuously. Su Ping's training method was simple and brutal, with no communication, forcing them to face life and death. Faced with life, death, and the pain of burning alive, even the laziest pets with the worst potential had no choice but to force themselves to evolve. They all rapidly grew stronger. When the training ended, Su Ping returned to his shop in an instant. The customers who had left their pets with him cheered with delight when they saw the results. They had learned intermediate-level pet skills in just one day. Passers-by saw this and eagerly rushed in, wanting to buy astral pets as well. Looking at the clamoring crowd of customers, Su Ping was in a great mood. "Everyone, please form a line. One by one, everyone will get a turn." After the rush, the system announced an income of over 25,000, which automatically converted into 258 energy points. His remaining balance was now 11,650 points. At first, the protagonist needed 20 days to gather enough energy, but unexpectedly, he did it in just a few days. Even the nursing pens weren't enough. The money in his pocket had to be spent. He frantically mashed the button to buy more. Suddenly, the system prompted, "Nursing pens have reached the limit of 25. No more can be purchased. Would the host like to upgrade to level 2? The upgrade cost is 1,000 points each." His face instantly darkened. "This system is trying to trick me into spending money again." He quickly indicated he wouldn't upgrade. "Save money where you can." Su Ping looked at the frosty beast. The main task now was to complete its professional training. The entry ticket and the high-level nursing area were so expensive. It would be a huge loss to only train this one pig. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. "System, I want to upgrade the Chaos Incubation Pool." In an instant, the system signaled that 10,000 energy points had been deducted, leaving 1,650 points. The first time, Su Ping had incubated the little skeleton. This time, he chose to upgrade the pool before incubating again. He wondered what the result would be this time. As the energy points vanished, the 4 pillars of the incubation pool lit up with a brilliant glow, much more intense than before. Su Ping could feel that the surrounding astral power was 10 times denser than before. After the upgrade was complete, the system reminded him, there is a very low probability of getting a Beast King. Each incubation costs 1,000 points. That's so expensive. He stood before the pool, clasped his hands, and prayed, "Spirits of heaven and earth, hear my plea." Su Ping took a deep breath and decided to start the incubation. "I'm not asking for a Beast King, just give me at least a 6th rank pet." The moment Su Ping started the incubation, the sky suddenly changed color. Blood-red lightning flashed, and the entire area below plunged into darkness. It struck directly at the chaos incubation pool, accompanied by the sound of rushing air. Then, the dense energy within the incubation pool began to pour out frantically. Within that dark red energy, the silhouette of a dragon suddenly appeared, along with the sound of roaring dragons. Su Ping stared in shock at the scene before him. The sheer scale of this phenomenon left him momentarily stunned. A stream of energy enveloped the central core. As the energy receded, the pet's form was fully revealed. Su Ping was astonished to find it was a Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast, a 9th rank fire-type dragon. Its current combat power was at the 3rd rank, and it had mastered the skills Dragon's Breath and Dragon's Might. Su Ping couldn't help but stroke the Candle Dragon Beast's head. My wish really came true. 9th rank, just one more level up and it'll become a Beast King. What an amazing bloodline. The Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast immediately flew into a rage, opening its mouth to let out a furious dragon's roar. It was as if it was warning Su Ping that the dignity of the dragon race did not permit others to touch its head. The Candle Dragon Beast suddenly spewed fire at Su Ping, aiming its attack right at him. He thought to himself, "This little dragon has quite a temper." Su Ping suddenly reached out and clamped his hand around the dragon's mouth. Inside his shop, he was invincible. He effortlessly lifted the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast and threatened, "Sign a contract with me." The Candle Dragon Beast suddenly sensed danger, its eyes frantically signaling submission. As the blood-red sigil of the Spirit Beast contract entered the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast's forehead, Su Ping instantly felt a small consciousness added to his own. The contract was a success. Suddenly, Su Ping received a message. There was a public lecture for students in the afternoon, and he needed to be at Fengshan Academy early. Someone was already waiting for our hero. The director of the combat department grumbled through clenched teeth. It's the very first day of class, and he's already showing such disregard for discipline. This can't be overlooked. Luo Gushui, who was beside him, quickly explained, "Instructor Su isn't familiar with the roads. He might have gotten lost." "Director, why don't you head to class first?" The director's dissatisfaction suddenly erupted. "I've only been gone for a few days, and the combat department has already come to this. I heard you were the one who recommended this newcomer. You didn't even inform me beforehand. Are you the commander of the combat department now?" This was Su Ping's first time attending a class as an instructor. Class was about to start, and still, no one had arrived, and the director of the combat department took his frustration out directly on Luo Guxue. She quickly said, "If Su Ping is late, I'll take full responsibility." She worried inwardly. "Su Ping, you have to get here soon." Suddenly, with a loud crash, Su Ping jumped down from out of nowhere, making a ridiculously flashy entrance. The director of the combat department next to him looked suspiciously at the young man before him. "Are you the new guy?" Su Ping recalled his bamboo dragon beast. He thought to himself that he was lucky to have made it just in time, all thanks to riding the bamboo dragon. Out loud, he smiled and said, "That would be me." In the classroom, Su Lingyue was focused on her training, while her classmates were gathered in small groups, gossiping. The combat department had a new instructor who was exceptionally young, and there was no information about him online. The chatter was endless, interrupting Su Lingyue's training. She frowned and said, "A young person can be a teacher. It just means they're skilled. Instead of wasting time talking, you should be training. Is your dream to become a high-level instructor? You're so naive. Do you really think you can become an instructor just by training?" Suddenly, the teachers walked in. Luo Guxue spoke first. "Everyone quiet down. Class is starting. This public lecture will be taught by the director of the combat department and myself, covering materials on the wasteland. Instructor Su will be assisting." The young students immediately cried out in surprise. "That teacher Su isn't much older than us, and he's already an instructor." The student next to Ye Hao disagreed. "What's the big deal? With the power of our god Ye Hao, he could easily do the same in a couple of years." As one of Su Ping's top generals, Ye Hao was utterly mortified. He quickly coughed a few times, signaling his friend to shut up. Meanwhile, Su Lingyue's mind was reeling. She shot straight up from her seat and yelled his name. Why is he up there? This has to be a mistake, right? Suddenly, a student raised his hand and asked, I heard you're the one who slayed the demon beast. Is that true? Can you tell us the details? This question seemed to voice what everyone in the room was thinking. Whispers immediately broke out, because most people who saw the demon beast were already dead. Su Ping frowned and quickly waved his hands. He signaled for everyone to be quiet. He said slowly, Of course I can tell you, but that's not the focus of today's lesson. When I have the chance, I'll explain it in more detail. The director sneered. Only been here a day, and you're already playing hard to get? The crowd grew noisy again. Come on, show us what you've got. Otherwise, how can you prove you're qualified to teach us? Ye Hao thought to himself. I'm also really curious about what his true strength is. How did he train his battle pet to become so powerful? But Su Lingyue felt like her brother was completely screwed. What could my recently awakened brother possibly have to do with a demon beast? He's going to be so embarrassed. But Luo Guxue spoke up. I can vouch for Su Ping's strength. The director beside her cut her off directly. Luo, just let him perform. Besides, your recent performance hasn't been very convincing either. Hearing this, the students below burst into laughter. Everyone knew the story of how Luo Guxue was nearly killed by the demon beast. At this moment, she couldn't argue back, and could only resentfully apologize to the director. But Su Ping's gaze suddenly turned serious. The director said to Su Ping, Teacher Su, how about you give us a little demonstration? We wouldn't want rumors spreading that you got this job through connections. Su Ping sighed internally. Whether it's in the military or an academy, they just won't let me live in peace. He immediately raised his hand and opened his summoning space. He added a warning, be careful what you wish for. A small skeleton leaped out from the summoning space. Everyone, who had been waiting with bated breath, instantly burst out laughing. The director also chuckled. Just don't attack the students. Anything else is fine by me. I'll take responsibility. Su Ping commanded, hold back a little. Don't hurt anyone. The lights in its eye sockets flickered erratically. The little skeleton slowly drew its blade. By now, Su Lingyue was so embarrassed she couldn't even look at anyone. She was screaming in her mind. What can this low-level creature even do? Is this Fengshan's got talent? Just then, the little skeleton's entire body began to radiate a black energy. It enveloped its bony frame, like a demon king radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. It swiftly drew its blade and slashed at the empty ground in front of it. A black blade aura shot out over 10 meters, instantly tearing a gaping fissure in the ground. Sizzling smoke rose from the slash, and the ground continued to tremble. Everyone cried out in shock once again. At this moment, they finally understood why this young man could be a senior instructor. The sword technique this little skeleton displayed was enough to make countless high-level elites cry for help. Little Skeleton slowly and skillfully retracted its stance. A single slash shocked the entire field. The students in the front row were so terrified that even the fine hairs on their bodies trembled. How terrifying. This isn't a move a level 1 little skeleton should possess, is it? Meanwhile, Ye Hao wore a grim expression. Even if the Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon Beast were here, it probably wouldn't survive 2 moves. Su Lingyue stared blankly at the scene, at this low-tier undead creature. How could it have such power? Didn't my useless brother just awaken his abilities? Su Ping glanced over the crowd. Addressing all the students, he slowly said, Is that enough, or do you need another demonstration? Off to the side, Luo Guxue couldn't help but cover her mouth. To hide a giggle, the director hurriedly spoke up. Stop fooling around. This classroom is made of special materials. It can all withstand a level 8 bombardment, yet it was shattered by a single slash from that little skeleton. Seeing this, Su Ping opened a spatial rift and recalled Little Skeleton. Anyone else not convinced? Raise your hand. You're welcome to come up and discuss it. The entire class was dead silent. No one dared to make a sound. Seeing this, Su Ping spoke again. Why are you all looking down and saying nothing? If no one has any more objections, then let's begin the lesson. The students below immediately nodded. Soon after, the class proceeded in an orderly fashion. After class, the students remarked, This is the quietest class I've ever been in. You could even hear a strand of hair falling to the ground. But no one was thinking or taking notes, because everyone's attention was completely fixed on the crack left by the little skeleton. After class, Su Ping was driven back to his pet store. The dignified vice principal was personally chauffeuring an instructor home. This is too courteous. Dong Mingsong laughed heartily. I heard your first lesson made the students quite obedient. Indeed, you are a top-tier talent of our Phoenix Peak Academy. Su Ping quietly opened the door, wondering to himself, what is this old fox planning? He didn't just come to hang out with me, did he? Suddenly, a man walked over and greeted Su Ping enthusiastically. Brother Su, long time no see. It was the Rankers, Jin Shun, and Ye Chenshan. The three of them entered the store for tea. Su Ping suddenly asked, why is it so quiet this afternoon? There isn't a single customer. Ye Chenshan explained, I have a matter to discuss with Brother Su. So I had my people clear this street. I will compensate you for any lost revenue. Su Ping gave a sly grin. Clearing out customers, huh? Vice Principal, my friend has something to discuss. But Dongming Song stammered. Actually, I also have business with Instructor Su. Before long, the World Championship will be held the Elite League, which is organized once every 3 years. Only battle pet masters with a spirit power below level 7 can participate. Besides the grand prize, the champion will also be personally mentored by a legendary battle pet master. All past champions have successfully advanced to the titled level. A few of them have even become legendary battle pet masters themselves, revered by all and capable of protecting an entire continent. If Instructor Su wishes to participate, I can approve a 1-year leave of absence with full pay and benefits. Any prize money from the tournament is, of course, yours to keep. Su Ping directly refused. I have no intention of competing for now. Dongming Song was momentarily stunned. As a battle pet master, you're not interested in the Elite League? Su Ping thought to himself. Am I some kind of hot-headed kid? If I win the championship, the whole world will know about me. With my current reputation, I can already make enough money. Gaining more fame might attract unwanted attention. It's safer to level up using the system. Beside him, Ye Chenshan suddenly shook his head and sighed. I originally intended to invite Brother Su to explore a secret realm together, but it's a pity you don't plan to join the Elite League. In that case, forget it, Su Ping asked, puzzled. What's a secret realm? Dongming Song couldn't help but inquire. Are you referring to the 3 great secret realms exclusive to the Asian sector? Exploring a secret realm in secret? Dongming Song's words revealed some knowledge of the matter. Ye Chenshan immediately grew suspicious. This is a secret known only to pioneers and below. How do you know about it? Dongming Song stroked his beard and chuckled. Before I retired, this old man was considered a semi-gold medal pioneer. Su Ping, however, was completely lost. He said, stop speaking in riddles and just tell me. The common star rifts lead to ordinary star systems. Even if you find treasures there, they're just ores or primitive creatures. But the 3 great star rifts, Longtai Mountain, Golden Cocoon River, and Demon God's Home, are all places that once housed civilizations, some even surpassing our blue star, though they have long since perished. It's said the divine artifacts excavated from there are priceless. A small one can't be bought with money, and a large one could change the world. They might even help us understand the universe. Su Ping was in disbelief, exclaiming, they're that powerful? That's a whole other dimensional concept. Dongming Song slowly added a warning. They are guarded by countless monsters and secret traps. Numerous powerful experts have tried to explore them, only to never return. That's why the secret realms were sealed off by the federal government before the tournament was established. Globally, they only open the safer areas for the Elite League competitors. Ye Chenshan lowered his head and sighed. That's right, this Ye. I was fortunate enough to obtain a slot to explore the Dragon Platform Mountain secret realm, and I'm currently looking for teammates. Because of this, it's a shame Brother Su has no intention of participating in the tournament, but Su Ping said it himself. Although, I'm not interested in the tournament. But both Ye Chenshan and Vice Leader Tong's eyes lit up, waiting for Su Ping to speak. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, the system's training grounds cover everything imaginable, so this Dragon Platform Mountain secret realm might just be one of them. Those unknown beasts and traps are nothing in the face of the system's infinite revivals. Suddenly, he grinned and said, I can consider this secret realm. By the time he finished talking with the 2 of them, night had already fallen. The customers who had been waiting all day outside wanted to come in for business. Su Ping smiled and waved his hand, saying, sorry, for those whose turn it hasn't come, please come back tomorrow. The store is about to close. Hearing this, the customers who were always lined up decided to rent a hotel nearby, determined to arrange for their pets to be trained. After closing the shop, Su Ping couldn't help but stretch a bit. He wasn't used to the sudden business boom during the day, which left him with no time to cultivate. Suddenly, he signaled the system to open the training interface. Ye Chenshan's mention of the secret realm that afternoon had really caught his attention. He quickly said, help me search for the Dragon Platform Mountain secret realm. The system replied coldly, Query returned no results. Su Ping was a bit surprised. Then find all high-level cultivation sites that contain dragons. Suddenly, the system projected an illusionary training ground that matched the criteria. Dragon King's Legacy Land. Ticket price 2,000 energy points. After learning of the secret realm's existence, Su Ping took advantage of the quiet night to investigate it immediately. The system had filtered out the Dragon King's legacy from its database. Su Ping thought to himself, looking at this dragon skeleton, this must be it. He asked curiously, is there any difference between a legacy secret realm and other training grounds? The system displayed the answer. A legacy illusionary realm is, as the name suggests, an illusion. The host cannot bring anything out except for combat training experience. He asked again, an illusion. And yet its ticket price is more than double that of the Thundercloud Sea realm and the chaotic realm of the undead? What's the reason for it being so expensive? Every legacy site has a king's soul residing within, waiting for a strong warrior to pass the trial and inherit its legacy. King souls have a completely different level of existence. They aren't places just anyone can enter. Su Ping silently scoffed. So, the king's soul can't be replicated, but other treasures can, he thought for a moment. The ticket was too expensive. It would be a huge waste to only bring little skeleton inside. Su Ping went to the nursery room to look at the star pets resting there. Suddenly, he remembered the little white dog. When he first arrived at the store, the owner of this dog had left it here for too long and hadn't come back to claim it. In this case, either the hound's owner was dead or the dog had been abandoned. Either way, this dog was his now. Su Ping tried to touch the dog, attempting to form a contract with it. Very quickly, the contract sigil formed, and their consciousnesses connected. Of course, the contract was a success. Emergency Professional 1. Type is Combat System. Combat Power Level 1. Lowest of the low-tier aptitude. Skills are Howl and Bite. Su Ping sighed internally. His previous guess was completely correct. Its owner had probably met an untimely end. You've been eating my food for so long. From now on, just follow me and do your best. He then opened his summoning space and recalled the moon-chasing hound. Next, having already died 10 times in other places, Su Ping took the dragon beast, the frost centipede, little skeleton, and the newly contracted moon-chasing hound into the Dragon King's legacy land. This time, upon reviving, he found himself standing on a stretch of sprawling bones. It was a colossal dragon skeleton, over 1,000 meters long, powerful and majestic, carrying an indescribable, ancient aura. Su Ping looked up to assess it, and while surprised, he also felt that this image was somewhat familiar. A deep, ancient voice echoed, shaking the entire surrounding space. Have you all come here to accept my legacy trial? Su Ping immediately knew it was a construct of this legacy illusion. The Dragon King's spirit was speaking. Su Ping knew this was part of the system's setup. To enter the legacy land's trial quickly, he answered concisely, accept. The next moment, Su Ping felt the space tremble, and golden light radiated from the ground. The giant dragon that was just a dry skeleton a moment ago had been revived. From the ground right at Su Ping's feet, a massive pillar rose, looking like a pagoda with a total of 9 floors. Su Ping hurriedly asked, "What is this?" Suddenly, a segment of the King Spirit's voice appeared in Su Ping's mind. The 9-story dragon pillar. 9 is the highest level. Climbing to the 9th floor is considered achieving the qualification to be a candidate for the legacy. Su Ping asked doubtfully, "Just the qualification to be a candidate? How do I get the inheritance?" When I fell, my flesh and blood splattered, and my scattered scales transformed into 109 continents that became land. But the lands of the dragon scales have been corrupted, giving birth to countless demons. You must purify all the demons within so that I can restore my king's soul. Those who reach the 9th floor will have to undergo the final legacy trial. After learning the entire inheritance process, Su Ping couldn't help but marvel at how overly complex this Dragon King's legacy trial was. But for an existence of this level, far surpassing a king beast, its legacy couldn't be simple or casual. The inheritance was one thing, but cleansing 109 scales, a dragon. This was an incredibly complex and elaborate structure. What they called dragon scales was actually an entire continent, teeming with all kinds of beasts. There were even king-level beasts among them. To completely purify this place, one would need the power of a legendary battle pet. Su Ping composed himself and saw a door beneath the dragon pillar. He led his 4 beasts inside. After entering the dragon pillar, the voice of the king's soul echoed once more. Challengers must learn reverence. Su Ping immediately felt the dragon's might around him grow heavier. It was as if a vicious dragon was staring him down from the surrounding darkness. The psychological illusion caused by this pressure was enough to make anyone want to turn and flee. Suddenly, the agonizing cry of the moon-chasing hound came from up ahead. Su Ping was confused. The moon-chasing hound had followed him in from behind, so why was its cry coming from deeper inside? Immediately, the pained screams of his other pets echoed from all directions. Su Ping froze on the spot. The sounds were coming from different directions. Could this place be haunted? He quickly turned on the flashlight on his watch, illuminating the dark space ahead. Su Ping looked up and saw something emerge from the darkness. They were two enormous, imposing statues. Beside him, even the proud purgatory candle dragon beast was trembling, its scales standing on end. Next to it, the heavenly frost raccoon was terrified. Su Ping wished he could just dig a hole and hide. Feeling a bit helpless, he realized it was an auditory illusion. The very structure of this floor was designed to distort the location of sounds. But this floor couldn't be that simple. What did reverence even mean? Su Ping walked deeper into the dragon pillar and suddenly noticed two statues up ahead. Just as he was thinking how simple the first floor was, the statue beside him silently raised its weapon, aiming for his back. No matter how vigilant Su Ping was, he didn't see it coming. Luckily, Little Skeleton appeared in a flash, blocking the attack. Our protagonist suddenly realized the guardian statue was alive. Did that mean the other one was too? Before he could react, a massive, sharp blade sliced through him, killing him instantly. After our hero was killed in one strike, all of his astral pets were insta-killed as well. The system's notification sound chimed in. Host has died. 9 revivals remaining. Su Ping analyzed the situation in his mind. If he had focused his energy into his primitive battle armor, he might have been able to block that strike. But it was too fast. Fortunately, Little Skeleton had taken the first hit for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even known how he died. He chose to revive on the spot. In an instant, he was returned to his original spot. Su Ping and his pets were once again standing between the two giant statues. Su Ping warily eyed the statues before him, saying nothing. The statues also remained still, unmoving, returning to the state they were in when he first arrived. Su Ping thought for a moment, then turned on his flashlight, his eyes still fixed ahead. The moment the light appeared, the two statues sprang to life, charging towards him at the same time. With their blades aimed, they looked ready to send him on a journey to the afterlife. As Su Ping was trying to figure out a plan, Little Skeleton quickly moved to block the front, its bone blade appearing once again to protect him. This time, Su Ping had an idea. He said slowly, "Little Skeleton, don't move." He raised his hand and turned off the light, and the two statues once again fell silent. The two massive swords stopped just a few centimeters from his body. Su Ping gently touched the tip of a blade, thinking to himself, "That's it." Learning reverence meant not looking directly at the dragon's face. Having figured out the rule, Su Ping didn't hesitate. He continued to feel his way forward in the darkness. His pets followed closely behind, moving in silence. The 5 senses of a battle pet master far exceed those of an ordinary person, especially their ability to sense the flow of astral power around them. Even without their sight, they wouldn't be completely helpless. However, under the immense pressure of the dragon's might in such a large area, while also staying alert for surrounding dangers, it consumed a massive amount of mental energy. Not just any battle pet master could endure this for a long time. Fortunately, he had seen through the rule of the first floor, allowing him to focus entirely on sensing his direction and resisting the pressure. He had trained in other places before and had long since made it a habit. Finding the exit now was as easy as taking something from his pocket. In just a moment, Su Ping reached the exit. Suddenly, a golden dragon beast appeared in the darkness, baring its fangs and claws as it roared at our protagonist. Its roar was powerful, its aura overwhelming. Upon seeing it, the purgatory candle dragon beast's scales all stood on end, and it let out continuous cries of fear. Su Ping, however, keenly sensed the movement. A killing intent was rapidly approaching him. But then he noticed something was off. This killing intent had a flaw. It wasn't coming from a living being. This giant golden dragon was clearly an illusion. An illusion couldn't physically harm him. Although it contained the power of a dragon soul and a fraction of a dragon king's aura, that was all there was to it. As they reached the exit of the first floor, the illusionary dragon soul passed right through the bodies of Su Ping and his pets. Except for Little Skeleton, the other 3 were scared stiff. But his feet didn't slow for a second as he continued onward. Su Ping calmly opened his eyes and heard the voice of the king's soul. "Congratulations." The challenge was cleared, unlocking the second floor. The scene changed, and a slightly exhausted Su Ping returned to his shop. The infernal candle dragon beast's combat power rose to tier 4, and it learned the dragon's roar skill. The moon-chasing hound's combat power hit tier 3, learning the berserk skill. The frosty rat also leveled up to tier 3, gaining an acute toxin skill in addition to its fragrance resistance. The little skeleton's combat power soared to tier 8, and it learned the Dragon Slash skill. Su Ping mused that clearing 8 floors of the Dragon Bone Tower in one go was a pretty decent achievement. After 23 more runs, the Frosty Rat's training was also considered complete. However, the Guardian of the 9th floor had a combat power of tier 9. Even though the tier 8 little skeleton had learned Dragon Slash, a skill that countered dragons, it was still no match. The gap between tier 8 and tier 9 is massive. It seems he'd have to wait for little skeleton to fully absorb the undead king's blood bead to stand a chance. The next morning, as a new day dawned, someone was already lurking suspiciously outside the pet store, determined to expose Su Ping's secret. Su Lingyue thought to herself, that useless brother of mine couldn't even take a single tier 4 punch from me. How could he possibly be an advanced tutor? There's definitely something shady going on here. Just you wait. I'll find out what you're up to. Outside the pet store, a crowd of young people could be seen waiting from a distance. Su Ping was just arriving at his shop on his bike. Su Lingyue wondered, what's going on? Why is he here so early? Didn't he used to open at 1 or 2 in the afternoon? A sharp-eyed student spotted Su Ping and cheered with joy, causing the crowd to immediately swarm towards him. There were many familiar faces, old, regular customers. Su Lingyue silently analyzed the scene. They all seemed to trust her brother implicitly, as if he were their last hope. Could this be some kind of pyramid scheme? Su Ping pushed his bike and calmly reminded them of the old rule. Everyone, form a line. Everyone there responded in unison. Suddenly, Ye Hao's voice cut through the crowd. Could you please make way? Just as the kids were about to refuse, they saw it was Ye Hao and quickly tried to curry favor, saying, "It's young Master Ye. Of course, please come through." Murmurs immediately spread through the crowd. Young Master Ye is here too. The crowd instantly parted to make way for Ye Hao. At that moment, Su Lingyue was completely stunned. Isn't that Ye Hao, the Academy's annual champion, the top third-year student, here to see my useless brother? Did my brother somehow get some dirt on Ye Hao? But just then, Ye Hao emerged from the crowd, respectfully greeted him, and slowly walked over. Su Ping, with a neutral expression, asked, "What's this about?" Ye Hao laughed out loud. "Important people are so forgetful. Don't you remember my silver-winged thunder dragon beast? Maybe 500,000 will jog your memory?" The silver-winged thunder dragon beast was summoned from its space. It opened its mouth slightly, and a sudden gale erupted, whipping everyone's hair around and making their eyes water. The surrounding crowd was blown back several steps by the wind. The silver-winged thunder dragon beast had merely stretched its body, yet it cleared a space in all directions. Such a terrifyingly powerful dragon beast was showing off its might right here. Why did Ye Hao summon his silver-winged thunder dragon beast? Could he be seeking revenge for the exhibition match? A smug look on his face, he grinned and said, "Now that you've seen my handsome and majestic silver-winged thunder dragon beast, do you remember the training session?" Su Ping felt a series of dots appear over his head as he walked his bike to the shop's entrance. And here I thought it was something serious. As he crouched down to lock his bike, he thought, the silver-winged thunder dragon beast is a tier 9 bloodline. System, when will you unlock advanced battle pet training services? The system immediately replied, complete 1 professional training session and upgrade the store to level 3. Su Ping couldn't help but scoff. The prerequisite for upgrading the store was to expand its area to 3,000 square meters. That's ridiculous. Am I opening a store or a factory? When the young people in the crowd saw that even Ye Hao's tier 9 dragon beast was being trained at this store, they instantly felt like they had discovered a trustworthy shop, a hidden treasure, and their spirits soared. But someone spoke up. A tier 9 bloodline is extremely rare. If the owner here has never trained a dragon beast before, isn't this all just empty talk? We've only ever seen the lightning rat and little skeleton. Has anyone ever seen the owner train a high-tier battle pet? Ye Hao also stepped forward and asked, "Don't tell me you've never trained a dragon beast before?" Ye Hao was famous for raising high bloodline battle pets, and his circle of friends was likely the same. If he found out the truth, Su Ping would lose many potential customers. Su Ping raised his hand, tearing open a blood-red summoning space. A smirk played on his lips as he said, "I haven't trained many, just 1 or 2 here and there. I originally wanted to let this one mature first, but I guess I'll have to bring it out now for everyone to have a laugh." A scorching hot aura, accompanied by a foul stench, poured out from the rift, causing everyone to instinctively recoil. Even Su Lingyue, watching from a distance, couldn't help but shudder. What in the world is my brother raising that stinks so bad? The infernal candle dragon beast leaped out of the summoning space, landing right behind Su Ping. Although it wasn't fully grown, it looked incredibly imposing. On Su Ping's command, it opened its massive jaws, instantly unleashing its dragon's might. Just a sliver of its astral power was more than the surrounding people could handle, the sheer force bringing them to their knees. Beside Ye Hao, his heart trembled. The feeling of oppression was intense. As for the silver-winged thunder dragon, it cowered in submission before the higher-class dragon beast. Seeing his own pet, which was clearly a size bigger, act like this, Ye Hao couldn't help but cry out, "What's going on?" Su Ping waved his hand, signaling the inferno dragon to restrain itself, and slowly explained, "Ye Hao, you're mistaken. The reason your silver-winged thunder dragon is submitting isn't because of dragon's might, but because of the absolute suppression from its bloodline." Ye Hao found Su Ping's words hard to believe, simply unimaginable. Just what kind of superior bloodline was this? Su Ping spoke again. Level 9 is a level of immense power. The gap can be even greater than the total strength of levels 1 through 8 combined. A natural bloodline suppression already exists between high and low-level astral pets, and the Dragon Clan is the race with the most dignified hierarchy. The best proof is that your silver-winged thunder dragon needs to learn dragon's might through training, while my inferno dragon was born with it. Hearing this, Ye Hao's face turned pale, then red, and he quickly indicated that he understood. He thought to himself, Boss Su only cultivates level 9 dragon beasts. I must have been out of my mind to question him. Su Ping turned and patted Ye Hao's shoulder lightly. Don't worry, I understand you want to get stronger. When it's your turn, I won't forget you. Hearing this, Ye Hao's face immediately lit up with joy. Meanwhile, Su Ping was laughing inwardly. This fat sheep has walked right into the hot pot. Su Ling Yue, watching from a distance, was so scared her legs went weak. Her recent experiences made her question her life. Was this all a dream? Since when did her brother become so formidable? After the naughty pet store opened, people began to line up in an orderly fashion. Entering the store in order, the first astral pets to set foot inside belonged to owners who had been lining up since the crack of dawn. They were summoned the moment they arrived. Last time, Su Ping had easily awakened their mid-tier pet skills, so this time, their owners wanted to board them again. Seeing the familiar astral pets, our main character rubbed his hands together. Hello, my friends. Do you four remember me? Upon seeing his familiar face, the pet's fur stood on end in unison, and they immediately turned tail and fled. Night fell, and Boss Su, having been busy all day, looked at his earnings with a happy smile. All of today's income had been converted into 43,000 energy points. Su Ping began to ponder. Upgrading the store required 100,000 energy points, and he also needed to complete professional training. Expanding the store to 3,000 square meters. Forget about buying in the city center. Even the cheapest remote suburbs would cost 40 to 50,000 per square meter. That would add up to 150 million. If the upgrade was successful, his earning potential would increase significantly. He could also use it as an excuse to bring his mother and Su Ling Yue to live with him. That way, he could stay at the store all day and enjoy the system's protection. Aside from the ridiculously high price, this deal was better than money growing on trees. But the problem was, how could he earn that much money? He thought about going pioneering, but it was too dangerous. If it weren't for exchanging points for materials to cultivate his golden crow fiend god body, he wouldn't want to go at all. What about a loan? He could use the Inferno Dragon as collateral for a 1 million coin loan, but he wouldn't be able to train it until he paid it back. Then the only thing left to use was his status as an advanced tutor. In the Longjiang base city, in the Upper City District, on the official website for Longjiang's Astral Pet Tutors, the prices for tutors from level 7 to 9 were all over 1 million per hour. Chu Kuang sat in front of his computer, staring at the website, searching for a suitable tutor. He scrolled and scrolled. Why isn't there anyone who can teach undead-type pets? The elite tournament was coming up, and he was in a hurry to train, wanting to make use of the last bit of time. What a scam website. He rested his chin on his hand and sighed. Why is it so hard to train undead-type pets? Suddenly, he glanced down at the notification panel. An account named Longjiang's #1 Handsome had sent him a message. Late night descended upon Longjiang City. A taxi took Su Ping from the slums and into the bustling, prosperous city center. The car stopped in front of a quiet residential complex. Su Ping rarely came to the upper city. The taxi ride alone cost over 1,000 credits. He couldn't help but sigh. Man, just visiting the fancy part of town is expensive. Even if you earn a lot here, the cost of living isn't low either. Su Ping walked up to the entrance of the complex, and several security guards immediately raised their hands to stop him. A middle-aged guard frowned and said, "Judging by your clothes, you're probably not from around here. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden." Hearing someone call him a jobless bum, Su Ping couldn't be bothered to argue. He irritably checked his chat page with Xu Kuang. Looking at this guy's cringy avatar really made him want to puke. He showed his message to the guard and said, "I'm looking for Xu Kuang. Please lead the way." The guard was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. "So you're young Master Shu's guest. Please, this way." At that moment, Xu Kuang was in a sparring session with a level 3 combat robot. Xu Kuang sighed. This intensity isn't enough. The security robot's next action was immediately adjusted to level 4. The advanced bot dashed towards Xu Qiong. Xu Qiong calmly faced it, drawing in spiritual energy with one hand before immediately charging at his opponent. The condensed energy slammed directly into the robot, creating a massive impact. A gaping hole was torn, where the attack landed a clearly fatal blow. After a few more exchanges like this, the robot was completely disabled. Someone at the entrance shouted, "Young Master Xu Qiong, the guest you were expecting has arrived." Filled with anticipation, Xu Qiong hurriedly clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Senior, you finally arrived." Su Ping gazed at the enormous training ground, thinking to himself that the rich really can do whatever they want. This place was just as impressive as the Fengshan competition arena. But upon seeing the newcomer, Xu Qiong felt a surge of doubt. He waved his hand, dismissing the guard. He thought to himself, "What the hell? Why is this guy so young?" Xu Qiong had spent a fortune 10 million Longjiang coins to be personally trained by a top-tier expert. Seeing how young the visitor was, Xu Qiong's face darkened. "Are you an assistant?" he demanded. "Or a student of Longjiang's #1 handsome?" Su Ping modestly introduced himself. "I am Longjiang's #1 handsome." Xu Qiong couldn't help but raise his sharp eyebrows in disbelief. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Your times the senior, Longjiang's #1 handsome?" Su Ping confirmed with a smile. "And you must be Xu Qiong, correct? The file says you specialize in the undead system. It just so happens I know a thing or two about that, so I can guide you." At this, Xu Qiong's face turned grim, and his entire body began to tremble with rage. "Are you kidding me?" he seethed. "You're going to guide times me asterisk? This guy's aura is ordinary. Although I can feel his astral power, it's definitely no stronger than mine. I'm not even sure if I could beat him. Yet, he's putting on an act, spouting all this nonsense. Damn it, he's just a normal guy. And I actually called him senior, and even sent those cute emojis. For the great young master of the Shu family to do that to someone like him. This is so humiliating." Su Ping raised an eyebrow. He knew that being a young shop owner would inevitably lead to being underestimated. "I'd better show him something before I get thrown out of here. Were you just trying to probe my astral power?" Xu Kuang's face darkened. How did he know? His astral power is clearly weaker than mine, so how could he have sensed my probe? Su Ping smiled. "Look at you. Did I hit the nail on the head?" he thought to himself. If I couldn't even sense his probe, all my training in the Chaos Star chart would have been for nothing. Su Ping flicked his finger slightly. "I know you're not convinced. Channel your astral power and try to punch me with your hand." Xu Kuang's pupils contracted as the astral power in his body surged wildly. Is he trying to get hit, just to frame me? "If I throw a real punch, you won't even have the strength to call for help." He smirked. As a top student of the academy, he never once thought he was inferior to the teenager before him. Suddenly, the astral power in Xu Kuang's hand weakened significantly. He was shocked. "What's going on? Why is it harder than ever to condense my astral power? Did I overexert myself just now?" Su Ping's expression was profound. This little brat has no idea my hand is behind all of this. Behind his back, his hand was continuously gathering the surrounding astral power, while Xu Kuang's head throbbed as he gritted his teeth in silence. How did it come to this? My astral power feels like it's frozen. It's right there, but it won't respond to my will. Su Ping suddenly thrust his hand forward with a loud shout. "Ha!" Before Xu Kuang could see clearly, the astral power that had just been released shot towards him. In an instant, he was struck by the astral power and sent flying several meters back. Seeing this, his heart sank. What in the world is happening? Only a true astral power expert should have the ability to influence the flow of surrounding astral power. Those who reach the 9th rank title can even control their own astral power to its absolute limit. Retrieving objects from a distance or even riding the wind is no problem for them. Isn't this guy's astral power supposed to be weaker than mine? But the way my astral power was acting just now was extremely strange. There's no doubt the person in front of me caused it. Could it be he's intentionally hiding his true power? Could there really be such a young, high-level expert in this world? Only 9th rank experts are qualified to be granted a title by the Federation. Each title represents absolute mastery in a certain field. Xu Kuang finally spoke up, slowly and cautiously asking, "May I ask, what is Senior's title?" The protagonist silently assessed him. This young master is pretty smart. He even knows to ask about my title. But he couldn't talk too much about this, or he might expose himself. You are not yet worthy to ask for my title. If you're still not convinced, we can go another 2 rounds. Hearing this, Shu Kuang said decisively, then please enlighten me, senior. Just then, 2 undead-type pet beasts crawled out from a spatial rift. Shu Kuang wasted no more time and sent a mental command for his pet beasts to attack Su Ping. The protagonist took a step back into a defensive stance, assessing them. Both are 6th rank bloodlines, the Titlemire 3-corpse beast and the Soul Guard beast. The 2 summoned spirit pets immediately made their move, spreading a cloud of gray mist around them. Su Ping looked at the spreading mist and thought, it's a smokescreen to obstruct my vision. Suddenly, the Titlemire 3-corpse beast lunged out of the mist. Its body looked like a giant composed of many different parts. Su Ping was already in a defensive stance to dodge the attack. Evading the first strike from the swamp crawler, he couldn't help but sigh. Its name already tells you its preferred combat environment. Even though it's a 6th rank beast, there's no swamp here. Attacking on this hard, dry gravel, it can't use its full potential. It's at a disadvantage. At best, it's at the 5th rank. And during my training in the Dragon King's Legacy Land, I constantly fought using the Golden Crow, God Demon body. I can now stably unleash 70% of the form's power. Even if it's not perfect, my actual combat power is at the mid-6th rank. He raised his hand and grasped a golden light that only he could see, then swung his arm, slashing through the space in front of him. The spirit pet's muddy arm was instantly severed. Shu Kuang's pet beast let out a shriek and collapsed to the ground. Shu Kuang was completely stunned by this turn of events. A casual swing from the teenager in front of him took it down. Shu Kuang summoned a pool of water to let it recover. The battle was not going as he had planned. He had wanted to use the soft thighs of the Titlemire 3-corpse beast as cushions to muffle its footsteps as it approached Su Ping. The protagonist chuckled. Nice idea, but without the skill to avoid the side effects, it's just a theory. At the same time, the thick fog from the Soul Guard beast gradually spread out, and in a moment, it had completely enveloped Su Ping. He sneered, "You dare to just sit there and wait? Let's see how I drag you out." In the land of the Dragon King's legacy, he had always heard the roar of the dragon soul. This time, let's see how powerful it is if I imitate a dragon's roar. He suddenly took a deep breath, preparing to strengthen his throat into something else. Su Ping took a deep breath, filling his lungs, and in the next moment, unleashed everything he had just inhaled. The celestial power of his attack was even amplified by sound. The guardian soul beast that was hit couldn't help but stumble back several dozen meters, letting out a roar. Even Shu Kuang, who was far away, watched with wide eyes. Is this a dragon's roar? How can a human possibly produce the roar of a dragon beast? The moment they were hit by the dragon's roar, both of Shu Kuang's astral pets fell unconscious. It was clear that Su Ping had won this round, and he hadn't even summoned his own pet yet. Su Ping slowly took a breath, simultaneously retracting his technique. He thought to himself, these 2 astral pets are low-level opponents for me, even though I used my full power to unleash that dragon's roar. But it's a fake after all. Its power is at most 20% of the original, but it's more than enough to scare these little brats. Shu Kuang, shaken, kept backing away. Isn't that a high-level dragon beast's pet skill? How can a battle pet master possess it? How can a human body produce such a powerful sound? Su Ping smiled. It's just a matter of strengthening the body a bit with astral power. Nothing strange. You're 2 adorable dragon beasts. Although their combat skills are very weak, their physique and aptitude aren't too bad. Shu Kuang was momentarily speechless. He called my undead pets adorable? What a discerning eye. Shu Kuang was as excited as if he'd found a kindred spirit. Using undead pets is so satisfying. Besides, most battle pet masters don't know much about fighting them, and watching them get caught off guard is doubly satisfying. Suddenly, he became angry. It's just that the process of raising undead pets is too difficult, and I'm ostracized and looked down upon by my classmates. Even the teacher in class looks at me strangely. The most unbearable thing is that knowledge about undead pets is as scarce as sifting for gold in a desert. You have to sift for 7,749 days just to find a single grain. It's my lucky day to meet you, senior. It truly feels like we were fated to meet, but far too late. Su Ping frowned and interrupted him. I noticed it before. You win based on the advantage of your astral pets. This one trick of yours works against low-level or same-level opponents. But once you meet someone who knows what they're doing, your weak tactics will be exposed immediately. His voice was very calm, but every word made Shu Kuang's expression change. He knew Su Ping was completely right. "Senior, what do you think I should do?" Suddenly, Su Ping pulled out a lotus flower from his pocket that radiated a green aura. Shu Kuang immediately recognized the item. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Isn't this the legendary Nether King's bone lotus?" Su Ping smiled. "Exactly. This thing can enhance the comprehension ability of undead-type pets. Only by mastering enough skills can you turn the tide of battle, or execute various different tactics. Of course, I will also tutor you on your command abilities." Shu Kuang smiled joyfully and cupped his fists. "Someone once offered 5 million on the market for this, and couldn't even buy it. You feed this to undead pets. Are you planning to use it as a greeting gift for me?" Su Ping roared directly. "A gift? Are you kidding me? The 9th rank tutoring fee is 10 million. The pet food is priced separately at 1,200,000, and the taxi fare here was 3,604. Pay before you receive the service, please. Since you have a good eye for things, I can sell you more undead-type pet food in the future." Shu Kuang couldn't help but drool. He exclaimed internally, "The King's Bone Lotus is only selling for 1,200,000? Even with all the costs combined, it's still much lower than the market price for a King's Bone Lotus. And he even intends to be a long-term supplier. This is an absolute steal for me." Shu Kuang hurriedly nodded in agreement, happily thanking Su Ping. Su Ping, Longjiang's #1 handsome man, was now ready to end the tutoring session. He even professionally instructed his student, "Remember, next time your pet faces a flying pet, first, cast a few more layers of the bone prison to block its attacks, which you can also use for a counterattack. Finally, use the mist to draw out the blood spirit transformation field and slowly wear it down." Shu Kuang seriously wrote down Su Ping's instructions, while Su Ping nodded casually. "That's it, I'm leaving." Shu Kuang stood by the car to see him off. "Senior." And just like that, the two parted ways. Suddenly, as Shu Kuang watched the taxi leave, he was startled to realize he hadn't gotten his senior's contact information. The car took Su Ping home. As soon as he opened the door, his mother saw him, lost interest in the TV, and asked with concern, "Why are you home so late today?" Su Ping looked at the table full of food. "Is today some kind of holiday? There are so many dishes." He silently mocked that little brat, Su Ling Yue. "Usually, she only leaves me leftovers." He instinctively glanced at his sister, sitting on the sofa. After a hard day's work, there's nothing better than a hot meal made by mom. Su Ping quickly finished his meal and went upstairs to his room. As before, Su Ping began to cultivate. As he cultivated, he thought, "Today, thanks to the boost from my level 1 Golden Crow Fiend God body, I was able to display 6th rank combat power. But if I encounter someone skilled in tactics, who knows how to unleash the full power of those 2 6th rank astral pets, I'll have to rely on Little Skeleton. My own strength is still not enough to be confident, but right now I'm stuck at the 3rd rank bottleneck, just relying on cultivating the Chaos Star Force chart. I'm afraid it will take several more weeks to break through to the 4th rank. If I could buy an Origin Force pill. But the system store is a different story. System, open the store for me. Asterisk, ding, asterisk, the store opened. As expected, it wasn't among the displayed items. He sighed to himself. Sure enough, the Divine Power Pill wasn't that easy to come by. It costs 100 points to refresh the displayed items. Should I give it a try? The moment the points were deducted, new products appeared. Su Ping looked over the items one by one. The most valuable was a set of intermediate beast rings. Su Ping checked the details. The item was used to capture wild beasts alive. It seemed like a good tool, but the higher the beast's level, the lower the capture rate. Even if Little Skeleton couldn't defeat a level 9 beast, this item gave him a 25% chance of handling it. It was truly a divine artifact. Just in case, he hit the buy button. The system immediately refreshed the item list. He instantly flew into a rage. Why did it refresh so quickly? This time, there was neither a wild beast's eye nor a divine power pill. Instead, there was a small book with a sky-high price. Beginner Battle Pet Master Skill Book, Spirit Control. Su Ping couldn't help but gasp. Damn it, it costs 50,000 energy points. What the hell is Spirit Control? It's just a beginner-level skill. If I buy it and can't use it, I'll be completely broke. But what if it's an insanely overpowered ability? Then again, what if the system refreshes and the divine power pill appears? Was this thing really worth buying? In the end, he made his choice. Su Ping decided to buy it. After all, it was a skill book for a battle pet master. Surely he'd be able to use it once he bought it. The moment the energy points were deducted, Su Ping felt the essence of the universe envelop his brain, seeking to penetrate it. He silently sank into that sea of knowledge. When Su Ping came to, he had no idea how much time had passed. He knew something had changed and wanted to test it. Su Ping stretched his arm toward his desk. He merely thought the command, and suddenly, the glass of water levitated into the air and flew right into his hand. Su Ping's eyes widened, and he couldn't hide his excitement. He couldn't believe a beginner-level skill was this powerful. In a real battle, this move alone could let him pass as a high-level expert. To put it simply, the spirit control skill used spiritual energy to control objects from a distance. In other words, to use spiritual energy to influence external objects, one must compress and condense a large amount of it. This process had to be repeated continuously until the spiritual energy was tempered into a solid form. Once fully solidified, this spiritual energy could easily destroy things and even create solid objects. This was the power of a titled level, a level 9 battle pet master. No one below level 9 possessed such control over their spiritual energy, let alone the ability to solidify it. At most, they could only release a faint amount of spiritual energy to augment their bodies or equipment. Without an object to attach to, this energy would quickly dissipate, let alone affect moving objects. I can't believe the spirit control skill directly gave me the ability to solidify spiritual energy. Su Ping felt like this system was full of premium-grade goods. He decided to test it again. He wanted to find his limit. Su Ping's blood boiled as he gritted his teeth and began to channel all the spiritual energy in his body. Suddenly, the bed beneath him began to vibrate. Just moving it this much felt incredibly strenuous. He thought to himself, right now, my spiritual energy can probably only generate about 100 kilograms of force. It's far from enough for combat. He sighed in frustration. He had originally planned to exchange for a yuan power pill to increase his spiritual energy, and now he felt the lack of it even more. Time flew by. A few days later, early in the morning, Su Ping was speeding down the road on his iron horses. Suddenly, ding, he received a message. You have a seminar at 2 p.m. Please arrange your schedule accordingly to avoid being late. He pushed down hard on the pedals, moving even faster than a car. Onlookers who noticed his speed were astonished. Su Ping thought to himself that it was because he'd mastered using spirit control to slightly levitate the wheels, allowing him to achieve this effect. There was still so much more potential to unlock with spirit control. Where Su Ping was headed, in front of the Phoenix Mountain Academy gate, 7 or 8 young men were surrounding 2 of its students. I hear there's a guy in your academy named Ye Hao. He's supposed to be a real big shot, isn't he? You guys know him? Feeling threatened, the Phoenix Mountain students took a defensive stance. Their leader, Huang, said, "Of course we do. Who are you people? And what business do you have with young Master Ye?" Hearing this, the thugs smacked him on the head. "If you know him, then hurry up and get him out here to welcome us." "Don't you know who we are? We're from Jianlan Academy." The other Jianlan students laughed, enjoying the spectacle. Unable to stand the humiliation, the other student shoved the thug hard. "What's so tough about picking on us? If you're really that capable, go find young Master Yi yourselves and see if he'd even give you the time of day." The Jianlan student immediately twisted his arm back, saying smugly, "You dare to fight back? Looks like you need to be taught a lesson." As soon as the words left his mouth, a loud times crack times echoed, followed by a horrific scream. The student's arm had been broken. His cronies laughed. "So, are you willing to go get Ye Hao now?" The Phoenix Mountain student had no choice but to agree and leave. Looking for Ye Hao, the ringleader propped one foot against the wall, blocking their path. "What do you want? Weren't you the ones who wanted me to find Ye Hao?" The guy across from him laughed. "Haha, what else? You think you can just shove us big shots and get away with it? Crawl through my legs to get in." The Jianlan students quickly chimed in. "Why bother with trash from Fengshan? Crawl through, quick." Haha. Of course, the 2 students from Fengshan Academy wouldn't accept the humiliation and resisted with all their might. "You can hit me, but you can't insult Fengshan. We are not trash." The long-haired guy next to him sneered threateningly. "What a strange request you have. I'll grant it for you." Just as he was about to throw a punch, a hand suddenly shot out and grabbed his wrist tightly. It was clearly Su Ping. He slowly opened his mouth. "Let them go." A group of Jianlan students angrily retorted, "Who the hell are you?" Su Ping's gaze shifted, and he gently applied pressure with his hand. The long-haired guy screamed in pain and knelt on the ground. He spoke again. "I said, let them go." After saying that, Su Ping released him. The group of Jianlan students glared at him coldly. Diane said tensely, "Hey, you've got some nerve touching one of us from Jianlan, huh? How interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, a few thugs slowly surrounded Su Ping. The Fengshan student immediately recognized Su Ping and was so shocked he almost called him Instructor Su. But Su Ping signaled for him to be quiet, then smiled faintly and gestured for them to leave. Hearing Su Ping, Diane raised an eyebrow. "Are you also a student from Fengshan?" The Jianlan students saw Su Ping panting and started to laugh. This guy is still riding a vintage bicycle from the last century, and he's panting like that? I'm dying of laughter. You ride a bike like that and still try to play the hero? But Su Ping paid no mind to these snot-nosed kids, slowly taking a breath to regulate his breathing. After all, rushing all the way here had consumed a lot of his stamina and energy. Dai Yan stuck both hands in his pockets and propped his foot on the front wheel of Su Ping's bicycle. I think later on, the raging diamondback ape let out a series of continuous roars. Seeing this, Su Ping sighed inwardly. What a pain. If I wasn't getting paid by Feng Shan, I wouldn't want to get involved. He glanced at his watch. Class was about to start. Su Ping said, "Can you all just come at me at once? I'm in a hurry." Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, old Dong, I heard you have a so-called genius student named Ye Hao. He's only in his 3rd year, but has already easily reached level 5, and his control over his silver-winged thunder dragon is quite masterful. On the left was Fei Yanbei, a senior instructor from Jianlan Academy, and on the right was vice principal Zhu Wenqian. Zhu Wenqian smiled and said, "For this pet battle exchange tournament, please go easy on us." Dong Mingsong laughed heartily. News travels fast. Since the cat's out of the bag, I won't pretend anymore. You guys have won plenty of times in the past exchange events, so let us have this one. Zhu Wenqian gave a strange, sarcastic smile. It's not like we've won that many times. Wasn't there one draw? Enough talk. We'll see you in the arena. Gu Xuelong, who was beside them, interrupted with an embarrassed smile. Excuse me. Have all of your school's students arrived yet? We need to register their information, Fei Yanbei said slowly. No problem. They said they wanted to walk around a bit to prepare for the match. I told them to come here for a moment. Dai Yan, with a black eye and a swollen nose, said, with a dark expression, "Greetings, Vice Principal Zhu. Greetings, Vice Principal." All the Jianlan students were injured, and not lightly. Every one of them had a gloomy and ugly expression. Seeing this, Fei Yanbei immediately exclaimed, "What have you all been doing? Don't you know there's a competition the day after tomorrow? What happened?" Dong Mingsong, watching the show from the side, couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The Jianlan students had been running rampant in Fengshan, and every single one of them had been beaten black and blue by Su Ping. Seeing that even Gu Shui and Dong Mingsong were trembling from holding back their laughter, he couldn't help but shout, "Cat got your tongues? You have the guts to do it, but not to admit it? If you won't say anything, then just wait for your punishment." The moment Dai Yan heard about punishment, he quickly raised his hand to report. He shouted, "We were ambushed by a Fengshan student." Gu Shui and Dong Mingsong, who were just laughing, were stunned by his words. Dong Mingsong thought to himself, "Since when did our school have such a powerful student?" He quickly asked, "Are you sure it was one of our students?" Zhu Wenqian, on the side, had a grim expression. "What the hell is going on? Who injured you? Speak clearly. And don't just slander Fengshan's reputation. We were just chatting and looking for the way. When that person heard us, knew we were the exchange team, and attacked without saying a word. We were caught off guard, so..." Zhu Wenqian spoke up again. "If you dare to lie, I will absolutely punish you severely. Is that the truth?" A momentary silence fell over the group of students. No one answered. Seeing this, Dai Yan slowly turned his head and glared angrily at everyone behind him. Pressured by his authority, they quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's right." Zhu Wenqian slammed his hand on his chair with a furious expression. "All right. Is this how Fengshan welcomes its guests? What a joke." Dong Mingsong intervened. "Do you know the person's name? What did he look like?" Dai Yan thought for a moment, then recalled, "He's about our age, short hair, a student. I think his last name is Su." Dong Mingsong's expression changed. Last name, Su. Could it be Instructor Su? Suddenly, Su Ping's communicator rang. Su Ping answered it and heard Dong Mingsong's voice. Dong Mingsong, on the other end of the communicator, let out a sigh of relief when the call finally connected. "You have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? Did you or did you not beat up several students from Sword Orchid Academy today?" Su Ping casually turned off his cultivation screen and nodded, admitting to it. "Yeah, I did. Is there a problem?" Dong Mingsong nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was a huge problem. The people you beat to a pulp were the exchange participants. The people from Sword Orchid are looking to settle the score with you. Su Ping frowned. "I just taught them a little lesson. It's not like I didn't leave them with their arms and legs, right? They dare come after me? They were the ones who started it. There were 2 Phoenix Peak students who can testify to that. With your connections, you should be able to find them. Dong Mingsong replied gravely. I found them, but they can't testify for you, because someone who wants to hide the truth has already silenced them. They're in the hospital. It was clearly those 2 students who had been bullied. Hearing this, Su Ping's eyes suddenly turned cold. Do you need me to give you an explanation? Dong Mingsong could also hear the displeasure in Su Ping's voice. I believe you wouldn't attack someone without a reason, but the people from Sword Orchid won't see it that way. I'll find a way to resolve this. For now, stay away from the academy. If they make a move, I won't be able to protect you. With that, he hung up. After realizing he was being framed, Su Ping opened the instructor network of the Longjiang base. He took the initiative to contact Xu Kuang, asking him for a favor. Time passed quickly. Meanwhile, at Phoenix Peak Academy, the annual exchange competition officially began. The host announced loudly, for the past 9 years, Sword Orchid Academy has maintained an outstanding record, 8 wins and 1 draw. Will Phoenix Peak Academy be able to break Sword Orchid's undefeated myth this year? Let's wait and see. Phoenix Peak sent out 5 of their third-year Battle Pet Masters, each one a heavyweight contender in the annual tournament. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Hao led Su Yanying and the others out to thunderous applause. But the host noticed that Sword Orchid Academy had only sent a single person, a third-year student. However, this person seemed confident that victory was already in his grasp. Seeing this, the Sword Orchid students in the stands began to whisper amongst themselves. Wait a minute, they were supposed to send 5 participants. Why is there only 1 here? Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, I heard they were ambushed and injured by someone from Phoenix Peak. Instantly, a group of Sword Orchid students began yelling, how despicable. They all started shouting, Phoenix Peak is cheating. We demand a strict investigation. We demand a formal apology. Amidst the chaos, Su Lingyue, who was in the crowd, shouted back loudly, where's your proof? Stop making baseless accusations. A Sword Orchid student laughed mockingly. I saw Dayan's injuries with my own 2 eyes. You think those can be faked? How disgusting. Phoenix Peak resorts to dirty tricks when they know they can't win. Su Lingyue was seething with rage, crushing the handrail next to her in an instant. But the Sword Orchid student just added fuel to the fire. Look, she's the type to resort to violence when she can't win an argument. Just as expected from a Phoenix Peak student. She's got the same rotten character as that guy surnamed Su. Su Lingyue was suddenly stunned. Surnamed Su? Could it be my brother? Ye Hao and his team, standing on the stage, were also bewildered by the insults coming from all sides. Ye Hao turned to Luo Fengtian. He suggested, my friend, let's postpone the match. We would welcome a rematch on another day. But Luo Fengshan shot back. What? Are you scared? Su Yanying, hearing this, was not pleased. Don't get the wrong idea. It would be shameful for the 5 of us to bully a single person, even if we win. Ye Hao nodded in agreement. We're trying to be reasonable here. Don't push it. But Luo Fengtian's eyes turned icy cold, and his entire aura began to surge with power. I see you people don't understand the situation at all. From the moment he laid a hand on my Sword Orchid comrades, this match stopped being about victory or defeat. It became an interrogation. His body remained motionless as astral power swirled above him, instantly tearing open a summoning space. From within, a deep dragon's roar echoed out. It was the distinct, guttural sound of the Dragon Clan. Immediately after, a colossal dragon's head slowly emerged from the summoning portal. Ye Hao looked at the imposing presence before him and thought, this is bad. This aura, it's incredibly violent. Meanwhile, Dong Mingsong was also horrified. Cold sweat dripped down his face. Could that be a 9th rank Dark Abyss Black Dragon? Zhuo Wenxian laughed mockingly. If you all continue to cover for that guy, then don't blame us for what happens next. Luo Fengtian was taking on 5 opponents by himself. He started by immediately summoning his strongest astral pet, the 9th rank Dark Abyss Black Dragon. Seeing this, Ye Hao quickly shouted, don't let your guard down. Everyone, summon your battle pets. Ye Hao called out his silver-winged thunder dragon beast. Beside him, Su Yanying also summoned her fallen phoenix. Luo Fengtian's expression was dead serious. Do you people really think that the 5 of you combined can actually defeat me? As soon as the words left his mouth, the Dark Abyss Black Dragon launched an attack in an instant. It swiftly struck all the battle pets at once. Not a single pet could withstand a second blow. They were all wiped out in a single hit. The entire stadium fell into a stunned silence. In just one exchange, Phoenix Peak was utterly defeated. The difference in power between the 2 sides was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The Phoenix Peak students in the stands wore expressions of disbelief. They never imagined the gap would be this enormous. That black dragon. Is it already at the 9th rank? The Sword Orchid people are just using brute force to bully us. This is going too far. The Sword Orchid students were all cheering him on. Yeah, Feng Tian, that was a great hit. Make them suffer some more. Let them know the price for messing with us. Meanwhile, Su Ling Yue was so terrified, she was on the verge of tears. This wasn't a match anymore. It was clearly torture to the death. The dark dragon hound in the arena let out a terrifying growl. Luo Fengxian grabbed Ye Hao's head in a show of dominance. Seeing this, Dong Mingsong hurriedly shouted, "That's enough. I demand the referee stop this match immediately." But Zhou Wenxian, standing beside him, just smiled calmly. Have you forgotten? The referee this time, Ten's, is one of ours. Let's see how long you people can hold out. Dong Mingsong yelled back. I already told you. The witnesses are still unconscious. As soon as they wake up, the truth will be clear. But Fei Yanbei dismissed him. What's the point of saying that? How long will it take for them to wake up? Dong Mingsong's face darkened. If things go well, no more than half a year. Hearing this, Zhou Wenxian immediately lost interest. By then, we'll have a whole new batch of students. You're just stalling for time. Seeing his chance, Fei Yanbei immediately shouted, Feng Tian, teach him another lesson. I refuse to believe that coward with the surname Su won't show his face. Hearing this, Luo Fengqian slowly raised an arm, gathering astral power for an attack. But Ye Hao defiantly said, Are you trying to kill us? Seeing this, Su Lingyue immediately dialed Su Ping's communicator. Where are you? As soon as Su Ping heard the commotion on the other end, he spoke. He already understood the situation. He had just arrived at the venue. Looking at the students being brutalized, he found it is distasteful. He hadn't expected things to be this grim. The moment Dong Mingsong heard Su Ping's voice, he immediately turned and cried out, Su Ping, what are you doing here? Zhou Wenxian, on the side, laughed heartily. He's a Su. He came on his own, saving this old man a lot of time. Su Ping ignored the old man's taunt and simply smiled at Dong Mingsong. I was just passing by. Were you guys looking for me for something? Seeing his calm expression, Dong Mingsong felt a bit helpless. Didn't I tell you not to come? Su Ping smiled. Couldn't be helped. Who could say no when my adorable little sister begged me? Not far away, Su Lingyue looked at Su Ping with a wronged expression. Meanwhile, Fei Yanbei's face twisted. How amusing. You injured our students, and you still dare to act like this? Surrender yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out to grab Su Ping. Seeing this, Dong Mingsong immediately blocked him. This is my territory. You are not allowed to arrest anyone without proof. Fei Yanbei roared in fury. What do you mean by that? Old man, I suggest you hand him over obediently. If you don't, I'm afraid you won't be leaving here in one piece. Hearing this, Su Ping chuckled lightly. So, what if I was the one who beat them? Your students were weak, so they lost to me. Is there a problem? Hearing this, Fei Yanbei was so furious he gritted his teeth. Vice Principal Dong whispered a warning. You should talk less. He's an 8th rank battle pet master. You can't afford to provoke him. Su Ping just nodded, saying he would try to resolve things amicably. Suddenly, Zhou Wenxian asked coldly, Those students are some of our strongest. Even if it was a sneak attack, you couldn't have gained an advantage without some real power. What grade are you in? Dong Mingsong explained. He's not a student. He's a high-level instructor at our academy. Fei Yanbei burst out laughing. A high-level instructor this young? Does just anyone qualify to be a high-level instructor these days? A cold glint flashed in Zhou Wenxian's eyes. Interesting. To become a high-level instructor with only 4th rank astral power. Either the Phoenix Peak Academy is rotten beyond saving, or you possess some extraordinary skill. Su Ping was inwardly startled. Asterisk. I can't believe he was probing my astral power, but it seems that's all he could detect. Asterisk. His expression remained calm as he spoke. What I am is none of your business. I came here today to give you all an explanation. Fei Yanbei couldn't help but laugh out loud. An explanation? A 4th rank instructor could only win by a sneak attack. What else is there to say? And here I was taking you seriously. What a waste of a good expression. Su Ping's voice suddenly turned deep. Then, let's make a bet. Do you believe that without admitting to anything, I can make the two of you bow your heads, apologize to me, and beg for my forgiveness? Fei Yanbei instantly flew into a rage, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. How dare this brat spout such nonsense here? It's bad enough you bullied our Sword Orchid students, but now you dare to insult the vice principal and me? If you have the guts, come down here and fight me. I'll show you which is stronger, your mouth or my fist. Su Ping just smiled, indicating it wasn't a problem. But Dong Mingsong's face changed, and he quickly tried to stop him. Don't fight. It doesn't matter why instructors from 2 academies spar, but if you lose in front of the students. Su Ping said, with a serious expression, I know. If a Phoenix Peak instructor loses to a Sword Orchid instructor, it means Phoenix Peak is publicly admitting that its strength is inferior to Sword Orchid's. The losing instructor must also resign. Dong Mingsong's face turned pale. If you already know that, then you absolutely cannot accept this challenge. The honor of the entire academy is at stake. You can't bear that responsibility alone. But Su Ping cut him off coldly. So what if I lose? What honor are you talking about? Haven't we been beaten black and blue by Sword Orchid time and time again? Phoenix Peak never had any honor to begin with, so there's nothing to lose. Hey there. If you've watched this far, it means all of Mitt's hard work on this long video wasn't for nothing. Please hit that like button and leave a comment. Recap number 2. For more full-length video stories, thank you for your support. To give the Sword Orchid Academy a satisfactory answer, Su Ping agrees to a match against their instructor. Hearing the young man's confidence, Fei Yanbei burst out laughing, acting all magnanimous as he waved his hand. We can fight somewhere else so the students don't see. That way, it won't be too embarrassing for you when you lose. Hearing the provocation, Su Ping channeled his astral power, turned his back without a second glance, and simply replied, no need. I accept the challenge. Just then, the announcer, having been informed, shouted in surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, this tournament has just been upgraded. This next match will be between the instructors. On the field, Luo Fengtian heard this and smirked. He's courting death, actually daring to accept the challenge. He's about to learn the difference between a teacher and a student. The crowd from Sword Orchid Academy raised their eyebrows in excitement. Daring to fight our instructor? You're finished, kid. They couldn't believe that a young punk like Su Ping would actually dare to fight, and couldn't help but buzz with discussion. Fei Yanbei has been a senior instructor for decades. How could he possibly lose to some snot-nosed brat who's still wet behind the ears? Su Ping is 18 at most. Looks like Phoenix Peak's senior instructor is all talk. Seeing the situation escalate, Su Lingyue clutched her head in fear. Why is my brother fighting an instructor from Sword Orchid? Suddenly, the announcer shouted, will the previous contestants please clear the field? The defeated Phoenix Peak students were quickly carried off the arena on stretchers, every one of them covered in wounds, looking absolutely miserable. A moment later, the announcer boomed. Next up, we have Sword Orchid's senior instructor, Fei Yanbei, versus Phoenix Peak's senior instructor, Su Ping. Will both combatants please enter the arena? Fei Yanbei sneered. I'll go first. Then, he crouched and launched himself from the stands like a rocket, heading straight for the stage. With a loud crash, the ground shattered as he landed heavily on the battlefield. The MC narrated the scene. What incredible power, truly worthy of an 8th rank battle pet master. Just one jump is enough to cause such destruction. Next, let's welcome Su Ping to the stage, but he was nowhere to be seen in the stands. Suddenly, a shocked voice cried out, up in the sky, Instructor Su Ping is flying in mid-air. There, astral power flowed from Su Ping's body as he rode the wind, 10 meters high. Su Ping calmly looked down from above. The announcer's voice echoed across the arena once more. Unbelievable. Instructor Su is standing on thin air. Could it be that he's already reached the 9th rank, the titled level? Seeing this, Dong Mingsong and Zhou Wenxian broke out in a cold sweat. Their eyes were filled with utter shock. Su Ping controlled his astral power and landed gently on the stage, standing firmly opposite Fei Yanbei. Fei Yanbei's face turned pale. Didn't they say he was only at the 4th rank of astral power? Luo Fengtian, who had witnessed Dai Yan get beaten to a pulp, now understood. It wasn't that Su Ping was too fast. It was that he could control his astral power to attack without even needing to move. When Su Lingyue saw what was happening, she hurriedly pinched her own cheek. Not even in her wildest dreams did she imagine she had a titled rank brother. Yi Hao struggled to lift his head and said, Instructor Su, we're counting on you. In the stands, Dai Yan and the others were completely stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. Has Phoenix Peak been hiding such a powerhouse all this time? No way. It can't be. As for Su Ping, he knew his levitation had created a misunderstanding, but who had time to explain? He just smiled at Fei Yanbei and said, please, let's begin. Seeing that both were ready, the announcer immediately yelled, will both instructors please summon their astral pets? Fei Yanbei analyzed the situation silently. He's a blonde kid, 20 years old at most. He's only had a dozen or so years to cultivate. He must have poured all his effort into cultivating astral power to be able to fly like that. His combat technique must be his weak point. It can't possibly stand up to my decades of battle experience. He stopped overthinking it, let out a loud shout, and immediately opened his summoning space. A vortex of energy expanded from it, accompanied by a deafening roar that made everyone tremble. An 8th rank purple shadow demon fox brazenly stepped onto the field. This fox had 8 tails, its entire body covered in purple fur, and it stood over 10 meters tall. Each of its tails was covered in scales. It stood behind Fei Yanbei, awaiting its master's command, radiating an overwhelming aura. The Phoenix Peak students in the stands were utterly shocked. It's a purple shadow demon fox with an 8th rank bloodline. With 8 tails like that, its combat power must be at the upper 8th rank. Seeing this, everyone panicked. Some clutched their heads, others seethed with anger. Even Luo Fengqian's upper 7th rank Darkwing Dragon couldn't handle it. The 7th and 8th ranks, though only one number apart, the difference in power is like heaven and earth. What's more, the purple shadow demon fox is one of the fiercest lightning-type pets. The kids from Sword Orchid gloated and shouted, "Now you see how strong we are. Sword Orchid Academy doesn't mess around." Su Ping glanced over and said nonchalantly, "An 8th rank combat power? What a coincidence. I happen to have an 8th rank pet as well." Su Ping raised his hand and tore open a summoning space. Dark red energy poured out, and a roar was heard before any figure could be seen. Crimson flames, as if from hell itself, surged from the summoning space, and a dragon's head peeked through. Its blazing red dragon eyes stared forward. Seeing this, Fei Yanbei broke into a cold sweat. He recognized it in a single glance. This is the Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast. Whether a second high-level dragon beast like this even exists in all of Longjiang City is a complete mystery. It was born with its own dragon's might, and the moment it appeared, an immense pressure enveloped the entire area. Instantly, the Sword Orchid students broke out in a cold sweat. The dragon's might was so powerful, they could feel it even through the protective barrier in the stands. Seeing this, Dong Mingtong breathed a sigh of relief. So Su Ping's main pet is a Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast. No wonder that kid was acting so arrogant. This is a top-tier existence among dragon types, ranked number 1 or 2. And here I was, worried just a moment ago. Dong Mingtong composed himself, his expression shifting slightly. He immediately shouted, "Raise the energy barrier's protection level to maximum and activate the secondary energy shield." The energy matrix at the edge of the battlefield was visibly reinforced, now capable of withstanding attacks below the 9th rank. It was specially designed to protect outsiders from the battles between instructors. Seeing this, Su Ping gave a slight smile. "In that case, I won't have to hold back." Fei Yanbei roared in anger. "Don't celebrate too soon. Your Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast is indeed rare, but I can tell it currently only has the combat power of a lower 8th rank adult. A lower rank, fighting an upper rank. The outcome is still uncertain." Despite his words, he didn't dare to be careless. Channeling all the astral power in his body, an 8th rank enhancement automatically flew towards the purple shadow demon fox behind him, and with that boost, the purple shadow demon fox's aura instantly surged. The MC saw this and began to analyze the situation. The purple shadow demon fox is resisting the dragon's might, thanks to that 8th rank power boost. At this moment, the purple shadow demon fox has probably already stepped into the 9th rank, but the host, seeing Su Ping still hadn't moved, expressed clear doubt. Isn't Instructor Su Ping going to use an enhancement skill on his Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast? This is like letting the Dragon Beast fight a 2-on-1 battle. Hearing this, Su Ping couldn't help but smile. Just this? What 2-on-1? Fei Yanbei's eyes turned cold, veins popping on his forehead in an instant. "Are you looking down on me?" Purple Shadow Demon Fox. Use 8-fold Thunder Severance. This Thunder Severance was completely different. A long bolt of lightning condensed on each of the purple shadow demon fox's tails, for a total of 8 bolts. They looked like 8 lightning blades. Previously, the lightning rat's single-layer thunder severance was already devastating, and now, the purple shadow demon fox is unleashing an 8-fold version simultaneously. Is this the power of the 8th rank? The purple shadow demon fox moved with incredible agility, suddenly lunging for the Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast's neck. The 8 bolts were aimed at 8 of its weak points. The MC immediately shouted, "The purple shadow demon, Fox's Thunder Severance, has cut off all of Instructor Su Ping's escape routes. How will Instructor Su Ping deal with this?" The moment it pounced, the purple shadow demon Fox's 8 bolts closed in. The Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast unleashed a dragon's roar like a shield, repelling the demon fox's attack and creating a terrifying sound. A massive explosion rang out, shattering the Thunder Severance in an instant. Fei Yanbei's expression changed drastically as he ordered the purple shadow demon fox to attack again. Multi-Thunder Shadow Clone. another 7th rank ultimate skill. The moment he cast it, 3 enormous purple shadow demon foxes appeared. Shrouded in a purple aura, they charged forward aggressively. The host yelled, "Each clone is executing a perfect 8th rank Thunder Devour. It's impossible to tell which one is real. What's more, the target of the attack is the Battle Pet Master himself, Instructor Fei Yanbei. He's truly leaving his opponent no room to escape." In an instant, a series of violent explosions erupted on the field. The MC analyzed, did Instructor Su Ping manage to escape? If he gets hit by this move 3 times, I'm afraid even a dragon beast's constitution couldn't withstand it. As the smoke cleared, Su Ping's voice slowly emerged from the aftermath of the collision. "Thunder Shadow Illusion, how nostalgic." He was seen smiling. "But it's a pity. Your level of shadow illusion isn't good enough to fool me." The 2 demon fox clones beside Su Ping were motionless because the Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast was viciously biting down on the real purple shadow demon fox. He saw through the thunder shadow illusion with a single glance. Fei Yanbei had a look of disbelief on his face as he hurriedly shouted, "Purple shadow demon fox, get away!" But the purple shadow demon fox was no weakling. Its body crackled as it gathered lightning. The thunder energy concentrated at the tip of its tail, forming several lightning orbs. The thunder cannon skill formed in an instant. Su Ping detected a sound from behind and quickly turned to look. At the same time, the thunder cannon exploded. The Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast didn't choose to dodge. It stood its ground as before, taking the full force with its body. The host's eyes widened. The consequences will be unimaginable. The Sword Orchid kids instantly got excited. Blow its big mouth to pieces. He's still too green compared to Instructor Fei. Dong Mingtong couldn't help but slam his hand on the table in anger. As expected, the difference in combat experience is too great. I shouldn't have let Su Ping take this fight. Beside him, Zhou Wenchan's expression remained calm. From the sound of it, the thunder cannon landed a direct hit. You don't even need to look. To know the outcome of this match is already decided. Just as the smoke cleared, Su Ping's voice suddenly came from the field. "Who said that?" Fei Yanbei immediately looked towards the 2 battle pets. His pupils shrank in horror. The Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast was standing firm in the same spot, still chewing on his demon fox. It was covered in injuries. But for the Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast, taking so many cannon blasts was nothing. Only a few minor cracks appeared on its body. On the other hand, the purple shadow demon fox was left on the brink of death by its own attack. Seeing this, Fei Yanbo stammered, at a loss for words. At that moment, outside, the Purgatory Bamboo Dragon was encased in dark gray rocks. The cracks gradually widened, shattering the dark gray shell. Beneath it, a green light was slowly revealed. Faced with this sudden change, Fei Yanbo was momentarily stunned. It's rock armor and vine armor. The announcer also cried out. Not a single hair on the Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast was harmed. The dragon's already tough body, combined with the defense of the rock and vine armors, was completely unscathed. Fei Yanbo clenched his fists in anger, roaring, "How shameless! Such a high-level dragon beast, and you force it to learn so many defensive skills. Where is the pride of a dragon?" Su Ping saw Fei Yanbo's anxious expression and realized he recognized the Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast's rock armor skill. He smirked and said, "You ask about the pride of the Dragon Clan? It was constantly pushed to its limits by those of a higher rank, so it could only bow its head and learn defensive skills. The Dragon Clan is naturally prideful, but when facing opponents far beyond its power, time and time again, you only have one life. No one wants to die, right? First match. Instructor Su Ping wins." The Phoenix Mountain Academy students in the audience erupted in thunderous cheers. The Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast had won, easily defeating an 8th rank purple shadow demon fox, and it hadn't even used its master's enhancement ability. The faces of the Sword Orchid group changed, all looking a bit grim. Amidst the cheers and applause from his own academy, Dong Mingsong finally let out a sigh of relief. Although he was still a bit shocked, a win was a win. That was a close call. Fei Yanbo heard the cheers around him, feeling as if countless slaps were hitting his face. He gritted his teeth and recalled the purple shadow demon fox into his summoning space. A dark glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. "Fine. That was just my secondary pet. If your main pet is a 9th rank dragon beast, then I don't need to hold back anymore. Go on and tear him apart for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his summoning space again. An extremely cold and sinister aura emanated from within. The pet that brought the chilling breath was a serpent's head that slowly emerged from the portal. All the cheering vanished, and the Phoenix Mountain students stared in awe at the newly appeared pet. It was an abyss demon serpent, a 9th rank bloodline. Meanwhile, Diane's group was incredibly smug. Old Devil Phase Abyss, Demon Serpent has 9th rank combat power. Even the Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast is no match for it. Besides, it must have used up a lot of energy in the previous battle. This time, victory is certain. A group of hot-headed Sword Orchid kids shouted, "He's cornered. Finish him, Instructor Fei. Show him how powerful our Sword Orchid Academy is." At this moment, Su Ping frowned and spoke up. "Did I ever say the Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast was my main pet? Look closely." With that, he casually opened a summoning space and recalled the Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast. Immediately after, Su Ping opened another summoning space. The vortex of astral power this time wasn't large, only about 1/10 the size of the one used to summon the Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast. A student asked doubtfully, "It's just a tiny rift. Could it be an agility-type astral pet?" The answer would soon be revealed. From within the dark spatial vortex, a black bone blade suddenly appeared. The next moment, the new pet stepped out, carrying with it a dense, dark energy. After absorbing the Water Marrow King's blood treasure pearl, it had begun to develop a kingly aura around itself. At the same time, the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. The students watching the match from above hugged their shoulders, muttering in confusion. Why did he summon such a weak new pet? Did he summon the wrong one? Meanwhile, Su Lingyue murmured, "That little skeleton's appearance has become so strange. I've never seen a skeleton like that before." Fei Yanbo shook his head and scoffed. "That type has been mutated by radiation from the wasteland. I've seen plenty of them. Is this your main pet? I can let you summon again." Suddenly, the Abyss Demon Serpent coiled behind Fei Yanbo. At this moment, its aggressive aura vanished. Its massive body behind him suddenly tensed up and began to slowly retreat. This was the snake's instinctive reaction when it sensed danger. Fei Yanbo also noticed this sudden change. For decades, the only emotion I've felt from the Abyss Demon Serpent is the desire to kill. Why do I feel like it's scared now? Where is this fear coming from? At this moment, the little skeleton held its bone blade horizontally, and a black mist slowly began to spread around it. The dense dark energy emanating from its body formed a black fog. Then suddenly, the little skeleton began to draw its blade. With the demonic aura and the weapon in its hand, a massive phantom skeleton dozens of meters tall slowly condensed behind it. This phantom was like a beast king descending. At this moment, the air on the battlefield seemed to freeze. Just as the onlookers took this in, the little skeleton's phantom dissipated, and the swirling aura gradually faded. A crack appeared on the Abyss Demon Serpent's head as it swayed. Fei Yanbo was horrified, not understanding what had just happened. So fast. When did that happen? The Abyss Demon Serpent let out a miserable, pained shriek. The crack slashed by the little skeleton instantly deepened, and blood splattered everywhere. Fei Yanbo was instantly frozen in shock. At that moment, the announcer's voice rang out. The 9th rank Abyss Demon Serpent was instantly killed in a flash. What kind of power does this little skeleton even have? Diane's group fell into a stunned silence. Looking at the snake blood splattered on him, he couldn't utter a single word. This situation was beyond anything they could have imagined. Su Ping slowly reminded him, "Your dark blood pet. You should go get it treated." Fei Yanbei was startled by Su Ping's voice. His expression changed. "I worked so damn hard to get that 9th rank abyssal demon snake. How could it be so utterly defeated by a low-level little skeleton? I don't believe it. Tell me, what the hell is that thing?" Su Ping smiled. "You want to know?" Su Ping glanced at him. "But I'm under no obligation to tell you." The Fengshan Academy students in the stands finally snapped out of their daze. A sky-shattering cheer erupted almost immediately. The Jianlan students were stunned, trembling, but not daring to say a word. Suddenly, Diane stood up and shouted, "Don't let him leave. He injured our Jianlan exchange team, and he severely wounded the master's pet. We won't let you go until we get an explanation." The Jianlan brats heard this and immediately roared in agreement. On the stage, Su Ping couldn't help but feel annoyed at being told to apologize. Luckily, he had come fully prepared. He suddenly opened his communication watch and made a video call. "You all want an explanation, right? I'll give you one right now." Suddenly, he turned towards the host. "Please connect this to the big screen." The next second, Shu Kuang's figure appeared on the large screen. He was seen smiling brightly, calling out, "Master, you finally called." Diane's group had no idea what was happening or what Su Ping was trying to do. They also didn't know who the person on the screen was. Su Ping replied, "Cut the crap. I never agreed to be your master. Put them both on camera." The next second, two men, submerged in a green liquid, suddenly appeared on the big screen. They are the witnesses. At this moment, the kid next to Diane panicked. "It's them! Are they going to expose us?" But Dayan smirked grimly. I saw this coming and made a move first. Those two have already been turned into vegetables. They can't be a threat. Suddenly, the two men slowly opened their eyes. The feed was being broadcast live, and seeing this, Su Ping smiled faintly. It seems the hospital in this city is quite skilled. You've recovered well. Can you speak? Just then, Dayan heard a greeting from the hall. Instructor Su. He couldn't believe his ears. Zhou Wenqian was a bit confused by the situation. He asked doubtfully, who are these two? Just as Dayan's group sensed trouble and prepared to flee, Su Ling Yue led a group of students and surrounded them. Su Ping continued, briefly explain what happened that day. The long-haired man gathered his thoughts and recounted the events. Instructor Su, you saved us. But after class that day, those guys attacked us again. When we woke up, we were here. The Jianlan students finally understood. Only now did they accept the reality of their defeat. But Su Ling Yue wasn't about to let them off. She was furious. She pointed an accusing finger at Dayan's group. At that moment, Zhou Wenqian, in the stands, began to radiate an intense killing intent. He slammed his fist on the table and growled Dayan's name. Instantly, Dayan's group collapsed to the ground, their legs weak with fear. Zhou Wenqian spoke. That day, I told you the consequences of lying to me. Dayan's face was ashen as he stammered his reply. Expulsion, revocation of your battle pet, master lineage, and a permanent ban from ever touching a battle pet. Zhou Wenqian cupped his fists towards Dong Mingsong. He said, Old Dong, it's my failure to discipline them. I will take full responsibility. I hope you will let this matter go. Jianlan and Fengshan will forever be friends. Hearing this, Dong Mingsong's face immediately lit up, and he agreed. Today, Fengshan had gained all the glory. Suddenly, Su Ping slowly descended from the air and landed beside them. He said slowly, Aren't you forgetting something? Zhou Wenqian asked, What do you want? A rare treasure? A high-level pet? As long as it's within my power, I will satisfy you. Su Ping gave a friendly smile, pointing a finger at the ground. I don't need much. Kneel and apologize. Down below, Fei Yanbei heard this and exploded with anger. Su Ping, don't you dare push it too far. But Su Ping spoke coldly. You lost. You are no longer a master of Jianlan. You have no right to speak here. Fei Yanbei was so angry he gritted his teeth. He couldn't win a fight, and he couldn't win an argument. Seeing this, Dong Mingsong hurried over to mediate. Instructor Su, there's no need for this. Su Ping's expression suddenly darkened. Of course there is. I want to send a message to everyone. If anyone dares to provoke Fengshan again, they should know the price they'll have to pay. And in the stands, the Jianlan brats were so shocked they broke out in a cold sweat. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Also, our relationship isn't one of friends. It's one of submission. The high-quality resources. We get to use them first. This is a world where the strong rule. Seeing Su Ping like this, Zhou Wenqian said no more and decisively knelt. Dong Mingsong was speechless at this sight, making Jianlan submit. He had never even dared to dream of such a thing. As Zhou Wenqian knelt, all the Jianlan students in the entire venue, though unwilling, followed suit. This was what Su Ping had meant by his friendliest solution. After that resounding battle, word of the Pixie Pet store spread like wildfire. The moment it opened for business, a sea of people was already waiting outside. A short-haired girl passing by was bewildered by the chaotic scene. Was she seeing things? This store used to be so gloomy. How did it suddenly get so popular? A student from Phoenix Peak Academy eagerly explained that the owner was a titled level powerhouse. Although the fees were a bit steep, the training results were amazing, and it only took half a day. Another student immediately snapped. Hey, don't spill the secrets. The more people who know, the harder it'll be for us to get a spot. At that moment, Su Ping was looking over his training registration book, a sweet thought crossing his mind. He'd only intended for that battle to settle things down, but he never expected to become famous because of it. As the store's reputation grew, Su Ling Yue's voice suddenly cut through the crowd. Su Ping looked up in confusion. What are you doing here? Seeing Su Ling Yue, dressed up nicely, squeeze through the crowd, she rubbed her hands together, her face flushed as she said, I want to get my astral pet trained too. Can't I? Su Ping raised an eyebrow and sighed in relief. It's no big deal. You just had to say the word. Why did you need to wait in this long line? Su Ling Yue glanced at the long lines behind her and explained, I don't want special treatment just because I'm your sister. She turned back, her eyes meeting Su Ping's. I want to seize the opportunity to become stronger on my own. Su Ping smiled and took out the registration book. So, how many do you want to train? The girl opened her summoning space, calling out the phantom snowhound that had reached rank 4 some time ago. This was the pet she wanted Su Ping to train. Su Ping's expression didn't change. A low rank 4 can reach upper rank. The fee is 100,000 per session. Have you ever seen such a great brother? His own sister comes to get her pet trained, and he won't even give her a single discount. She only earns a little over 30,000 a year, so how could she afford a 100,000 fee for a single session? The moment Su Ping heard Su Lingyue didn't have the money, he called for the next customer. He even casually picked up the phantom snowhound and said, "This thing's so dark, it should be called a lump of coal." Su Lingyue lowered her head, dejected. I don't have enough money, I'll come back later." Su Ping just smiled. "It's fine." As he spoke, he opened a summoning space with his hand and directly stored the phantom snowhound away. The system immediately sounded an alarm. Store prices are fixed. Private discounts are strictly forbidden. Host is required to immediately return the phantom snowhound to the customer. Seeing how rigid the system was, Su Ping's gaze suddenly turned serious. He replied to the system in his mind, "I can pay the difference myself, can't I? As long as you're not short a single coin, everything can still go your way. All you need to do is make the astral pets stronger. When I'm working, you can just turn a blind eye." Faced with Su Ping's reasoning, the system felt it couldn't stop him this time. It simply displayed a message: "There will not be a next time." Su Ping, busy with work, suddenly said to Su Lingyue, "A while ago, I learned a little something from your cultivation methods. Consider this, me returning the favor. But I only ever cultivated at home. How could he have learned anything? Besides, she had secretly thought to herself before, wasn't her brother only rank 9? Back then, she had only just started learning to cultivate spiritual power. Even while busy with his business, Su Ping hadn't forgotten about the unconquered 9th level of the Dragon Pillar. The heir of the Dragon King, a dragon soul, issued a reminder to the challenger to learn how to evade attacks. To pass, he had to survive for 10 minutes under the assault of the Golden Scale Dragon Beast. The Dragon Beast's combat power was at the peak of upper rank 9. The Dragon Soul's combat experience was vast, and the rank 9 Dragon Beast was at its absolute limit. Su Ping was perfectly calm, smiling faintly. After my combat power reached rank 6, I can finally appraise a little bit of information on high-level astral pets. His thoughts quickly relayed to Little Skeleton, ordering it to attack. Little Skeleton immediately shot forward, its eye sockets glowing with a crimson battle intent as it swiftly drew the bone blade from its hand. Upon reaching the desired altitude, a terrifying dark energy radiated from its back. The Golden Dragon Beast activated a defensive skill and attacked. In an instant, Little Skeleton swung out a black blade arc, viciously smashing into the Golden Dragon Beast's shield. Seeing this, Su Ping shouted, "Don't get distracted. Support Little Skeleton and attack from its blind spots." He directly infused his swarm of pets with killing intent. The next second, the eyes of every pet in the group glowed red as they charged straight for the Golden Scale Dragon Beast. Seeing this, the Golden Scale Dragon Beast unleashed an intense golden light, and several rays instantly obliterated them. Their only mission was to take the hits for Little Skeleton. Thanks to them, Little Skeleton was able to rush up to the Golden Scale Dragon Beast and land a direct strike on its weak point. The Golden Scale Dragon Beast's body was sliced in two, and it crashed heavily to the ground. Just when he thought victory was in his grasp, the Dragon Soul underwent a bizarre transformation. A brilliant golden energy began to erupt from the severed point, and in a flash, a new, purple head emerged from the wound. The Golden Scale Dragon Beast had entered its second phase, a two-headed dragon beast, its level clearly transformed into that of a Beast King. At that moment, the Dragon Soul sent a signal. 7 minutes remaining. Su Ping had already anticipated this, but officially facing a Beast King level opponent still put him under some pressure. So what if it's the second phase? He snorted coldly. This is the perfect opportunity for me to test Little Skeleton's true power after it absorbed the Emperor's bloodline. Little Skeleton's entire body erupted with demonic energy as a phantom roared behind it. In the next instant, all of its killing intent poured into the bone blade in its hand. Instantly, it unleashed a torrent of dark energy, forming a dark demonic blade, dozens of meters long, aimed straight at the two dragon heads. The moment they collided, the ancient tower couldn't handle the sheer power and began to crumble. Wherever Little Skeleton's dark demonic blade passed, only destruction remained. The attack was so powerful, even Little Skeleton itself couldn't handle the backlash. But just as it fell, Su Ping instantly revived it on the spot. Little Skeleton stood tall and steady on the two-headed dragon beast. The Dragon Soul's cry echoed, signaling the end of the Dragon King's trial. The system immediately sent its congratulations. The Inferno Dragon was now a level 8 combatant and had a new skill, Hardening. The Frosty Pig leveled up to 5, learning the skill Vine Armor. The Mystic Flame Beast's combat power rose to level 4. It learned the skill Nightmare, leveled up to 6, and evolved into a Dark Dragon Hound, its bloodline jumping from level 1 to level 7. It also learned the skill Dragon Armor. Su Ping was stunned as he read the notifications. Doggy's bloodline leveled up. The Dark Dragon Hound is a demon-type pet. This was an extremely rare evolution. The Moonhound's body had become massive and unusually powerful. It was now big enough for Su Ping to ride on its back. The silver fur on its head had turned black after the evolution. The Dark Dragon Hound's roar now carried some of the might of a true dragon. Su Ping looked at his dazzling pup. He thought smugly, "That's my pet. All right. So handsome." After agreeing to help his sister train her pet, Su Ping took his own group of pets to the dragon-scale wasteland. Facing the monsters here to train, the Frosty Pig used its paralyzing poison to support the Dark Dragon Hound, a super-powered evil beast extermination. Wherever the two of them coordinated, they left a field of corpses. Facing monsters from the front and back, under Su Ping's calm command, the Inferno Dragon and the Phantom Beast provided cover. After Little Skeleton absorbed the blood pearl of the Undead King, the dragon-scale wasteland was no longer a suitable training ground for it. Normal battles would hardly help it level up, but for the Dark Dragon Hound and the Inferno Dragon, this place was perfect. With the Phantom Beast and the Frosty Pig providing support from the side, they could wipe out everything. At Su Ping's command, they unleashed a fatal blow. One red and one green stream of energy slammed into the final boss. Then, the system notifications appeared. The Dark Dragon Hound learned the skill 100-Mile Soul Chase, increasing its wide area perception and tracking ability. I was just missing a reconnaissance method. This skill came at the perfect time. From now on, when I feed you, you just need to sniff it to know if it's good or not, right? The Inferno Dragon also learned Dragon's Roar Mountain, increasing its defense, attack, and damage output. Its damage now scaled with its own defense. Su Ping couldn't help but sigh. Did it die so many times that it evolved into a turtle hiding in its shell? Isn't it just throwing away the dignity of the Dragon Clan? The Mystic Flame Beast's combat power rose to 6, and it learned the skill Fire Dragon Tornado Burst. It causes explosions and bursts. The Frosty Pig's combat power also increased rapidly, with a new skill that forces a target into a nightmare, a mental attack. Su Ping looked at the information and made his initial analysis. One is a level 8 fire type, with the strongest area of effect attack. Another is a level 8 specializing in mental attacks. It can attack people individually. Not bad at all. A moment later, the system announced that the time in the Dragon King's legacy land was over. The next morning, the pet store had just opened. There were already people waiting to buy pet food or pick up their pets. After getting their pets back, everyone was endlessly surprised. They found it hard to believe that professional training could be completed in such a short time. The Frosty Pig and the Mystic Flame Beast had become a muscular pink pig and a majestic black cat. Su Ping also mocked them inwardly. The entry ticket to the Dragon King's legacy land costs 2,000. Of course it's fast. The secret realm is opening soon. I need to increase my strength quickly too. Su Ping paid them no more mind. Anyone who doesn't believe it can just try it and see the results. With that said, he was about to register the next customer. The crowd in line hurriedly threw the two doubters out. Boss Su's training effectiveness has always been like this. What's there to doubt? If you're done, then get going. Seeing this, Su Ping didn't stop them. The two women, feeling unwelcome, decided to drop it, and Su Ping was delighted. Now he didn't even need to prove himself. Night fell, and Boss Su, after a busy day, completed the professional training mission. The reward was one random god-demon combat technique and one intermediate-grade origin power pill. A god power pill, with a question mark in the middle, appeared before him. Su Ping raised his eyebrows, wanting to see what kind of combat technique it was, and directly pressed the claim button. In an instant, the orb of light began to emit a swirling light, slowly revealing the shape of a book. Su Ping reached his hand forward. True Demon God Fist. He never thought he'd draw a fist technique. He originally thought it would be a blade or sword art or something. The moment he touched the book, light from the tome enveloped him, entering his subconscious. A vast amount of information appeared. The next second, Su Ping saw a dark scene before him, the ground covered in traces of a world-shaking battle. Countless demons crawled on the ground, monsters roared, and the sky was pitch black. Countless humans stood upon the earth. A chunk of land was scooped up by a massive beast, on par with a beast king, and shoved into its mouth like a snack. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of deep golden light appeared in the sky, dispelling the pitch-black darkness all around. The golden vortex instantly opened, and from its center, a clenched fist of light emerged, followed by a colossal figure that descended heavily upon the land below. The demons on the ground were all stunned. Under the might of the divine fist, they were instantly turned to ash, unable to resist. Even running was futile. Everything under that fist shattered like bubbles. Su Ping, witnessing this, was completely shaken. That fist was too strong. The domineering aura of that single punch, its invincible power, was deeply engraved in his heart. After clearing out the swarming demons, the golden figure crossed its arms and began to speak. The demon-suppressing God Fist consists of 5 forms. When the first form is perfected, it can slay a rank 9 enemy, but unleashing it pushes your power to its absolute, domineering limit, and the backlash is just as extreme. An ordinary cultivator can, at most, perform the second form. Beyond that, their body will definitely be unable to withstand the backlash. A light case means torn tendons and broken bones. A severe one means your body will be pulverized. Hearing of such grave consequences, Su Ping's heart trembled with fear, yet it was also filled with desire. The giant's voice rang out again. Only the purest golden crow blood, with its immense life force, is enough to negate the backlash of the demon-suppressing God Fist. Do you wish to cultivate it? Hearing this, Su Ping realized he already possessed the golden crow fiend god body. What technique could possibly be more suitable? He smiled and reached out his hand, accepting the training. The giant laughed heartily. Very good. It's been a long time since I've met someone so straightforward and decisive. With that said, the golden giant dissipated, transforming into a stream of energy that flew towards Su Ping. The energy formed 5 orbs of light that slowly stopped in front of him. In order, the first form is Demon Annihilation, and the second is Demon Subjugation. After mastering the first form, you can learn the next in sequence. The first orb slowly flew into Su Ping's body. Su Ping analyzed inwardly. A secret realm isn't like a normal wilderness. There are definitely masters inside. If I only have little skeleton to rely on, I'm afraid 2 fists won't be enough to fight off 4 hands. My own strength needs to rise another level to be safe. I can't put too much pressure on little skeleton. After much thought, Su Ping decided to close his shop for a few days and pour all his energy into training in the Dragon King's inheritance. 2 days later, which was equivalent to half a month in the cultivation site, by now, Su Ping was covered in wounds. A battle had just ended in the Dragon King's inheritance site. Before him lay a mountain of beast corpses. Through this, he successfully cultivated the first form. Suddenly, the system notified him. Remaining energy is insufficient. Do you wish to return? The wounds on our protagonist's body sizzled, letting out a bit of smoke before vanishing. That was fast? I was just a little bit away from completing it. To him, it was fine. Still, my golden crow fiend god body has improved quite a bit. It's about to reach the 2nd level. I hope this bit of strength will be enough for the secret realm. At the Yuhuang base number 7, the upper tier rank 8 battle pet masters, Old Ming and Chen Long, were face to face with the captain of the North Star battle team, who had comparable combat power, Cheng Kong and Luo Guxue. Old Ming and Chen Long asked for the reason they wanted the 2 of them to join the team. The North Star captain's expression turned serious. I won't hide it from you. This time, we're targeting a certain treasure. According to our investigation, a super powerful ferocious beast is guarding it. Although our North Star battle team has a great reputation, the only ones with the strength to enter the secret realm are myself, Ye Chenshan, and Little Shui, just the 3 of us. But in my experience, to safely seize the treasure, we need at least 6 rank 8 masters or higher. Hearing this, Old Ming and Chen Long's eyes lit up. So, they found a juicy prize, but can't swallow it all themselves. This could be a very profitable offer. Chen Long suddenly stood up. Since the captain has sought us out, we will certainly give our full support. But the secret realm is very dangerous, and we have to guard against others who might want it all for themselves. We're not some rookies, you know. If we succeed in getting the treasure, you must let us choose our share first. Cheng Kong chuckled at this. No problem. If we successfully retrieve the treasure, Old Ming can choose first, then you. The rest will be distributed according to merit. He thought to himself, the treasures of a secret realm don't belong to those who find them, but to those who survive to bring them out. There's already a greedy wolf in the team before we've even started. This will surely lead to trouble down the line. Old Ming nodded in satisfaction. You're the commander. It's only natural that you choose first. The North Star captain quickly spoke up to explain. Old Ming, you've misunderstood. The other 2 looked at him in surprise, wondering, besides Ni Cheng Kong, who else is qualified to choose a treasure before us? Just then, Ye Chen Shan brought Su Ping into the room and greeted the captain. Boss Su is here. Old Ming and Chen Long's gazes immediately fell upon Su Ping, sizing up the young man next to Ye Chen Shan, a freshly hatched chick, not even rank 6. Seeing his guest arrive, Cheng Kong quickly stood up to welcome him, then began the introductions. Brother Su, I've admired you for a long time. Let me introduce our other 2 reinforcements. At this, Chen Long's expression turned a little ugly. He frowned and asked Ni Cheng Kong, is this kid the one who gets to choose first? Ni Cheng Kong put an arm around Su Ping's shoulder and praised him. Brother Su has killed an upper-tier rank 8 demonic beast before. Moreover, he is our benefactor. Chen Shan and Gu Shui were hoping the 2 would show them some respect. For a moment, surprise flashed in their eyes. How could someone so young be so capable? Then, they exchanged a look and said no more. After all, he had even saved veteran pioneers. With such an incredible achievement, there was nothing more to be said. After getting organized, the group headed to the entrance of the Dung Long Tai Mystic Realm. Led by Ni Cheng, each person was geared up for the long journey. Suddenly, Ni Cheng turned to Su Ping and said, the air is thin up here. If you can't handle it, just say so. But Su Ping replied nonchalantly, climbing stairs isn't tiring. It just feels like a waste of time. Can't we just use flying pets to get up there? Hearing this, Chen Long panicked, thinking Su Ping was talking nonsense. Don't even think about it. I don't want to get dragged into your mess, Ni Cheng explained. The terrain of the Dragon Ascent platform is treacherous, and accidents happen easily. If you fall, only a flying pet could save you. Otherwise, even an 8th rank master would be terrified. That's why there's a rule among pioneers. No fighting or summoning astral pets on the Dragon Ascent platform. Violators will be ostracized or even face retaliation. So, we should all act for the sake of each other's safety. As Ni Cheng was giving his instructions, 2 opposing auras suddenly erupted from behind. A man and a woman were fighting fiercely on the narrow slope, causing absolute chaos. Fists and kicks flew, neither one willing to back down. Seeing this, Su Ping was a little annoyed. Didn't you just say fighting was forbidden here? Ni Cheng looked a bit helpless. Rules are for ordinary people. They are the young masters of the Jiang and Tong families. Judging by this fight, the Jiang family is trying to snatch the top spot on the Dragonbone Pride ranking from the Tang family. Countless rocks, dislodged by their battle, started falling towards them. Ni Cheng couldn't help but shout, everyone, watch out. Their fight is endangering us. But Chen Long had a smug look on his face. No need to warn us. How could these slow-falling rocks possibly hit us? Su Ping leaped directly into the air, facing a massive falling boulder, and threw a punch radiating golden power. The boulder exploded from his fist. He called out to the people below, smash these things. We can dodge them, but others might not be able to. Hearing this, everyone in the North Star team immediately joined in and started clearing the falling rocks. In just a moment, it was done. All the large falling boulders had been smashed into rubble. Elder Mo and Chen Long were stunned by the sight. This young man had excellent judgment and command skills, instantly boosting the entire team's morale. The group quickly reached the end of the path. There, a huge plaza was already packed with people. They were all pioneers. Suddenly, an old man shouted, "People in the front, make way. My young lady wants to challenge the Dragonbone." Behind him, a woman with an extraordinary and arrogant demeanor walked through the crowd. It was clearly the Tang family. The 2 old men flanking her were heavyweights among the powerful, likely an upper-tier 8th rank titled master and a mid-tier 9th rank titled master. The Tang family's young mistress, Tang Ruyan, had also reached the upper-tier 9th rank. Having cleared the Dragonbone 5 times, she was all too familiar with the scene before her. With a cold expression, she suddenly declared, "The number 1 spot on the Dragonbone Pride ranking belongs to my Tang family. I advise you all not to look for trouble." Suddenly, a man's voice drawled, "Oh really? Says who? What a coincidence. I also just passed the 5th Dragonbone." Another group of people was walking up the steps. In the middle was a handsome young man, the Jiang family's young master, Jiang Shaotian. He smiled faintly. "I'm currently challenging the 6th Dragonbone." Seeing the young man appear, Tang Ruyan's face turned icy. "We haven't settled our score yet. Do you want to continue?" Jiang Shaotian smirked. "I was just letting you win earlier. Don't take it so seriously." Both sides channeled their astral power and immediately lunged at each other, resuming their unfinished battle. A thunderous sound echoed from the sky, spreading across the entire plaza. A figure was seen standing in the air, riding the wind, radiating a powerful aura. He slowly opened his mouth. "The Dragon Platform Mountain's secret realm is now open. What are you waiting for? Get in." His voice was calm. It was the titled master, Blade Venerable, a being with a high chance of becoming a legendary battle pet master. Just as the other battle pet masters were about to rush into the secret realm, a blast of energy shot out, cracking the ground beneath their feet. Seeing this, Zhuo Fengchun roared domineeringly, "The Tang family hasn't spoken yet. Let's see who dares to take a step forward." The moment he finished speaking, footsteps were heard moving past, completely ignoring his threat. Su Ping, with a silent expression and his hands in his pockets, was seen walking slowly towards the entrance. Seeing this fearless person, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim, "Who is that, daring to walk past the Tang family? Does he have a death wish?" Faced with the Tang family's threat, he chose to ignore it. Zhuo Fengchun was furious, his eyes, sharp as daggers, fixed on Su Ping as he snarled, "Are you looking to die? Then take a palm strike from this old man." Instantly, the astral power in his hand condensed wildly, traveling through the ground towards him, causing tremors wherever it went, and forming into a giant hand. It slammed violently towards Su Ping. Su Ping sensed the killing intent coming from ahead, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The astral power throughout his body began to circulate furiously. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted, and in the next moment, a surge of energy. An immense power slashed down. Zifeng's skill had entangled a group of minions, who were now both shocked and terrified. It was the Blade Venerable who had acted. A massive fissure formed where the attack landed, like a bottomless abyss. The power of a peak-titled level expert was truly terrifying. The energy in the Blade Venerable's hand slowly dissipated, his expression cold. "Settle your personal matters elsewhere. Don't act so recklessly here." Su Ping quickly cupped his fists. "Many thanks, senior." He was inwardly shocked. What a powerful blade technique. To think he had such combat power without relying on his battle pets. The Blade Venerable glanced at him, his eyes flickering slightly. "No need to thank me. I don't care who dies or how many. I'm only responsible for correcting those who stray from the path. Besides, that strike wouldn't have hurt you anyway." Su Ping just smiled faintly, as if nothing had happened. With his current combat strength, he truly wasn't afraid of that kind of attack. After the Blade Venerable left, Su Ping didn't linger either, turning around and heading into the secret realm. But the Tang family had no intention of letting Su Ping go. Zuiji roared in anger. "How dare you look down on our Tang family? Don't even think about running." In an instant, the two of them followed him, jumping into the portal to the secret realm. Amidst their shock and awe for the Blade Venerable, a group of youngsters saw Su Ping's actions and couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. If the Blade Venerable hadn't stepped in just now, there probably wouldn't have even been bones left to pick up. I wonder what team he's on. If we catch them and hand them over to the Tang family, there's sure to be a reward. Hearing this from the crowd, Ni Chenkong felt a bit awkward. After all, Su Ping had done what they all wanted to do, but never dared. He was still completely unafraid of the powerful. At that moment, the voice of a dragon soul echoed from within the soaring dragon pillar. "Do you accept my inheritance trial?" He immediately smiled. "A trial, you say?" he thought to himself. "While no one else is here, I'll go in and see what's different between this place and the cultivation sites. Might as well test how many floors my strength can take me to." On the other side of the secret realm's entrance, Tang Ruyan slowly inquired, "Why haven't they replied after so long?" Many teams have already entered the secret realm. The Tang family's twin winds were already waiting respectfully. Zhe Fengkun hurriedly explained, "We couldn't find that brat, but I've already sent people to investigate his identity. Letting him slip in earlier was this old man's negligence. Please, punish me." Tang Ruyan patted his shoulder and said, "For the past 4 years, only our Tang family and the Jiang family have passed the 5th floor of the Dragonbone Tower, holding the top spot on the Heavenly Pride ranking. The ones in second place, the Liu and Ye families, only managed to pass the 3rd floor last year. The Dragonbone Heavenly Pride ranking is a symbol of our Tang family's strength. A guy with no power and no background, he'll probably struggle to even pass the 2nd floor. There's no need to pay him any mind. The purpose of this trip is to secure our position as number 1 on the Heavenly Pride ranking. I don't care about anything else." The Tang family's twin winds quickly said, "We will do our utmost to assist you, young miss, in passing the 6th floor." Outside the Dragonbone Tower, lights were continuously lighting up. From the 1st to the 6th floor, all the lights were on. The surrounding battle pet masters immediately pointed in astonishment. Holy crap, someone else passed the trial. The 6th floor lit up again. Another floor has been conquered, and now the 7th is under attack. Only 2 floors left to go. By the time Tang Ruyan rushed to the base of the tower, the 8th floor's light was already on. Who on earth could be this strong to pass the 8th floor before the Tang family? Not only did I let that stinking brat get into the secret realm first, but now someone has snatched the number 1 spot on the Dragonbone Heavenly Pride ranking. This is infuriating. As everyone watched in shock, a golden light suddenly flashed from the top of the Dragon Bone Tower. The Dragon Soul's announcement echoed. The 9th floor has been successfully breached. This heavenly prodigy has earned the qualification to be a candidate for the inheritance. The remaining challengers may now enter the trial. Below, everyone wore expressions of horror. He actually cleared the whole thing. Even the top of the tower was completely smashed through. Even in their wildest dreams, the Tang and Jiang families wouldn't dare to aim for such a peak. Which family's prodigy could possibly be this powerful? What a shock. The crowd below all rushed into the tower to see the style of the person who had just cleared the game. At the same time, Su Ping was teleported out of the tower, a smile on his face. So this is the power of the demon-suppressing God Fist? With one punch, the boss that used to torture me 300,000 times got turned into a smoothie. So overpowered. Su Ping thought to himself that he had verified what he needed to. This place was no different from the system's cultivation sites. The others had been successfully lured into the Dragon Bone Tower. This was the perfect time to go back and snatch the treasure. Immediately after, he used spirit control and returned to his team. Seeing that the Bone Tower had already been cleared, Cheng Kong's group couldn't be bothered to comment, regardless of whether this monster had come for the treasure. But witnessing someone so easily clear all 9 floors with their own eyes gave them an indescribable feeling. Su Ping stealthily returned to the unit. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Captain, should we make our move?" Cheng Kong laughed. "You're back just in time. We were just looking for you." Su Ping replied, "I just went for a little warm-up. While the others are at the Dragon Bone Tower, let's go." Chen Shan and Gu Shui, who knew Su Ping's true strength, were also utterly shocked. A warm-up? That guy, Su Ping, entered the secret realm first, so there must be a reason. Don't tell me he just reached the top of the Dragon Bone Tower? Old Ming and Chen Long looked annoyed. Seeing him act all high and mighty on his own, they wanted to find a chance to threaten him a bit and show him who was the center of this team. Inside the secret realm, everything was desolate and in ruins. On Dragonscale Continent number 92, the team captain quickly gave out orders. Old Ming was in charge of the ground, while Miss Xiao Shui was responsible for scouting the airspace. The two of them followed orders and summoned their pets for the assigned tasks, while Su Ping also summoned his Dark Dragon Hound, wanting to take the opportunity to test out his dog's new skills. Seeing this, Old Ming was a little displeased. What's the meaning of summoning a 7th rank bloodline Dark Dragon Hound? My 9th rank Earthfire-eyed Dark Beast is here to scout the ground. Don't you trust it? Chen Long chimed in from the side. Yeah, you should probably put it away. A Dark Dragon Hound that big isn't suited for scouting. Besides, this is a secret realm, not some wasteland. Su Ping didn't even bother to argue with Chen Long. He commanded the Dark Dragon Hound, see if they're here. Following the hound's low growl, Su Ping's expression suddenly turned alert. I knew it. He immediately shouted, "Captain, enemies are approaching." Everyone was stunned when they heard his words. Old Ming ordered his Earthfire-eyed Dark Beast to activate Ethereal Hearing. As the skill activated, waves of sound pulsed out, capable of hearing things dozens of miles away. Seeing this, Cheng Kong hurriedly asked, "What is it? What kind of enemy?" But Old Ming had a scornful look on his face. "There are no enemies. What nonsense." Luo Gu Shui also reported that her Holy Flame Condor hadn't detected any anomalies. Hearing this, Chen Long looked smug. "Su Ping, are you just trying to make an impression? Does anyone here believe you?" Suddenly, the air distorted slightly. Everyone looked into the distance and saw, just a few hundred meters ahead, several Windwing Azure beasts flying out. In the next moment, they flew aggressively closer. The Windwing Azure was a rank 8 wind-type beast, and there were hundreds of them in the flock. Seeing this, Cheng Kong couldn't help but shout, "Damn it! With these numbers, the threat level is no less than rank 9. We can't escape anymore. Everyone, prepare for battle." Cheng Kong quickly summoned his pet, a rank 9 Mara beast. It was a demon type, shaped like a corrupted Buddha with its head engulfed in flames. This Mara beast held a long staff. The fighting style the Mara beast mastered was staff combat. Chen Long, summon your great earth dragon to protect the battle pet warriors. The rest of your battle pets will face the enemy with my Mara beast. Old Ming summoned a rank 9 refined guardian. Chen Long's pet was a rank 9 great earth dragon, considered the strongest rank 9 defense-type pet. Luo Gu Shui's Holy Flame Condor was currently at rank 8. Ye Chen Shan also summoned his rank 8 bloodline, Scale Spear Lizard. As the great earth dragon immediately went on the defensive, it let out a roar and stomped on the ground. The fourfold earth barrier activated. Several earth walls rose up, forming a massive structure, 6 to 7 meters in diameter, trapping everyone inside while leaving only the battle pets outside. But Luo Gushui suddenly said, "Wait, why isn't Teacher Su's dark dragon hound inside yet?" Chen Long snorted contemptuously. "There are 2 rank 9 powerhouses out there. As long as the dark dragon hound doesn't act foolish like its master, it'll surely be fine." Luo Gushui said with dissatisfaction, "No, that flock of Windwing Azure is too large. There's nowhere to hide. Let it in." Chen Long's expression turned a bit ugly. "If we open the earth barrier, what if the Windwing Azure take the opportunity to get in? Is it worth the risk for a mere rank 7 pet?" Ye Chenshan suddenly spoke up. "It is. The dark dragon hound was the first to detect the danger. Besides, Bossu is our benefactor. We can't be careless with his pet. My scale spear lizard will provide cover. Please, open the earth barrier." But Su Ping calmly interrupted. "There's no need. I appreciate everyone's good intentions, but don't worry. My dog may just be an impure mutt, but it has some fighting power, more or less. We just need to kill the leader of the Windwing flock. No matter how chaotic it seems, they're just a disorganized mob." Hearing this, Chen Long was a bit displeased. Suddenly, Old Ming patted his shoulder. "He's all talk. A dark dragon hound with only a 7th rank bloodline will be torn to shreds by that rank 9 level flock." Immediately, Old Ming ordered his Earthfire Dark Beast to use Hidden Trace. Luo Gu Shui, at the side, was a bit startled. This was a pet skill with an invisibility effect. The moment it was cast, the earth barrier vanished from sight. The walls became transparent, allowing them to observe the battlefield from inside. The Mara beast at the front charged into the flock, bringing its staff down on them with its powerful techniques. Its strength was immense. The other pets supported it from the sides, using all their skills to fend off wave after wave of attacks. The previously orderly flock of Windwing Azure was now in chaos. Ye Chenshan and Luo Gu Shui noticed that Su Ping's dark dragon hound had disappeared. A moment later, Ye Chenshan squinted into the distance and found a bright spot flickering back and forth within the flock of beasts. Luo Gu Shui's eyes widened as she looked in the direction Chenshan pointed. "Is that the dark dragon hound?" "That's it. It's surrounded by something like a blue cage protecting it, and it's like a tiger let loose among a flock of sheep, right in the middle of the Windwing Azure, viciously tearing them apart." The Wind-Winged Azure's formation completely collapsed. Everyone was stunned. A 7th grade pet was actually frolicking around in a swarm of 9th grade Wind-Winged Azures, and he called that just a little bit of combat power? Just then, the Wind-Winged Azure King, with its upper 8th grade combat power, saw the Dark Dragon Hound happily playing with its swarm. It swung its giant tail from the side, slamming it down towards the Dark Dragon Hound, intending to crush it to death. It swung its giant tail from the side, slamming it down towards the Dark Dragon Hound, intending to crush it to death. Nearby bats were sent flying by the force of the king's tail. Everyone looked worried. Taking a hit like that, it seemed the Dark Dragon Hound's chances of survival were slim. As soon as the smoke cleared, they saw the pup completely unharmed under the protection of several shields. Chen Long and Old Ming were horrified. "Its defense is terrifyingly strong. It feels even tougher than my great Earth Dragon." The Dark Dragon Hound suddenly crouched, gathering its momentum and channeling its power. The next second, the Dark Dragon Hound leaped high, its claws grazing the Wind-Winged Azure, striking the leader's wing but leaving nothing more than a few scratches. Chen Long immediately rationalized to himself, an attack like that only scratched the surface. So, this Dark Dragon Hound's abilities must be purely defensive. No wonder its hide is so tough. At least my Great Earth Dragon has offensive skills. The moment he finished that thought, he saw the bat leader spit out a mouthful of blood and free fall from the sky. In just a moment, it began convulsing, foaming at the mouth in agony. Bubbles continuously frothed from the scratches. It was a potent poison that had paralyzed it. Old Ming and the other man were stunned speechless. Damn it. Not only is its armor thick as hell, but its claws are also laced with a deadly venom. This dog is unbelievably broken. At the same time, the Dark Dragon Hound moved again. It wouldn't miss this chance to finish it off. The next second, its sharp claws shattered the leader's neck, followed by a spray of blood from the gash. And just like that, the bat's life was over. Seeing this, Su Ping smiled faintly. Compared to the terrifying monsters in the Dragon King's cultivation land, the Dark Dragon Hound could handle these small fries all by itself. Su Ping quickly signaled the Dragon Hound, "Stop playing around." The Dark Dragon Hound immediately let out a dragon's roar. The remaining swarm of Wind-Winged Azures felt the terrifying pressure of the roar, and realizing things were bad, they scattered in all directions, each one fleeing for its life. Sunlight broke through the gray clouds, and everyone cheered with joy. No one was injured. And this dark dragon hound, it's unbelievably strong. At this moment, Qianlong said awkwardly, "Brother Su, your dark dragon hound is truly a top-tier specimen." Su Ping replied casually, "It's just okay. Its aptitude is only mid-tier." Hearing this, Old Ming laughed. "Brother Su, you're being too modest. If a dark dragon hound like that is only mid-tier, wouldn't that make all of our pets low-tier?" Curious, Su Ping used his appraisal skill. Aptitude, Earthwing Fire-Eyed Dark Beast. Aptitude grade, truly low-tier. Seeing this, Su Ping scoffed inwardly. What does this old man know? This thing is practically bottom of the barrel. Is he that full of himself? Suddenly, the dark dragon hound returned, carrying a string of young eggs in its mouth. This clutch of eggs was connected by something resembling an umbilical cord. It dragged them in front of Su Ping and dropped them on the ground. Seeing the dark dragon hound looking at the eggs like a starving tiger, Qianlong and Old Ming looked on with envy. These eggs haven't fully formed yet. They've absorbed all the nutrients from the mother and are filled with the essence of life force, a true tonic for battle pets. Suddenly, Su Ping picked up a scale and said, "This material can be used to create an invisibility coating. Its market price isn't low. If you need it, you can take it." Both Old Ming and Qianlong looked at each other. Instead of causing trouble for us, he's actively sharing the spoils of war. His strength is unfathomable. It's better not to oppose him. Let's take this opportunity to make peace. With that thought, the two of them clasped their fists, bowed, and said, "Thank you, Brother Su. In that case, we'll gladly accept. If you need anything in the future, please just ask." After everything was settled, Ni Kong took out an old, yellowed map from his chest. His eyes scanned it quickly before he pointed to a spot. "Head northeast. There's a cave here. This is our destination. We should arrive by early tomorrow morning." Su Ping thought to himself, "I've seen the treasure location on this map before, in the Dragon King's Legacy. But this continent should have several other pieces. Why does this map only mark one spot?" Su Ping immediately asked, "Captain, did you draw this map yourself?" Ni Kong said, "It's from a friend. It cost a lot of money to get it." "Brother Su, do you have any questions?" Su Ping nodded. "I'm just curious. There's only one treasure in such a large area. Something strange." After hearing this, the captain and Qianlong laughed cheerfully. Treasures in secret realms have always gone to whoever gets there first. There's nothing strange about it. By the time this map was made, the other treasures had already been taken. Hearing this, Su Ping didn't say anything more, but he grew wary in his heart. The next day, the group arrived in front of a cave. The outside was surrounded by towering cliffs, like a valley. It was pitch black, absorbing all outside light. Gusts of wind blew out from within the cave, sounding like the wails of ghosts. It was truly terrifying. Su Ping's eyes swept over the area once, and as he assessed the situation, everything became clear in his mind. He raised a hand and said grimly, "Wait, don't. Inside that divine cave, there's a 9th rank beast." Ni Kong was a bit skeptical. "Brother Su, we haven't even gone inside yet. How could you possibly know that?" Su Ping thought to himself. Asterisk. "Of course. It's because I've already been here." Asterisk. Although he hadn't been in the Dragon Bone Tower long enough to remember everything, he at least knew where all the monsters were. He immediately smiled. "Isn't the Dark Dragon Hound's senses enough to convince everyone?" Ni Kong rubbed his chin and conceded, "That's true. We only discovered the azure-winged beasts earlier, thanks to the Dark Dragon Hound. Having you here is like having a cheat code." Hearing this, Luo Gushui, who was standing nearby, felt the pressure mount. The flock of azure-winged beasts had been driven back earlier. Although their combined combat power was at the 9th rank, individually, they were only at the 7th or 8th rank. The environment inside the cave was unknown, and hidden within was a 9th rank beast. Old Man Ming chimed in, "This is like cranking up the game's difficulty. Even with a powerful beast like Brother Su's, I'm afraid it'll be tough to take this thing head on." Ni Kong suddenly laughed. "Head on? Why do that when we can just lure the snake out of its den?" As soon as they heard this, Qianlong and Ye Chen opened their summoning spaces. "Good idea. We'll set a trap at the cave entrance. The moment that beast appears, we'll beat it black and blue." Qianlong immediately understood the plan. He shouted directly at his great earth dragon. The next second, the earth tunneling art activated, intending to create a rock trap. It instantly sucked up all the surrounding earth and rock, creating a ridiculously massive sphere, like something out of a giant food vlog. Meanwhile, at Luo Guxui's command, the holy flame bird let out a long cry. Its entire body was engulfed in flames, intending to wrap around the rock spheres and turn them into giant fireballs. Seeing the trap was set, Old Man Ming immediately signaled his Earthfire Scythe Beast to use its invisibility skill and hide. He had it lie in ambush on both sides of the cave with Ye Chenshan's and Chenlong's beasts. After everything was in place, Ye Chenshan said confidently, "Captain, we're in position. We just need to wait for it to show up." A look of impatience crossed Ni Xingkong's face. "I don't want to wait anymore. I'll go in and lead it out." Chenshan was shocked. "Lead it out? Captain, are you insane? That's too dangerous." Ni Xingkong turned and said, "Have you forgotten? I have my 9th rank Mata beast with me. Don't worry. If we just wait, we don't even know if there's really a 9th rank beast inside. I'm afraid the longer we wait, the more things could go wrong." Just as Ye Chenshan was about to protest again, Su Ping spoke up. "Don't worry, I'll go with him." Ni Xingkong saw that he was about to face a 9th rank beast, yet Su Ping was still willing to risk his life with him. He felt a warmth spread through his chest. "Brother Su, with you here, I have nothing to worry about." Su Ping followed closely behind Ni Xingkong, and they gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Ni Xingkong turned back and said, "Brother Su, the miasma in this cave is getting thicker. Your astral power isn't strong enough to resist the poison yet. Maybe you should just wait for me outside. Besides, you get first pick of the treasures. You don't need to take this risk." Su Ping shook his head. "Don't worry, I'm wearing the primal armor. Poisons below the 8th rank can't harm me." He then said seriously, "But, Captain, I heard that you've passed up your first pick of the treasures every single time, and now you're volunteering for the most dangerous job. I know you're not times selfless." Instantly, Su Ping's astral power flared as he entered a combat stance. "Since there's no one else around, why don't you tell me what's really going on?" Ni Xingkong laughed and explained, "It seems I can't hide anything from you. Inside this cave, there's a Starfall Spirit tree. The Starfall Spirit fruit grows on this tree. It can cause a significant transformation in battle pets below the initial 9th rank, even helping them break through to the next realm. It's a treasure rarely seen in this world. I'm going to get it before anyone else does." After hearing this, Su Ping's hostility immediately vanished. He said, "So you gave up your priority pick and risked charging into this dangerous place just to get that spirit tree?" Ni Xingkong nodded. "That's right. Brother Su, don't ask about the other secrets. I absolutely must get this spirit tree." He immediately thought of the person lying bedridden, and overcome with guilt, his resolve hardened. Suddenly, Ni Xingkong's serious voice carried a warning. "If you're also after that tree, then even if you're Chenshan and Xiao Xue's savior, don't blame me for what happens next." Su Ping thought to himself, "So he just wants the Starfall Spirit fruit. That thing isn't much different from the divine power pills the system gives me. It's a fairly ordinary treasure overall, but it's very important to him. It seems he's not a bad person after all. It's not like he's asking for the impossible. I might as well give him a hand. Su Ping didn't hide anything, saying he wasn't interested but wanted to give him a little warning. The beast living here is a high-tier, 9th rank subdragon species called the Crimson Scale Bloodworm. It's extremely cunning and excels at spiritual attacks. If you go straight for the fruit, there's a high chance you'll get your ass handed to you." Ni Xingkong's expression changed abruptly as he stared at Su Ping in shock. "A high-tier 9th rank, and it's good at the most complex spiritual attacks? How do you know all this in such detail? Just how many secrets are you hiding?" Su Ping smiled. "There are some secrets you shouldn't ask about either. In short, if you want to get the fruit, follow me." Su Ping suddenly punched the nearby cliff wall, shattering it and revealing an empty space. He placed an object on top of it. It looked completely ordinary, but when Ni Xingkong recognized it, he was stunned, suddenly spoke up. "How did you know the soul-suppressing lamp was here? Its light can resist most spiritual attacks." Su Ping smiled and replied, "That's also a secret." He thought to himself, "Of course. It's because I've been here before. A treasure this powerful from the Dragon King's legacy can only be used, not taken. I'm dying to have it." Su Ping directly grabbed the lamp's base, turned around, and said, "Let's go. With this light, we can go get the fruit now." Just as he finished speaking, the cave lurched, and the entire cavern began to shake. Instantly, their expressions changed. Something was coming. Suddenly, Su Ping realized something was off, as if it wasn't planning to attack them. At the same time, a snake over 100 meters long appeared inside the canyon, its entire body covered from head to tail in crimson scales. Boulders weighing over 10,000 caddies hovered above the canyon, waiting for it. Facing the sudden appearance of the level 9 crimson-scaled bloodjiao, and realizing it was the beast they needed to handle, Chen Long immediately shouted, Now's our chance. Great Earth Beast, Rockfall. Ming Lao also ordered the Scythe Guardian, which was lying in ambush, to attack. The moment he spoke, the prepared trap sprang towards the crimson-scaled blood, Jiao. The Scythe Guardian also swiftly attacked from the side, its two blades slicing through the air, creating two sharp energy waves aimed at the crimson-scaled blood, Jiao's eyes and nose. The injured crimson-scaled blood Jiao suddenly whipped its tail, trying to smash the Scythe Guardian to death. The twin blades in its hands moved frantically. Soon, the Scythe Guardian's eyes glowed red as it leaped up and, with a single slash, severed the crimson-scaled blood, Jiao's tail. It then lunged forward again, slashing at the beast's neck. A second later, a horrific shriek echoed out. As green blood spurted, its head was separated from its body. Just then, Cheng Kong and Su Bing finally made it out. Seeing the situation outside, Su Bing immediately stopped Cheng Kong. Meanwhile, Ye Chenshan and the others, their eyes glowing with a strange red light, shouted, "Captain, we did it! Look, we killed it!" Ni Cheng Kong looked bewildered, but Su Bing's face was grim. Damn it. Were we a step too late? He saw that the Scale Spear Thorn Beast and the Great Earth Dragon that had set up the formation were now crushed to death by the very boulders they had created. Each one lay motionless in a corner. Thanks to the lamp's light, Ni Cheng Kong and Su Bing could see the truth. Their pet beasts had killed each other. "What are you guys doing?" But Chen Long, with a triumphant look, said, "Captain, what are you talking about? Didn't we just successfully kill the level 9 beast?" At the same time, the Scythe Guardian behind them took down the Holy Flame Bird with a single strike. The real crimson-scaled blood Jiao was actually standing there, completely unharmed, watching the drama it had orchestrated. The large gem on its head was emitting waves of strange light, enveloping everyone on the ground. Clearly, everyone had fallen into an irresistible illusion, not even realizing they were trapped in it. Seeing this, Cheng Kong immediately opened his summoning space. "Damn it, it's an illusion making my people kill each other." He raised his hand and summoned the Manda Beast. But Su Bing calmly said from the side, "Don't leave the protective range of the soul-suppressing lamp, or we'll end up just like them." The next second, the Scythe Guardian's scythe came swinging down. Thanks to the Manda Beast, the two of them escaped death, quickly climbing onto its shoulder to get out of attack range. Meanwhile, those trapped in the illusion wore foolish smiles. After steadying themselves on the Manda Beast's shoulder, the soul-suppressing lamp in Su Bing's hand protected the Manda Beast's head, preventing it from being mind-controlled. Suddenly, Su Bing threw the soul-suppressing lamp and shouted, "Captain, use this chance to expand the lamp's range." The captain's spiritual energy was 4 levels higher than Su Bing's. Under his enhancement, the soul-suppressing lamp's range gradually expanded, instantly enveloping everyone within it. Cheng Kong hurriedly poured his spiritual energy into the soul-suppressing lamp, breaking the illusion for everyone. Yi Chenshan and the others woke up, unable to stop themselves from clutching their heads from the intense pain. Then, they noticed the terrible scene around them and understood what had happened. Su Bing and Cheng Kong jumped to the ground. Su Bing reminded them, "Is everyone okay? Stay within the protective range of the soul-suppressing lamp." Immediately, Su Bing commanded, "Everyone, channel your spiritual energy into the lamp together. Expanding its range can break the illusion." Just then, a strange noise came from the canyon above. A beast they hadn't seen before was launching an attack towards them. Standing at the edge, Chen Long was the first to notice something was wrong. He immediately yelled, "I think I hear something." The soul-suppressing lamp can only defend against spiritual attacks. It's useless against physical ones. In an instant, Chen Long shouted. The Manda Beast and the Scythe Guardian simultaneously swung their weapons to defend, but it all happened too fast. They couldn't cover everything. Seeing the shards raining down, Chen Long leaped over. "Brother Su, watch out." The spiritual shield behind Chen Long shattered as he shielded Su Bing with his entire body, using himself to block the rain of thorns. Seeing this, Su Bing and the others immediately put up their defenses. Cheng Kong roared angrily, "Protect the soul-suppressing lamp." Su Bing instantly understood. He caught the injured Chen Long with both hands and roared in fury. "Who is it? Show yourself." High above the canyon, the ambusher finally revealed themselves. The man in the lead was seen laughing. The destructive power of the crystal spike rat is truly first class. Behind him, the newcomers radiated an overwhelming killing intent. According to their strategy, that high 8th rank beast tamer, Vicious Scorpion, is the vice captain of the Vile Toxin team, a man with mid 8th rank combat power. He laughed confidently. "Sorry, our boss gave an order. We can't let you deal with the blazing scale blood Jiao so quickly." Ni Cheng Kong, who had been stabbed, gritted his teeth through the pain in a rage. "We have no history, no grudge against you. Why are you ambushing us?" The green-haired man looked at him as if he were an idiot. Haha, he laughed. You're about to die and you still don't know what's going on? Think carefully. Why do you guys have that map? Ni Chengkong's face filled with disbelief. That map? Could it be? From the very beginning, you people used us as bait to lure out the blazing scale blood Jiao? The green-haired man gloated. It's too late to figure it out now. A secret realm with such a precious treasure? Did you really think you could get in with just a little money? Just be good decoys and keep the blazing scale blood Jiao tied down. At this moment, Su Ping revealed a grim expression and opened his summoning space. A pitch-black little skeleton slowly walked out. Su Ping also pulled out a circular item. The green-haired man sneered. What do you think you're doing? Before you even get a chance to fight me, your teammates will have already been eaten by the blazing scale blood Jiao. But Su Ping paid him no mind. He threw the intermediate-level beast-trapping ring in his hand directly at the blazing scale blood Jiao. A ray of light shot out from the taming ring, striking it directly. While they were enjoying the show, dozens of golden chains suddenly shot out from the intermediate-level beast trap, instantly wrapping around and constricting the blazing scale blood Jiao. Seeing this, the green-haired man lost his cool. What is that thing? A high 9th rank blazing scale blood Jiao was captured just like that? For such a high-level beast, the success rate should only be 20%. The clanking sound of iron chains echoed from that direction, and the blazing scale blood Jiao, which had been so majestic moments ago, was now letting out roar after roar, struggling to break free. But in just a moment, the world fell silent in an instant. So quiet, you could hear a pin drop. The blazing scale blood Jiao was sucked into the beast taming ring and vanished on the spot. Ye Chenshen and Luo Gushui were overjoyed. Both of them were ecstatic to witness this, while the Vile Toxin team couldn't believe their eyes. At the same time, Su Ping used his spirit control. He brought the little skeleton along, riding the wind to appear behind the enemy. Why are you all just standing there? Weren't you trying to stop us? He looked at the scumbag who had ambushed them. What's the matter? Hurry up and get your ass in gear. When they turned around, they were all shocked. They never expected Su Ping could ride the wind. The North Star team actually had a 9th rank expert? At that, the green-haired man let out a huge shout. What are you afraid of? So what if he's a titled rank? Can't you see he only brought one skeleton with him? He immediately pointed at Su Ping and bellowed. All of you, charge him. Are you really afraid of him? Everyone, target him. Just as the fight was about to break out, Su Ping noticed things weren't looking good down below. Below, everyone was desperately trying to tend to each other's wounds. At that moment, Luo Gushui was anxiously bandaging Ni Chengkong. Captain, you have to hang on. Ni Chengkong coughed twice and asked, how are the others? Ye Chenshen replied dejectedly. Old Ming and Chen Long didn't make it. This sneak attack had caused them to suffer heavy casualties. Ni Chengkong's condition wasn't optimistic either. He was at death's door. Su Ping immediately flew back down to everyone's side. Hearing the captain call his name, Su Ping said with a calm expression, Captain, I'm here. Ni Chengkong gathered the last of his strength to speak. Brother Su, I'm counting on you. Just earlier, as they were running out of the cave, Ni Chengkong had spoken to Su Ping. Brother Su, to be honest, I have a bad feeling. If something happens to me, can you help me bring back the spirit tree? Su Ping was a bit confused. This spirit fruit is for increasing one's cultivation. If you're no longer alive, what's the point? But Ni Chengkong had a very serious expression. It's for my daughter. I heard the Starfall spirit fruit can activate a beast tamer's potential. It might help her overcome her illness, cure her terminal illness. I've worked my whole life in the wastelands, and I haven't been able to take good care of her. This is the only thing I can do for my family. Hearing Ni Chengkong's dying wish, Su Ping immediately headed straight into the cave. Su Ping said with a grave expression, rest assured, I'll go and be right back. He was determined to make it happen. At this moment, inside the cave, the members of the Vile Toxin team were frantically looting the various treasures guarded by the high 9th rank beast. In front of the Starfall spirit tree, someone shouted, Captain, this tree is too big. It's not easy to carry away. What do we do? The captain couldn't help but yell, you idiot! He was a high 8th rank combatant. Did this even need to be asked? Take the fruit, chop down the tree. If we can't have it, then nobody can. The subordinate holding the axe immediately cackled with glee. The captain is absolutely right. He raised his arm, aiming to strike the fruit. Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air came from behind him. Before he could even react, the attack pierced through his neck from behind. The man collapsed instantly. The surrounding Vile Toxin team members immediately went on high alert. Who's there? They shouted. Could it be someone from the North Star team got in? A blonde man standing near the one who was just killed analyzed the situation. Impossible. The blazing scale blood Jiao outside is a mid-9th rank, and the second in command is still out there. Unless the North Star team has a god among them. Looking at this wound, an immense pressure fell over him. This wound is so clean, it was definitely made by a 9th rank master. He immediately shouted, I wonder which esteemed expert has taken a liking to these secret treasures. Please, come out and negotiate. We're willing to give up half. The moment he finished speaking, another cluster of astral power shot through space towards them. The two men standing next to each other had no time to react and were killed instantly. The rest were so scared, they nearly wet themselves. Who the hell is it? Come on out. Is assassination all you know? Su Ping's eyes were filled with nothing but cold, killing intent. With a slight movement of his finger, his skill activated. In the palm of his hand, astral power condensed into a long needle. The next second, the golden needle shot from his hand in a flash, piercing through every obstacle in its path. The long needle sliced through the air, and everyone was impaled by the single strike. The blonde man saw Su Ping's trail and immediately opened 2 summoning portals. Found you. You refused the easy way, so now you'll get the hard way. Before the summoning portals could fully open, a black blade swung with a cold chill. A single slash decapitated the 2 dragon beasts that had just poked their heads out of the summoning portals. Blood immediately gushed from the wounds. Little skeleton, its eyes glowing red, slowly landed on the ground. The blonde man felt the sacrifice of his astral pets. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees, his face a mask of disbelief. My 2 lower 9th rank astral pets were killed in a single blow. Insta-killed. He immediately started crying and begging for mercy. Great master, spare me. Take all these treasures. Please, just let me live. Su Ping slowly walked up to him without saying a single word. The blonde man spoke on his own. You're not here to rob us of our treasures? Are you here to hunt us? The blonde man knew his chances were slim, so he spoke again. Tell me your name. At least let me know who I'm dying to. Before the blonde man could finish, the long astral needle suddenly shot out, piercing through his head in an instant. Su Ping's expression didn't change. Anyone I decide to kill will never get a chance to fight back. You'll die in eternal fear and doubt. This is the part that was missing from last night because my crappy laptop had a rendering error. My sincere apologies, everyone. I hope you all have a fun and relaxing time. Let's send this whole gang and their buddies off to the afterlife. Su Ping dragged all the bodies into a corner and then summoned the infernal dragon and used its flames to incinerate the bodies, erasing all traces. Su Ping walked up to the nebula spirit tree and stored the entire tree in his storage space. He thought to himself, I can't believe someone attacked me right at the start. Luckily, thanks to Chen Long's group, I managed to survive. This wasteland is full of conflict. I have to adapt to this new environment quickly. Night fell, and everyone returned to base number 7. Su Ping asked, You guys, do you have any plans for what's next? Luo Guxue looked downcast. We have to go back to bury the captain, and then deal with the affairs of Old Feng and Chen Long. Ye Chenshan had a strange expression. Boss Su, you saved us once again. We must look pathetic. I hope you're not laughing at us. I never expected we'd suffer such heavy casualties this time. Boss Su, would you like to come back with us? Su Ping looked towards the nebula spirit tree and said, No, we'll part ways here. I have things to do. This tree, you guys will take care of it. Harvest its fruits regularly and give them to the captain's daughter. Yi Chenshan and Luo Guxue were stunned. Boss Su, this is the legendary nebula spirit tree. You don't want it? And how did you know the captain has a daughter? Su Ping's face was indifferent. Don't worry about the details. Can you do it or not? The two of them hurriedly stood up and solemnly promised they would. Su Ping turned, opened his storage space, took out the spoils of war, and said, And these treasures that we found in the cave can be sold for a lot of money. Divide it all among yourselves and the families of the deceased. Luo Guxue was so moved she almost cried. Teacher Su, you're not taking anything? Su Ping glanced at the soul-suppressing pill in his storage space and nodded. The captain and Chen Long traded their lives to give us a chance to survive. I'm very grateful to them. He thought to himself, I've already obtained the most important thing here. I'll go find treasures elsewhere. As for these secret treasures I don't need, I might as well give them away as a favor. It's a good way to earn some goodwill. Suddenly, a loudspeaker announcement was heard. All pioneers leaving the base, report to the security room. Uninspected treasures cannot be taken out. Hearing this, Ye Chenshan prepared to leave. His injuries made it a bit difficult for him to move. Seeing this, Su Ping escorted them to the security room. Soon, everyone arrived. At the security room, the room was spacious, with little furniture, just inspectors examining various secret treasures, like the Xuan Gang treasure blade. There were also a few people sitting and observing. These three listened to the inspector's report, yawning continuously, showing no interest at all in 6th rank treasures. They weren't even worth mentioning. Seeing this, Su Ping quietly asked who those three were. Ye Chenshan quickly whispered, "The one in the middle is a 9th rank expert, and the two beside him are 8th rank. It wasn't until the announcement of the spirit tree, a 9th rank treasure, that they finally paid attention. I can't believe they even managed to get a nebula spirit tree." The blue-haired man smiled and asked, "That fruit looks delicious. How much are you selling it for? Name your price." Ye Chenshan stepped forward, blocking the spirit tree, and said firmly, "I'm sorry. This fruit is not for sale. Everything else is negotiable." Suddenly, the long-haired 8th rank man kicked Ye Chenshan away. He said contemptuously, "What's this piece of trash trying to pull? $5 million is enough. Now get lost." Both of them were upper 8th rank. Just by eating this fruit, you can ascend directly to the titled rank. The two of them revealed greedy expressions as they moved in to pick it. Suddenly, a hand blocked their way. A long-haired man with a grim expression asked, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" He thought to himself, "Who is this guy that can stop my hand?" Su Ping's face was indifferent. "Nothing much. We've just decided we're not going back. The inspection is over," he thought. "This damn security check. They're just a bunch of vultures looking to steal our stuff. Even the management is in on it. I should have just stored everything in my personal space from the start. Heh. And where do you think you're going with that?" The other two guys threatened Su Ping. "Who the hell do you think you are? The inspection is over. It's none of your business." As soon as the words left their mouths, the two suddenly gathered their power, their fists crackling with condensed star power, and sent Su Ping flying. Su Ping quickly got back up, dusting himself off, as the crowd of pioneers behind them ran over to see what was happening. "What's going on? Why are they fighting?" The blue-haired man thought to himself, "My chance to reach the 9th rank is right here. There's no way I'm letting him walk away with this prize." He recited Article 72 of the Federal Management Law. Obstructing a security check can be met with forceful suppression. In severe cases, the offender can be dealt with on the spot. The onlookers started laughing and chatting. "Look, another idiot trying to fight the authorities. The last guy who tried that is barely cold in his grave, and here comes another one. Wait, isn't that the guy who pissed off the Tang family? Let's capture him together and turn him over to the Tang family for a reward." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky. "Isn't this a bit much?" The crowd below stirred, looking for the source of the voice. Blindly hiding your strength will only continue to attract haters. They looked up to see the blade venerable, holding a wine gourd and perched high above. "Kid, if you want to make it to a bigger world, you have to be bold and show them your claws." He then gave Su Ping a meaningful look. "The path will automatically open for the strong." Su Ping's eyes widened in understanding. "A bigger world, huh? Thank you, Blade Venerable, for the reminder." Immediately, the two thugs charged forward aggressively. "What are you spacing out for?" But just as they were about to throw their punches, two giant hands made of star power materialized in front of them. A second later, two resounding smacks echoed throughout the area. The star power hand viciously slammed into one of them. Everyone present was stunned as they watched the two inspectors get sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating two craters. The two men crawled to their feet, staring at Su Ping in utter disbelief. A titled rank powerhouse? Immediately, murmurs and discussions erupted from all sides. How is that possible? Even the young masters of the four great families haven't reached the upper 8th rank yet. Just who in the world is this guy? His spirit control skill activated again, and the giant hands condensed from star power reappeared. They slowly reached out, lifting the entire nebula spirit tree. With a loud shout from Su Ping, "Store!" the giant hands immediately lifted the spirit tree towards a spatial void and placed it inside. The crowd behind them gasped in astonishment. "Look, that's spatial star power. This guy really is a titled rank powerhouse." The two thugs, still on the ground, watched the nebula spirit tree vanish into thin air, their faces filled with horror. "It's gone? He has a spatial treasure, too?" A chill ran down their spines. Spatial treasures were priceless artifacts that money couldn't buy. Just what is this guy's background? The blue-haired man was just as clueless. He thought he'd found an easy score, but it turns out he'd poked a sleeping tiger. The two of them immediately got to their feet. They bowed to Su Ping with sycophantic smiles. "We were blind and failed to recognize a master. We apologize for offending you. You've already slapped us, and we deserved it. We hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us. Seeing this, our protagonist simply cracked his knuckles. That slap was for my friends. Now, it's time to settle my own score. The long-haired man trembled, holding up his fingers to signal he was willing to pay compensation, 20 million credits. Suddenly, the 9th rank expert from before slowly spoke up. How is 20 million possibly enough? 30 million each. If you don't transfer the money, you won't have those seats to sit in anymore. I was going to let you off the hook, as long as you didn't make a scene. Make sure you remember this lesson, Su Ping thought to himself. Trying to throw money at me? I'm not that kind of person. But I do need to upgrade my pet store. And 60 million is acceptable. And just like that, he chose to bow before the almighty dollar. He opened his payment code and said, all right then, let's do it. Pay up. After receiving the money, Su Ping returned to where Chen Shan and Gu Shui were. It's all my fault. My strength is too low. That's why they could push us around. Gu Shui was also incredibly ashamed. If only I were a little stronger, this wouldn't have happened. We had to trouble you again, Mr. Su. Su Ping comforted them, saying, it's not your fault. I underestimated just how much attention this tree would attract. I'll take it back and plant it. Once the captain's daughter is cured, it can be used as food for our battle pets. Once you two reach the 8th rank, I'll give you one to help you break through to the 9th rank with ease. Upon hearing this, Gu Shui's face flushed with excitement. Ye Chenshan couldn't hide his overjoyed expression. For us? Boss Su, you're too kind. Asterisk, sniffle asterisk. Thanks to the 60 million he extorted from those 2 security guards, Su Ping was now filthy rich. At this moment, he was like a prince riding a white horse. Whoops, I mean a black dog. He made his way to the 98th dragon scale continent. Suddenly, Su Ping turned and gave an order to his dark dragon hound. Go scout the surrounding area. I'm going for a quick dip. If anything unusual happens, use your senses to call me. The dragon hound let out a soft growl in agreement. Su Ping then jumped straight into the lake, using his arms and legs to dive deeper and deeper toward the bottom. Su Ping recalled a secret. A hidden treasure in this very place, one powerful enough to move mountains and drain the seas. Su Ping dove to the bottom of the lake. There, he found a temple and swam towards it. Man, this thing was well hidden. If he hadn't chanced upon it in the Dragon King's legacy, he never would have found this place. Inside the temple was a single skeleton, sitting cross-legged, holding a wooden box. Su Ping's eyes lit up instantly. He'd found it. He opened the box, and inside was a painting. The painting was called the Heaven and Earth Scroll. This scroll could use astral power to create a small world, similar to the storage space the system gave him. Although it couldn't hold as much as the system's storage, it could contain living things, and the size of this space would grow as the user's strength increased. With my current astral power, 5 times what it used to be, I can probably create a space the size of 45 stadiums. He would plant the nebula tree there later. Having made his decision, he satisfyingly stored the scroll in his storage space. Suddenly, the dark dragon hound sent him a warning signal. It had detected movement above. Looking up, he saw a bird circling. It was a bird that could share its vision with its master. Su Ping carefully peeked his head out to observe. He confirmed with a single glance that the bird had been sent by someone with a specific purpose. He remembered that there was another top-tier secret treasure nearby, the undead fruit. It could grant a demon-type astral pet immunity to a fatal wound. It was a perfect fit for the attack-focused little skeleton. Immediately, Su Ping sent a thought to his dark dragon hound. Find the location of that bird's master. I need to confirm if they've already taken the undead fruit. At the same time, 2 battle pet masters were fleeing through a forest of withered trees. One of them was clutching a box at his side. A faint dark energy, like a thin mist, emanated from the box. In this dead forest, why does that bird keep following us? Maybe someone has targeted us. Suddenly, a wind blade slashed down at the 2 of them from out of nowhere. The branch beneath their feet was instantly severed from the tree. Who's there? They only saw Zhuo Fengchun, astral power crackling in his hands, speaking with cold indifference. You 2 are in quite a hurry. Did you happen to stumble upon some treasure? The 2 men immediately recognized the newcomer as one of the Tang family's twin wind elders. He frowned. What do you want? Tang Ruyan slowly walked out and said coldly, if you know we're from the Tang family, then hand over what you're holding. We've had our eyes on that undead fruit in your hands for a long time. If we hadn't been delayed by the matter at the Dragonbone Monument, you wouldn't have even had a chance. Seeing the situation was bad, the 2 men immediately clutched the box and turned to leave. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Just then, a giant hand of astral power appeared in the sky, large enough to envelop them both. The 2 cried out in shock, quickly assuming a defensive stance. That's condensed astral power of a titled level master, Zuo Fengchun snorted coldly. Still trying to run? You dare try to show off in front of a master? With that, he slammed his hand down, sending the two men crashing to the ground. Before the condensed astral power of a titled level master, an 8th rank battle pet master was as helpless as a child, crushed beneath the force. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, still shouting in anger, "Aren't you afraid of ruining the Tang family's reputation by doing this?" Zuo Fengchun said grimly. "As long as you two shut your mouths forever, there won't be any problem." Suddenly, Zuo Fengchun's hand of condensed astral power moved slightly, and an incredibly sharp gust of wind sliced through the arm of the man holding the box. The arm flew off, along with the box clutched beneath it. Zuo Fengchun slowly guided the box towards his hand. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Looks like you had to learn the hard way." Just as the box was about to fall into his hands, two golden hands materialized from thin air and gently caught it. Hiding in the shadows, the corner of our protagonist's mouth curled up slightly. Zuo Fengchun didn't even know what hit him. The box that was right in front of him had vanished in an instant. He couldn't help but be stunned. The other two from the Tang family couldn't believe their eyes either. "Where's the box? Where did it go?" Zuo Fengchun's expression changed slightly. "It's a titled level expert. Young miss, be careful." Immediately, he summoned his Tula Evil Shadow Beast, lower 9th rank. "Go get that box back." As soon as it was summoned, the Tula Evil Shadow Beast shot off at high speed, chasing in the direction the treasure box had disappeared. Su Ping, hidden in the shadows, smiled. "Come on then, Dark Dragon Hound. Apply dragon scale armor to the infernal bamboo dragon beast. Have it release its rock armor, harden its ice shell, and ignite its flame cloak." A suit of dragon armor immediately appeared on the bamboo dragon beast. Following Su Ping's command, its defense now doubled. It charged ferociously towards the Tula Evil Shadow Beast. Zuo Fengchun watched in disbelief. His Tula Evil Shadow Beast was actually being suppressed. Zuo Fengchun waved his hand violently, opening two more summoning vortexes. Rui Fengmo, behind him, warned, "Hold on. He subdued your astral pet in a single move. His power is unfathomable. Are you just going to attack like that? Be careful you don't fall into his trap." Zuo Fengchun glanced back. "Then what should we do? We can't let him get away." At that moment, Rui Fengmo's entire body surged with astral power. "Don't worry, he won't escape. Watch this old man force him out." As soon as he finished speaking, a mass of astral power, the size of a small mountain, suddenly condensed and shot directly towards Su Ping's hiding spot. Seeing this, Su Ping wasn't the least bit flustered. "My number one general, Little Skeleton." The skeleton had already gathered its power, just waiting to strike. The moment the former leader was just a few meters from Su Ping, it unleashed a heaven-shattering demon blade. It directly split that energy hand in two. At this point, Su Ping had no intention of hiding anymore. Holding his black blade, he stood between Little Skeleton and the bamboo dragon beast and smirked. "Beaten already? How are you supposed to get the undead fruit like that?" Zha Fengchun instantly recognized Su Ping. Feng Mo's expression also turned grave. "So young, and already a titled rank. If we let him live, he'll definitely be a future disaster. Kill him without mercy." Right now, Zha Fengchun just wanted to vent his anger for his pet, which was being crunched to bits by the bamboo dragon beast. A cold glint shot from his eyes as two summoning gates suddenly opened beside him. "You escaped at the Dragon Ascension platform, but let's see where you run now." The Storm Tree, Hell Spirit King, and Fire Luo Beast appeared, but that was all he could manage. A silent, ghost-like figure instantly appeared right in front of Zha Fengchun. Cold sweat instantly poured down his body as he realized what the shadow in front of him was, and he felt an intense wave of fear. At the same time, the Dark Dragon Hound, shrouded in dark energy like a demonic blade, suddenly appeared, aiming for Zha Fengchun. The Tang family's grand tutor, Feng Mo, who was standing to the side, reacted quickly and pushed Tang Ruyan out of the way. After killing Zha Fengchun, the dark blade energy didn't stop, flying straight into the sky and splitting everything in its path in half. At that moment, Tang Ruyan's heart was in turmoil. What the hell was that? Such destructive power. And it came from a tiny skeleton. Feng Mo was utterly shocked, but he couldn't hesitate any longer. He roared in anger. "How dare you harm my young miss? Die!" He transformed his astral power into 4 large swords, which instantly split into countless smaller ones. The myriad of blades aimed for Su Ping, intending to turn him into a human pincushion. Our boy didn't even bother to raise an eyebrow. Circulating his astral power, he channeled it all into his right fist. I didn't get a chance to face that move at the Dragon Ascension platform. Let's see what this little trick is all about. As Su Ping moved, he unleashed the demon-suppressing fist art. A giant, godlike phantom appeared behind him. Seeing this, Feng Mo was stunned. What kind of bizarre fist art is that? This is the aura of a god. Just then, Su Ping let out a fierce shout. His right arm swung out, and his compressed astral power took the form of a clenched fist, ready to deliver a beatdown. It even emitted a golden astral light. Wherever the fist went, Feng Mo's sword domain was shattered to pieces. Seeing this, Feng Mo suddenly had a bad feeling. He gathered astral power in his hands and, in the next second, unleashed the 9-layered star shield. The giant golden fist instantly tore through all 9 layers, leaving a massive hole in each one it passed. As expected of a titled rank, surviving that punch without dying on the spot, Feng Mo condensed his power and opened a summoning space. This little brat's strength is no joke. Feng Mo ordered the Bamboo Dragon King, "Take the young miss and run." As soon as it appeared, it immediately opened its mouth and swallowed Tang Ruyan, then instantly burrowed into the ground, using an earth escape technique to flee. Su Ping laughed. "Trying to run? Dark Dragon Hound, dig that girl up for me." Feng Mo was determined not to let Su Ping get near his young miss so easily. His body began to slowly dissipate, turning into a cloud of black mist. "Little brat, I win this time." Feng Mo was now directly using a secret art of the Tang family. It wasn't one of the 3 great secret arts, but it was still an extremely profound technique. Feng Mo's spiritual power separated from his body and then reformed into one entity. This was clearly the spiritual secret art, soul snatching and spirit seizing. Tang Ruyan, hiding inside the Bamboo Dragon King, was also shocked. Soul snatching, sacrificing the user's body to take over someone else's. It's a move only used as a last resort. To think he could push old Feng to this extent. At this moment, Feng Mo directly attacked Su Ping, aiming to take his life. A group of pets, without even waiting for Su Ping's command, charged towards Feng Mo. He passed right through the pets with a triumphant laugh. "You think physical attacks can stop me? Little brat, you should regret making an enemy of the Tang family." Ghostface moved in front of Su Ping and roared, "Even if my bones are ground to dust, I'll drag you down with me." Before he could finish, Su Ping suddenly took out the soul-suppressing lamp he had just obtained. The arrogant Feng Mo charged towards him, only to slam into a defensive barrier blocking his path, letting out a pained scream. "Why can't I touch him? Could it be a spiritual defense treasure?" The old man looked at Su Ping with a ghastly expression and noticed his triumphant face, holding the soul-suppressing lamp in his hand. Faced with Feng Mo's attack, using the Tang family's secret art, Su Ping easily neutralized it with the soul-suppressing lamp. Afterwards, he had the hound find Tang Ruyan, who was being protected inside the Bamboo Dragon King's mouth. The pet subconsciously sensed that its master, Feng Mo, was dead and lost control, trying to swallow Tang Ruyan whole. The girl landed a kick that made it cry out in pain and open its mouth. "What's going on? Why is the Bamboo Dragon Beast trying to eat me?" She hurriedly opened a space and ordered, "Get me out of here." A moment later, on the ground not far from Su Ping, the pet summoned by Tang Ruyan tore open the Bamboo Dragon Beast's mouth, holding its severed head in its hand. Su Ping's face was indifferent, so the young miss finally decided to show herself. Tang Ruyan sat atop the Fallen Wing King, a mid-tier 9th-rank beast. It had a humanoid form with 2 large wings, its entire body shrouded in a swirling dark, demonic aura. In its hand was the ancient blood-crimson sword, but even that couldn't dispel the gloomy feeling it gave off. Seeing Su Ping, Tang Ruyan shouted, "Don't call me young, miss." Suddenly, she froze. Why? Why can't I feel Old Feng's presence anymore? Even a 9th-rank master like Old Feng couldn't make it? Instantly, Tang Ruyan looked into the distance, only to see the clothes Feng Hua had been wearing left behind. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped on her. A chill ran from the top of her head to the soles of her feet. Tang Ruyan took a deep breath and demanded, "Who are you? Why are you hunting our Tang family?" Su Ping looked at her coldly. "And what about you? Why did you kill them?" Hearing this, Tang Ruyan was at a loss for words. After all, they were the ones who attacked first. She blinked her long eyelashes and said, "It's just the law of the jungle. The strong devour the weak. Or do you think we kill everyone we meet? Unlike you beastmasters who kill people indiscriminately?" Su Ping couldn't help but chuckle at that. "Right now, you're just a fish on my chopping block." As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic aura around Little Skeleton, who was standing beside him, erupted, and the phantom of the Ocean King appeared once more. The Fallen Wing King felt the suppression from the royal bloodline and immediately folded its wings, its whole body tensing up defensively as it let out a low growl. Tang Ruyan was also shocked. Her 9th rank Fallen Wing King was actually trembling before the aura of a small skeleton. She immediately gritted her teeth and said, "What do you want? As long as you let me go, my family will agree to any demand." But Su Ping just flicked his finger. "Little girl, if you want to beg for mercy, you should at least show me some sincerity." Tang Ruyan glanced at her Fallen Wing King and asked uncertainly, "What do you want me to do?" Su Ping said mockingly, "I want you to cancel your contract with the Fallen Wing King." Hearing this, Tang Ruyan seethed internally. He wants me to break the contract? After a Beastmaster breaks a contract, their pet enters a weakened state. Is he planning to kill me for good? Tang Ruyan took a deep breath, then jumped down to stand before Su Ping. She gave a dark smile, readily agreeing to Su Ping's request. Then, her right hand gently reached for the hem of her skirt from behind. From the front, it looked like she was about to lift her skirt to distract him, but in reality, one hand was opening a summoning space for an ocean system pet. The next second, she summoned a wind howler wolf, waving her hand forward to signal an attack on Su Ping. Before its claws could even touch the air around him, Little Skeleton swiftly swung its blade. He didn't even bother to act himself against Tang Ruyan's sudden counterattack. Seeing her pet's front limbs severed, Tang Ruyan was both furious and desperate, cursing inwardly, "Damn it." Su Ping looked at Tang Ruyan's despairing face, then suddenly flipped his hand and took an item from his storage space. It was the secret treasure scroll from the bottom of the lake. "If this is what you want, then I'll have to lend a hand." In a flash, Little Skeleton's figure shot forward, and with another clean slash, it instantly killed the two 9th rank beasts. Su Ping suddenly unfurled the scroll in his hand. The moment Tang Ruyan saw the faint golden glow from within the paper, she was sucked into another dimension. She landed inside the secret treasure's space, and after looking around for a moment, she realized it was a spatial treasure. At that moment, Su Ping's consciousness entered the scroll. His face appeared in the sky, murmuring, "It's pretty spacious in here. Why don't you just kill me?" Questioned by Tang Ruyan, Su Ping just smiled. "If you want to die, of course you can, but I need to get something out of you first." Tang Ruyan looked at the mark on Su Ping's forehead, shocked. "Is that an inheritance mark on your forehead?" Immediately after, she bent over and began to laugh like a madwoman. "So you were the one who broke through the 9th floor that day." Then she just kept laughing and laughing, laughing until tears streamed down her face. A moment later, she wiped her eyes and looked up at him. "You're about to die, and you don't even know it, do you? You're going to become a hunted legendary lord." Su Ping asked, puzzled, "Start making sense." She remained stubborn. "What's the point of talking if I'm about to be killed anyway? You're in my hands, and you dare to threaten me back? If you don't talk, I'll make you die in a bizarre pose, take a picture, and broadcast it across the entire continent." Tang Ruyan's face turned beet red. Who knows what she imagined, as she gritted her teeth and called him a despicable pervert. Then, she finally explained, Yuan Tianchen is a legendary level beastmaster. He intended to pass the Dragonbone inheritance to his own granddaughter. Therefore, anyone who could take that inheritance will be logged out of this server by him. She paused for a moment before continuing. "Our 4 great families promised Lord Yuan that even if we were lucky enough to pass the 9th floor, we would voluntarily give up the right to the inheritance. But no one ever really thought it would happen, because the 9 floors of the Dragonbone Tower aren't something you can clear just by saying you want to." After understanding the truth of the matter, Su Ping retrieved the scroll. So, the entire secret realm was under that man's control. The vice principal once said the federal government had sealed off the wasteland for security reasons. It turns out that was just a cover for Yuan Tianchen to monopolize the secret realm. He even had the 4 great families wrapped around his finger. Su Ping, just like the other pioneers, could only pick up the scraps left behind. He gathered the corpses together and signaled for the Purgatory Dragon Hound to erase all traces. Even though I managed to defeat that Ultra VIP Pro Battle Pet, it took me 7,400 revivals to do it. I can't underestimate this encounter with the strongest legend. His gaze naturally sharpened. Although no one witnessed him clearing the Dragonbone Tower, if the gods truly wanted to investigate, it would only be a matter of time. The urgent matter was to find a way to upgrade the pet store to level 3. At least, he could protect his mother and sister, so they wouldn't be dragged into his problems. After settling things, Su Ping returned to the store. When the students saw Su Ping appear, they all started shouting, "It's the owner! I'm back! This time I want to board 5 pets." Another person spoke up, saying they wanted to board as many as 7. Hearing this, Su Ping quickly waved his hands. "Everyone, line up. There's enough for all of you." He thought to himself that things were going pretty smoothly so far. At the end of the day, a notification about his balance change popped up from the system. Today, the store had over 11,000 energy points remaining. Su Ping thought, right now, the store's daily revenue is about 10,000. To upgrade, it'll take about 10 days. Then he opened his watch. He was also planning to buy land during this time, so he wanted to check the price to calculate things in advance. This time, Su Ping opened a private service network, where as long as you had money, someone would fulfill any request. After logging in, Su Ping saw a secretary's image appear and ask for his request. I want to expand my store. I need to buy more land. I've already noted your store's address. May I ask what area size you require, sir? Su Ping casually gave the number 3,000 square meters. After the customer service representative calculated it, she replied, based on your price, the deposit is about 200 million, and the remaining 100 million can be paid upon land transfer. Su Ping was a bit stunned. It costs 300 million? When did the price double? The secretary explained, because the Global Elite League is about to start. All prices have gone up, and real estate is harder to buy than usual. Su Ping was immediately lost in thought. What a coincidence for the price to increase at this exact moment. Suddenly, he remembered that intermediate beast-catching ring. I have a flame-scale blood jiao in my possession. He immediately inquired, how much can a high-tier, 9th rank beast be sold for? The secretary was visibly surprised, her fingers flying across the keyboard to find an answer. The market price for a high-tier, 9th rank star pet is about 400 million star coins. The price for a wild beast would be much lower, but since yours is a rare find, there's someone on the market willing to pay 250 million for it right now. Do you want to sell? If you wait a bit longer, the price will go up. As soon as Su Ping heard this, he immediately said, sell it now. Do the paperwork. The land deposit will be paid with the money from selling the beast. Then he hung up. He thought to himself, 250 million plus the 60 million I have on hand. I need to try and get a bit stronger in the next few days. He asked the system, can you find a cultivation site that's harder than the Dragon King's legacy? God-level cultivation sites all required 10,000 energy to enter, while high-level ones were 1,000 points. Su Ping was shocked when he saw the sky-high ticket prices. The Supreme God Realm, an entry ticket costs 10,000. Even though he was past the newbie period and could recover 10% each time he entered, he still had to pay for every single revival. Buying a ticket to a god-level zone would leave him with no money for revivals. He looked at the list for a while and decided to choose the demigod burial site, which cost 1,000 points to enter. My golden crow, fiend god body, needs the heart of a divine flame beast as a material to cultivate the second level. The divine flame beast is a fire attribute creature, so maybe I can find it in this place. If my golden crow, fiend god body. After countless battles, protecting Su Ping had become the pet's instinct, but against the fairy's energy, both were easily sliced in half, dying instantly. Seeing this, Su Ping's expression immediately turned serious. Little skeleton isn't some pet that's just for show. How could it be killed so easily? He chanted, undead demon fruit, negate fatal damage. Little skeleton began to reconstruct in an instant, and combined with its own regeneration ability, its body was restored to its original state. In a flash, the golden light about to hit Su Ping was deflected by a bone knife thrown from Little Skeleton's hand. Su Ping hastily dodged and revived the Purgatory Dragon Hound. He cried out in distress, please, let me explain. I have no ill intentions. He didn't have much energy left for revivals. He shouldn't be fighting right now. The blonde fairy waved her hand, clothes materializing on her body, as she impatiently cut him off. I know what you want to say. I know you teleported here from another world. Hearing this, Su Ping didn't hide his surprise. How did you know? The goddess said indifferently, your small frame and a face that almost resembles ours. You're simply a low-level human. This is the domain of the gods, covered by a supreme energy. If you weren't teleported here by an external force, how could you possibly have entered? Su Ping pointed to himself and asked again, I'm a human, but you're not surprised? The goddess looked uninterested. It's not surprising to have servants here born from the union of gods and humans. Even we gods don't know what planet you came from. Su Ping slapped his forehead, understanding the situation. So that's how it is. I guess someone has set foot here before, and even established contact with the God clan? How come I've never heard of this before? The goddess looked at Su Ping and thought to herself, this country bumpkin is just a small fry, but his pets are all from the tidal realm, and he can revive them whenever he wants. The strangest part is that there's a strange, unknown trace in his bloodline that is actually terrifying. Could it be he's not human? Or is there someone else backing him? Suddenly, the goddess summoned a scepter into her hand. Enough with the nonsense. What are you doing here, in the central land of the gods? Summon whoever is backing you right now. Little Skeleton, who had been drooling over the goddess just a moment ago, now raised its blade, ready to protect its master. You said this is the central land? Isn't this place the land of the fallen demigods? Hearing this, the goddess's expression immediately turned sour. She suddenly unleashed a divine light, instantly killing both Su Ping and his pet in one go. In the revival space, the protagonist thought to himself, was her reaction because she couldn't accept this place being called the land of the fallen demigods? Su Ping randomly selected a revival point. The purpose of this trip is to get stronger. I won't bother with her anymore. I'll just hurry up and check out another place. After 500 energy points were deducted, the familiar sensation of revival returned, and Su Ping's vision gradually cleared. He was brought to a desert. As soon as he landed, he felt the sand beneath him sinking, a clear sign that something was wrong. A moment later, countless sharp teeth suddenly emerged from the sand in front of Su Ping, followed by a giant, pit-like mouth that tried to snap him up. It turned out he had randomly landed right in the mouth of a desert monster. He shot out to dodge the bite, but the monster relentlessly pursued him. Star power condensed around Su Ping, gradually forming the demon-suppressing God Fist, and he landed a solid punch right in the monster's mouth. The desert monster's teeth shattered from the punch, and it let out an enraged roar. Its massive body thrashed about wildly. Su Ping realized that his attack, which could normally one-shot a level 9 beast, had only managed to break a few of this monster's teeth. Feeling that something was off, he used his appraisal skill. It was an evil tribes/queen, with upper-tier level 9 combat power, but poor aptitude. Seeing this, Su Ping quickly summoned his ace, remarking, "This really is the God Clan's territory. I've already run into a level 9. Su Ping directly buffed Little Skeleton and commanded the Dark Dragon Hound to protect the Infernal Dragon. The Infernal Dragon cast Purgatory Dragon Flame on Little Skeleton. The Infernal Dragon, its entire body covered in a 7-colored shield, used its back as a shield and crashed violently into the creature. In the instant they collided, the Bone Blade, now imbued with Purgatory Dragon Flame, slashed down. The insect beast let out another sky-shaking roar. Su Ping ordered Little Skeleton and the Dragon Hound to press their advantage and attack the same spot again. Just then, the evil insect's eyes flashed with a purple light. The moment its gaze fell upon Su Ping's pets, they were instantly turned into stone statues. It quickly opened its mouth and bit down on the petrified Dark Dragon Hound, which immediately shattered, its pieces scattering below. Thanks to the undead fruit, which grants immunity to fatal wounds, Little Skeleton completed its reconstruction in an instant. It raised the bone blade in its hand, viciously aiming for the insect monster's eye. Su Ping smiled faintly at the sight. Every time Little Skeleton revives, it returns to its peak condition, making it extremely effective in battle. Su Ping ordered Little Skeleton to aim for the monster's eye and stab it, while simultaneously reviving the Dark Dragon Hound. Looking at the prey that was still screaming in pain, Su Ping didn't let his guard down. He summoned the Infernal Dragon, taking advantage of the evil insect's eye injury to attack. Su Ping shouted, "Infernal Dragon, burn it for me with your flames." Su Ping aimed right at the evil insect, unleashing a kick combined with the scorching purgatory fire, burning the evil insect to a crisp. He watched as the evil insect's entire body crumbled and fell apart. The sharp-eyed Dark Dragon Hound spotted a sparkling object in the pile of rotten flesh. It picked it up in its mouth and ran over to give it to Su Ping. It's a God Crystal, an energy crystal formed after the God Clan devours the evil tribe. It possesses strong divinity and can help a pet evolve into a divine beast. Deification. Can you explain that in more detail? The system replied, the overall level will be directly raised, including lifespan and physical constitution. It will also gain the ability to suppress demon-type and undead-type pets, as well as the ability to master divine skills. The system added again. It also has the power to upgrade common skills by 5 to 10 times. Su Ping couldn't help but be amazed. It's that amazing? He held the God Crystal and said to the Dark Dragon Hound, "Excellent. Another way to increase my strength. Since you're the one who found this God Crystal, it's your reward." Little Skeleton, standing nearby, saw this and started drooling with a look of pure envy. Seeing this, I couldn't help but say, "You have the noble bloodline of the undead king. Have some dignity, will you?" Immediately, Su Ping looked at the Dark Hound and said, "Go learn some more moves from the Infernal Dragon. We'll deal with the God Crystal later." After swallowing the stone, the Dark Dragon Hound's entire body suddenly emitted a powerful golden light and let out a long howl. Deification, lower tier level 6. Divinity, 1/10. Combat power, upper tier level 8. Su Ping thought it over. The stats didn't change much, it just added a deification stat. Do I need to add something else for a full deification? I'll have to find more monsters to kill. Just then, a sudden cry for help snapped Su Ping out of his thoughts. He was a bit confused, as the sound seemed to come from below. Su Ping looked towards the source of the sound and saw two large figures, both from the God clan. Huh? One of them was from Divine Wind Team 5, a team of trainee disciples. With a look of panic, he screamed, "Help me!" At that moment, two insects opened their mouths, full of sharp teeth, and lunged towards the trainee. The trainee frantically gathered his energy to form a shield. He screamed in terror, "Don't eat me!" Just as their teeth were about to bite into his massive shield, a giant golden fist suddenly appeared, punching both of them so hard their jaws were dislocated. It was Su Ping, who had just used the demon-suppressing God Fist. Standing on his infernal bamboo dragon beast, he surveyed the surroundings. The bamboo dragon beast flapped its wings, stirring up a fierce gale all around. The trainee team member was stunned when he saw this. It's a human warrior. Following its master's command, the bamboo dragon beast flew down low and extended its leg. The two God clan members quickly grabbed on and jumped up. Seeing their prey about to escape, the insect monsters wanted to open their huge mouths and slam down on them, but they weren't so lucky. The infernal bamboo dragon beast suddenly accelerated, escaping the grasp of those deadly jaws. The insect monsters lunged into empty air, crashing straight into the cliff wall. Su Ping, with a calm expression, casually flew away with the two God clan members. Seeing that he had escaped death, the God clan member generously thanked him. Su Ping said, "I only saved you so you could be my guides here." He immediately asked, "What are you guys doing here? Why are you stuck in such a dangerous place? The starry sky evil insects are constantly invading our territory. We are the ones responsible for this area. Just now, our team was hit by a mid-level one, and two of our members were killed in action." Su Ping looked at the deep craters on the ground. "Those piles of rubble. Did you guys handle that?" The God clan member nodded. "That's right. But you're a human. Why are you here?" Su Ping gave a perfunctory answer. "Nothing special, just happened to be passing by." He thought to himself, so the God clan doesn't know about the spatial rift on Lulan. On the contrary, they were just unlucky enough to be targeted by the evil race. Su Ping asked again, "Don't the God clan have wings? If you can't beat those insects, you can just fly away." Hearing Su Ping's words, the blonde-haired man's blood boiled with passion. He clenched his fist to his chest, his eyes showing determination. "How can we use our divine power just to escape? Sacrifices our honor." The younger man seemed more honest. In the entire God realm, only a dozen or so pure-blood gods possess divine wings. Besides, we demigods cultivate completely different techniques from you guys. We can't just fly whenever we want. Su Ping paused when he heard this. He recalled the winged goddess who controlled water and was secretly amazed. No wonder the power difference is so huge. In terms of aptitude, her talent probably far surpasses even little skeletons. I really want to raise her as a battle pet. Su Ping asked again, "What do you guys know about the land of the fallen demigods?" The trainee also looked puzzled. "Where is that? We grew up on the outskirts. We've never heard of it." The younger man, however, was very enthusiastic. "But we have a legend about the Supreme God Realm. Do you want to hear it? Only a fool would believe the Supreme God Realm exists, the birthplace of pure-blood gods, where one day of cultivation is equal to a year outside. That's just a fantasy for the weak." Su Ping recalled the system's god-level cultivation site. It has the same name, and it costs 10,000 points for a ticket, but they talk as if it doesn't exist. One ticket for one cultivation session. The trainee retorted, "But after all these years, haven't the pure-blood gods of the central land always been trying to find traces of the supreme god realm to completely annihilate the evil race? If only I could cultivate in there for just a little while." Hearing this, the official team member's face darkened. Humph. After all these years, have they found it? Are there any traces at all? Instead of hoping for that, you'd be better off honing your own combat skills. At that moment, numerous purple energy arrows shot towards them. The infernal bamboo dragon beast was caught off guard and pierced through. Because of this, everyone was dropped to the ground. The group landed right below, and the weaker young man fell flat on his face. After looking around, the blonde-haired man gritted his teeth and said, "They've chased us all the way here." The young man suddenly let out a cry of terror. "They're here!" Behind them, countless enormous insect monsters appeared, led by their clan leader. They had two massive hind legs, allowing them to stand on their own. Seeing this, the young man collapsed limply on the ground. "There's no end to them. We're going to die here." A golden light flashed from the blonde man's body as he suddenly advanced towards the monsters. A golden trident appeared in his hand. He resolutely walked towards the swarm of insects, saying, "You guys go. My moment of glory has arrived." Su Ping smiled slightly at the sight. This god clan member had a lot of guts, but I've already laid claim to their god crystals. Wanting to get more god crystals, Su Ping summoned 2 spatial gates behind him. Little Skeleton and the dark dragon hound slowly walked out from within, as did the infernal bamboo dragon beast. Was also revived next to Su Ping. He channeled all his astral power and shouted, "Haven't you guys seen the Supreme God Realm yet? Dying like this would be a complete waste." The golden-haired man was stunned by the aura radiating from Su Ping. What's going on? How could a low-level human warrior unleash such immense power? Su Ping spoke again. "Go." An undeniable resolve showed in his eyes, and his entire body radiated an overwhelming presence. "Hey!" Hearing his determination, the god race warrior clasped his fists. "I never thought the human race had such a hero. I'm counting on you." He burned Su Ping's face into his memory and quickly took his leave. Looking at this writhing swarm of bugs, Su Ping felt a wave of nostalgia. He recalled his first time entering a cultivation zone, the experience with the lightning rat, the feeling of his blood boiling, and his entire body's potential being forced out in a life-or-death struggle. But that's also the feeling I've been chasing. Su Ping didn't overthink it. He smiled, crouched down, and gathered his strength. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar, "Let's go," and charged straight into the swarm. Su Ping channeled all his astral power, his divine fist at the ready. He yelled, "Let's give them one hell of a fight." His pets were in perfect sync, unleashing all kinds of different energies as they battled the swarm. After a long while, Su Ping, with only a little over 500 energy points left, was panting inside the revival space. He said to himself, "There's only enough energy for one last revival. I can't believe those things were so powerful. I've already used up all 9 revives." Although he and his pets had killed many of the lower-level minions and left the leader covered in wounds, the higher the monster's level, the harder it is to overcome. Su Ping looked at his storage space. Luckily, he had managed to bring back quite a few god crystals, so it wasn't a total loss. The exploration time is almost up anyway. There's no point in fighting it anymore. And honestly, I probably can't win. Su Ping gathered his thoughts and chose to revive at a random point. At that moment, far from where Su Ping had been fighting, the blonde goddess was petting a white-furred tiger as if it were a cat. She teased her little furball, stroking and tickling it until it rolled over in comfort. Su Ping suddenly materialized out of thin air, interrupting the goddess's sweet moment. The two of them stared at each other, completely frozen. The little furball, however, had a fierce look on its face, ready to pounce and tear this clueless human to shreds. Su Ping, unfazed, broke the silence with a greeting. What a coincidence. The goddess, caught playing with her pet, gritted her teeth after a moment of embarrassment and spat. "You shameless bastard." As she spoke, a divine light flashed, and her divine wings and weapon reappeared in her hands. The great white tiger also began to emit streams of golden energy, eyeing Su Ping with extreme vigilance. The goddess shouted, "What are you really after?" Su Ping gave a bitter smile. "It's just a misunderstanding. I'm no match for you. Can you please not be so on guard? This random revival is way too random. I don't even have time to summon Little Skeleton." The goddess glared at Su Ping angrily. "Not my match, you say? Then how is it that you were clearly pierced by my holy spear, yet you can stand here completely unharmed? If you tell me a single lie, I'll throw you into the myriad sins god prison to experience a fate worse than death." Facing the goddess's holy spear at his neck, Su Ping told himself he couldn't die again, as he was out of points to revive. "I have to think of something else. I know the way to the Supreme God Realm." Hearing this, the goddess's eyes widened. "Did you say, the Supreme God Realm?" Countless members of the god race dreamed of reaching that land. If they could set foot there, the evil races would be completely wiped out. But even after spending vast resources and searching for years, they'd made no progress. How could a mere human know its location? 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind, but she maintained a cold expression and demanded, "You have no proof. How would you get there?" Seeing that she was genuinely interested in what he said, Su Ping couldn't help but smile. He gently pushed the holy spear at his neck to the side. "How I get there isn't important. But you know, I can freely enter the central divine land, and you also know you can't kill me. Based on these 2 facts alone, you must understand I'm not the type to just run my mouth, right?" Hearing this, the goddess's expression turned incredibly grim, and she withdrew her holy spear. The last encounter already proved it. Su Ping celebrated inwardly. All he needed to do was add a little more fuel to the fire. He suddenly turned around and said, "I'll be leaving now. You guys can take your sweet time finding the Supreme God Realm." The goddess raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you want? Power, money, or territory?" Su Ping answered without turning back. Power, of course. Without power, all the money and territory in the world is just waiting for someone else to come and take it. The goddess replied without hesitation. No problem. She held out her hand, and a gilded book materialized in a stream of golden light. The goddess handed the secret manual directly to Su Ping. This is a supreme god art, modified for human cultivation. The divine origin art. It permanently enhances all of your skills. After mastering it, your magic, speed, and comprehension will all increase. Su Ping looked at the manual in his hands, secretly overjoyed. It can increase my speed? I guess this isn't a bad deal. Just as he was about to open the book to see what was inside, he paused. A lightning protection ward appeared, and in an instant, his entire body was zapped so hard, he had to let go of the book. Seeing this, the goddess gave a wicked grin. I've temporarily sealed this manual. Once we get to the Supreme God realm, I'll unlock it for you. Su Ping didn't press the issue and casually stored the manual in his inventory. All right, but before we go to the Supreme God realm, to prevent you from getting lost in the chaotic spacetime, I need to draw a coordinate charm on your forehead. Is that okay? The goddess narrowed her eyes slightly, but accepted. He looked up at the much larger goddess and said, I didn't bring a ladder. Can you sit down? The goddess didn't waste any time and squatted down beside Su Ping. Go on, draw. Su Ping chuckled deviously in his mind, thinking, hey system, oh system, can I use a pet contract to control her? At the same time, the red astral energy on his hand slowly floated towards the goddess's forehead. The system's answer appeared. The pet contract applies to all things. The goddess is no exception. A red sigil gradually condensed on the goddess's forehead. Is this the human race's pet enslavement contract? This goddess truly underestimated you. Watch this goddess reverse the charm and give you a taste of your own medicine. Ha ha ha. Her fingers quickly moved behind her back, forming a seal that was the complete opposite of Su Ping's. Soon, the goddess was finished. At the same time, Su Ping shouted, contract complete. Red chains flew from his side towards where the new pet should have been, but plot twist. The goddess was enveloped in a golden aura, protecting her from his chains. A mysterious smile appeared on the goddess's face as she immediately cast the reverse contract. Golden chains of light emerged from behind her, aiming for Su Ping to turn him into her pet. Su Ping never expected things to take such a turn. This contract could actually be reversed? The goddess looked at him calmly. Once you become this goddess's pet, you'll spill all your secrets to me. But just as the golden chains touched our main character, they suddenly froze solid in midair. The goddess felt her scalp go numb. Time stopped in that very instant, and then her contract chains immediately shattered into pieces. She looked forward in disbelief, wanting to see what was happening. A faint yet palpable aura in the space before her filled her with terror. What the hell is that? Before she could realize what she had just seen, something like a heavy hammer struck her subconscious, and she crashed to the ground, as if pinned down by some immense force. The terrifying pressure made it impossible for her to move her body as she wished. The eyes in the void, which had been closed just moments ago, now opened wide, staring straight at her. Each eye had 6 pupils, and the aura emanating from them forced her to her knees. Is this the hidden power within his bloodline? This existence is likely more terrifying than I could ever imagine. Suddenly, time began to flow again. Su Ping, not understanding what had just happened, looked at the goddess kneeling on the ground and thought, what's going on? She clearly reversed the contract, so why is she the one being suppressed now? Su Ping suddenly remembered and asked the system, did you do that? The system replied, I have not acted. The goddess's power triggered your defensive barrier, causing a backlash. Su Ping was horrified. Just a backlash? But she was clearly shaken to her core. System, it seems the pet contract won't work. Is there another way to subdue her? The system gave him a scroll and informed him that for highly intelligent subjects, he could sign an employment contract and hire them as shop staff. Su Ping's jaw nearly dropped. He thought he could only tame her. Who knew he could sign a contract too? This girl is really interesting. Su Ping cleared his throat and opened the contract in his hand for the goddess to see. That was just a probe. Congratulations on passing the test. This is the official contract. Please have a look. The goddess read the words on it. Clause 1. Protect and obey the shop owner. Clause 2. Uphold the shop's reputation. Clause 3. Seize opportunities to improve the shop's quality. Employee benefits. A 7-day tour. The contract is valid for 1 year. Su Ping smacked his lips. See the benefits for a good employee? A 7-day trip. I'm not one to deceive people or gods. She recognized the domineering aura from the contract. Once signed, its terms could not be defied. But why should I be your employee for a year? Our hero smiled calmly. If you don't sign, I'm leaving. Don't regret it when the opportunity is gone. The goddess frowned, thinking, This human is very cunning. Not a single word he says can be trusted. But the one behind him can be trusted to honor the agreement. With that thought, the goddess bit her finger and said, "For the future of the entire god race, I agree to try it. If you dare go back on your word, you will pay 1,000 times over." The goddess used her golden blood to sign her name at the bottom. The system displayed the shop employee's information. Name, Anna. Attribute, pure-blooded goddess. Level, Star-Lord. Combat power, God Ascendant Realm. She currently has 100 employee points. Reaching 200 points makes her an outstanding employee, while dropping below 60 points will result in her being converted into a pet beast. After reading this, Su Ping couldn't help but exclaim, "I can see other people's points? This shop's authority is really something else. But what are Star-Lord and God Ascendant Realm?" The system explained the terminology to him. On the blue planet, there's the Ocean Realm, the Void Cave Realm, and the Fate Realm. It's one of the 3 legendary realms. Above these 3 is the God-bestowed realm, a place only accessible to supreme experts capable of reshaping the very universe. Su Ping froze on the spot. She's that powerful? No wonder the pet contract was useless against her. The power gap was just that massive, and yet, the system could easily subdue a goddess from the God-bestowed realm. Just what is this system's origin? Suddenly, the system's interface appeared, practically gloating. He should just hurry up and use my appraisal skill. System notification. Connection to the demigod plane is terminating. Returning to the store. The familiar sensation of warping through space returned. When Su Ping opened his eyes again, he was back in the astral pet store. The goddess asked, "Is this your domain?" Su Ping looked down at Anna, who had shrunk, and asked, "Hey, why are you so tiny all of a sudden? You're only 1.2 meters tall." Anna scoffed. "This goddess's true form is incompatible with your world, so I adapted." "You got a problem with that?" Su Ping said, frowning. "Yeah, the problem is you look like a kid in my world. This is basically child labor, which is illegal." Anna simply dismissed his concerns. "What are you worried about? This goddess has lived for tens of thousands of years." Su Ping gave up and turned away. "Whatever, get ready, we're opening for business." Anna didn't understand what he meant by customers, but as she looked around, she realized her gaze could penetrate straight through the walls. The new hire, Anna, and the shop owner, Su Ping, had barely settled in when they noticed a group of suspicious-looking people loitering outside. Su Ping's heart skipped a beat. "Don't tell me, are those Yuan Tianquan's people? How did they get here so fast?" While calling his mother, Li Qingru, he thought to himself, "I really underestimated these legendary warriors, and I'm only just now thinking about bringing my mom and sister over to safety. It'll be a hassle taking them into the cultivation plains, but I can't afford to worry about that now." The call connected, but the face on the screen was a complete stranger. Su Ping panicked. "Who is this?" The man spoke first, Su Ping. An ordinary person who recently awakened as a battle pet master, an advanced instructor at Phoenix Peak Academy, and the owner of the Astral Pet Store. "Is that right?" Su Ping's heart sank. The background. "That's my house. What have they done to my mother and sister?" He managed to ask, "What do you want?" The camera angle on the other end shifted, revealing Li Qingru and Su Lingyue, unconscious and slumped against a wall. The man's voice continued, "Your mother, Li Qingru. A commoner, an elementary school teacher. Your father, Su Yuanshan, a commoner, a low-level ship crewman. Your younger sister, Su Lingyue, a battle pet master and a freshman at Phoenix Peak Academy." Fury erupted in Su Ping. "Answer me. What do you want from me?" The man on the phone said flatly, "Lord Yuan wants to meet you. If you show up obediently, we'll have no reason to make things difficult for them." Su Ping forced himself to think clearly. "Calm down. Their target is me." He grit his teeth. "I'm at my store. You want me? Come get me. But you bring them here. I want to see them safe first." After agreeing to Su Ping's terms, the call ended. Let him see them. So what? It's not like he can escape from Lord Yuan's clutches anyway. As soon as he hung up with Su Ping, the man made another call. "Lord Yuan, Su Ping's location has been sent to your device." Yuan Tianquan smiled cruelly. "Good. Let's go see who was foolish enough to steal the Dragon Pillar Mountain legacy." Moments later, several figures appeared in the sky, riding the wind. Down below, students from Phoenix Peak pointed up. "Look up there. Those are titled rank masters." The Phoenix Peak students in front of the Astral Pet Store scrambled back in fear as the powerful experts began to land. "What's happening?" "The elders of the 4 great families. They're all here to see the owner of the Astral Pet Store?" When they arrived, they saw the tiny little shop. "Lord Yuan is looking for the owner of this dump?" One of them sneered. The Mew family elder stroked his beard. Are you questioning Lord Yuan's intel? The Qin family elder, his eyes narrowed to mere slits, spoke up. The Liu elder added, or maybe the kid just got incredibly lucky. The Tang elder concluded nonchalantly. Doesn't matter. Anyone who steals from Lord Yuan has already signed their death warrant. Yuan Tianchen, flanked by his 2 Ocean State retainers, appeared with the Blade Venerable himself. He spoke in a cold voice. Let's end this quickly. Don't waste time. The students loitering outside the shop recognized the Blade Venerable. Overwhelmed by the crushing aura of the assembled masters, they quickly parted, clearing a path. The patriarchs of the 4 great families walked slowly towards the pet store. The Mu family elder was at the front. He yelled, "All you unrelated brats, scram!" Elder Mu grabbed the store's rolling metal shutter. As he tried to yank it up, he grumbled, "Lord Yuan has arrived. Get out here this instant. Watch me." He flexed, his muscles bulging as he put his full strength into it. But strangely, the shutter didn't move a single inch. An awkward silence fell. The other elders exchanged confused glances. There was no reaction at all. Don't tell me this door has a high-level defensive array on it? Just then, with a low rumble, the shutter began to rise on its own. It revealed Su Ping, his hands clenched into fists, with the tiny Anna standing behind him. He looked at the crowd of powerful figures with no fear in his eyes. His voice was cold and clipped. "Have you brought the people I asked for?" At that moment, the Blade Venerable recognized the young man. The Tang family elder's expression didn't change. He simply reached out to grab the boy. "Still talking tough when you're at death's door. You have no right to negotiate with me. Hand him over." As he spoke, he formed a hand out of astral power, which immediately enveloped Su Ping. He tried to pull him forward, but the giant hand shattered in an instant. Su Ping said coldly, "Like hell you will. If you've got the guts, come in." The old servant from the Tang family instantly coughed up a large mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, the 4 old servants' faces immediately turned extremely grim as they took up attack formations. To think he escaped my 9th rank astral power field so easily. The Qin family's servant said grimly, "He's surrounded with no way out. Yet not only does he refuse to surrender, he dares to fight back. Let's all take him down together." Just then, Yuan Tianchen suddenly descended to the ground. He landed with an unexpected force, as if he had stepped right out of a bolt of lightning. When the 4 old servants saw Yuan Tianchen appear, they all looked horrified. They spoke one after another. "Lord Yuan, please leave this to us. We can still fight." Hearing this, Yuan Tianchen slowly shook his head. "Leave it to you so you can get yourselves killed? This young man's strength is on a different level. He's not in the same league as you." Yuan Tianchen waved his sleeve and said, "The people you need are here." Immediately, one of his subordinates brought over the unconscious mother and daughter, Su Lingyue. When Su Ping saw his family, his pupils shrank in an instant. He was too furious to speak and immediately gathered his astral power. He roared in anger, "Get your filthy hands off them." As soon as he finished speaking, several hands made of astral power appeared, grabbing the guards and pulling Li Qingru's mother and daughter directly inside the store. Seeing that their body temperatures were both normal, he couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh of relief. "What happened to them? What did you do to them?" Yuan Tianchen slowly began to speak. "They're just unconscious. They'll wake up in half a day. How does it feel to have something that belongs to you stolen by someone else?" He helped the 2 of them up and set them aside. "Cut the crap. The inheritance of Dragon Platform Mountain. The right to have a star named after you. You think we should just hand it over because you want it?" Hearing this, the Mu family's old servant angrily pointed at him and shouted, "How dare you use that tone with Lord Yuan?" Yuan Tianchen, on the other hand, smiled with amusement. "Is this a case of a young pup not fearing the tiger? So you're saying that as long as one has the strength, they naturally have the right to the inheritance. Is that it?" Seeing Yuan Tianchen burst into the store with overwhelming power, the 4 old men from the great families spoke up. "Be careful, Lord Yuan. We haven't been able to get inside the store. His power is unknown. This guy is very strange. Be careful. There might be a hidden master inside." Yuan Tianchen clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes radiating a cold light. "I am a legendary rank battle pet master. You think a tiny little city can stop me?" He then slowly walked inside, came before Su Ping, and said coldly, "Now what? It seems your little shop can't stop a legendary rank. As long as you submit to me like the 4 great families, I won't make things difficult for you. I might even take you in and train you." Hearing this, the 4 great families couldn't help but discuss it among themselves. Lord Yuan wants to recruit him? After all, reaching the titled rank at such a young age is truly enviable. Dao Venerable thought to himself, "This is Lord Yuan's consistent style. Try talking first, and if that fails, bring out the fists." He appeared gentle on the surface, but the astral power he emitted was enough to make everyone around him hold their breath. Even the four great families didn't dare to refuse Yuan Tianchen. His imposing aura was suffocating as he slowly said, "Leaving the resources of a secret realm untapped is the real waste. It's better to concentrate these elite resources to unleash their full power." Su Ping could only think to himself about Yuan Tianchen's rhetoric. The elite are just the people times you times consider to be elite. Su Ping showed his disgust openly. "I hate people like you the most, who act like they own everything and won't let anyone else touch it. And if someone dares to take it, you'll hunt them to the ends of the earth." Hearing this, Yuan Tianchen's expression turned a little sour. Ridiculous. If one has the power, then hunting down their enemies is a matter of course. The truly ridiculous thing is a little brat like you, thinking you can stand on equal footing with me. He then raised his hand, and a dense astral power suddenly formed a large circle, violently blowing back the hair and clothes of those standing nearby. He said slowly, "I'll ask you one last time. Choose submission or death." Su Ping's face was indifferent. "Ask as many times as you want, the answer is the same." Hearing this, Yuan Tianchen raised his hand high. "What a pity." Then disappear. He swung his hand down, and a deep blue sword, 4 to 5 meters long, suddenly slammed down on Su Ping. Suddenly, in front of Su Ping, Joanna raised her empty hand and gently touched the tip of the sword, causing it to instantly shatter into 1,000 pieces. The old men standing outside saw this scene, and their eyes went wide. That move from Lord Yuan would require at least a peak 9th rank combatant to barely block it, but that girl stopped it with just one hand. Could she also be a legendary rank? Does Longjiang Base City actually have a legendary rank? Yuan Tianchen stared at the girl who had just acted. "Is that really Joanna?" His expression began to turn serious. "You've hidden your astral power very well. You almost fooled me. Are you his master?" Su Ping then turned to ask, "I didn't tell you to make a move." Joanna crossed her arms and nodded slightly. "Rule 1. Protect the store. If this goddess understands correctly, following the employee rules earns points, which leads to a promotion to outstanding employee. But if I don't follow the rules, points get deducted. You're not saying you want this goddess to get points deducted, are you? You little brat." Yuan Tianchen stood there, being completely ignored. A cold light shot out from his eyes, thick with killing intent. A legend like myself, being given the cold shoulder. "What? Nguyen Thien Thon? You have the audacity to cast me aside? I'll teach you some manners." He immediately gathered his energy. The next second, a golden fist sent Nguyen Thien Thon flying right out of the pet store, blasting him away. He didn't stop until he slammed into the wall across from the shop. The group of titled experts outside the store were all frozen in place. The Blade Venerable was utterly shocked. How could Nguyen Thien Than be sent flying so easily? The elders from the association saw this and screamed in terror. "Lord Nguyen." At that moment, the golden light that had just erupted from Anna's hand was slowly fading. Clearly, that punch came from her. Anna didn't waste any words. "Dared to interrupt me while I was talking? Are you looking for death? This isn't the wilderness. Don't just kill people randomly. Those kids around here are my customers. Don't touch them. As for the rest, do as you please." Anna glanced at the crowd outside the shop. "So, a missing arm or a leg is no big deal, right? In that case, I'll have to control my strength. Otherwise, not killing them would be pretty tough." The killing intent radiating from her was truly ferocious. The crowd of experts couldn't help but be horrified. What kind of demonic shop is this? If the employee is this overpowered, fighting the owner would be a guaranteed SOS call. Just as everyone was in a state of utter panic, Nguyen Thien Than's voice suddenly rang out. "Born from a dark soul, then become a soul in the underworld. Come forth, my strongest battle pet." The old man raised his hand to summon a spatial rift, and a terrifying cold aura, like that of an abyss, poured out from the crack. Immediately after, a towering figure emerged. It was a massive, humanoid battle pet, like a titan, with a body of pure darkness and nothing in its chest. Any light that shone on it was instantly swallowed. The Nether King Shadow Beast also had 4 massive arms, each wielding a different weapon. Each weapon radiated a dense demonic aura. It was clearly a king beast with the combat power of the Void Sea Realm. Nguyen Thien Than leaped on top of his pet, shouting, "Fusion." The two of them then flew into the air. Nguyen Thien Tan was gradually encased in a layer that looked like cooled lava, and then his body merged into the Nether Shadow Beast. He became a 4-armed beast with a human head. Seeing this, Su Ping rubbed his chin. He can even fuse with his battle pet? That's badass. After fusing, his combat power shifted to the Void Motion realm. The next moment, an extremely cold killing intent and demonic aura naturally poured out. From his every pore, it instantly transformed the surroundings into a frigid zone. His eyes glowed with a dreamy purple, dark energy. I, the legendary level battle pet master, Nguyen Thien Than, accept your challenge. The group of elders below couldn't help but take a few steps back. They didn't dare get close to Nguyen Thien Than in his current state. Is this the fusion secret technique that only legendary levels can master? This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. It's terrifying. After fusing, his combat power broke through to another realm. This isn't a fight we can get involved in. We have to run, now, or we'll all die. The Blade Venerable saw this and hurriedly shouted his advice. Lord Nguyen, please calm down. If two legendaries fight here, this city will definitely be turned into a pile of scrap. Hearing this, Nguyen Thien Than couldn't help but snort coldly. A fight? What a joke. They're like two rats stealing from a kitchen. Because all it will take is one hit to end her life. As soon as he finished speaking, he used a spatial temporal shift and vanished on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Anna. One of his pet's arms struck out instantly, a full power blow containing primordial energy crashing down on where she stood. Anna, however, showed no intention of dodging. In the instant the violent force approached, she slowly raised one hand and grabbed the head of the halberd. It couldn't even move a single strand of her golden hair. The head of the halberd was directly crushed by her small hand. A hint of annoyance appeared in her eyes. Is that all you've got? Nguyen Thien Than could no longer remain calm. He finally understood just how vast the gap between them truly was. Anna had gone very easy on him earlier. He never expected this ant to be so ungrateful. In the palm of her hand, golden light condensed, and a golden spear slowly and quickly took shape. She attacked simply. The spear tore through the void as it shot forward, instantly shattering Nguyen Thien Than's chest. It pierced through his body, which had fused as one with his battle pet. A trace of indifference appeared in Anna's eyes. Divine spear, here's an offering for you. As if understanding its master's will, the divine spear emitted a dazzling divine light, right where it made contact. Nguyen Thien Than felt an intense pain spreading from his chest throughout his entire body. The golden spear in his chest was like a smoothie straw. It was sucking his life force dry. Seeing this, Su Ping immediately spoke up to stop her. All right, don't kill him. Anna pulled the divine spear from Nguyen Thien Than's chest. Don't worry, I just burned his primordial spirit a little. In another 35 years, he might recover his current cultivation level. The crowd outside the shop quickly registered the unbelievable outcome. Defeated in a single move, Su Ping showed his impatience, beckoning with his finger. Still here? Get over here. At this moment, these 9th rank experts, admired by countless people, had been standing in the cold wind for so long that their faces were ashen, drenched in cold sweat. They trembled as they refused. A million apologies. We were blind and failed to recognize a true master. They immediately bowed in submission. Su Ping leaned in and asked Anna in a low voice if she had used some kind of curse or evil artifact. Hearing this, she said contemptuously, "Are you kidding me? This goddess is from the noble and elegant god clan. How could I possibly possess such despicable tricks?" Su Ping couldn't help but glance at her, then slowly held up 2 fingers, meaning he was giving her 2 points for her attitude. Employee Anna, having received her points, finally spoke up. "Are you worried they'll be disloyal and you'll need some leverage over them?" Su Ping praised her for being smart, earning a cold snort from her. "Watch closely. This goddess will conjure a spell to wipe out these small fries." Immediately after, a dazzling light appeared in a flash, enveloping the group of elders. Their faces were filled with astonishment as they cried out, "It's a god! O divine one, I have seen the holy light." Not far away, the Blade Venerable was utterly shocked. A titled level expert in the body of a child? Could she be from another galaxy? If so, the hidden master in this magic shop isn't just at the legendary level. Su Ping probed, "What did you do to them?" Anna crossed her arms and explained, "This is a divine blessing seal. I just gave them a little faith to guide their way. It's a spell specifically for those with wavering hearts. The blessed person will develop an intense faith within them. They'll be at your beck and call." She paused, then continued, "If the blessed one disobeys the command of the seal's creator, they will be burned by hellfire. They will burn in hellfire for 10 days and 10 nights until they turn to dust." On the surface, Su Ping praised her, but inwardly he thought, isn't that a bit too cruel? Then, he wasted no more time. He turned to the 4 great families and declared, "Then put your faith in me. The holy Su family is inviolable. The families marked by my seal shall not offend the Su family." Hearing this, they respectfully prostrated themselves on the ground. Su Ping paid them no mind, and suddenly turned to the Blade Venerable with a smile. "Oh, right. Blade Venerable, since you're here anyway, are you interested in teaching me your blade techniques? The Blade Venerable immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly said, Young master, you're too kind. I didn't mean anything by it. With your strength, do you really need to learn from me? Su Ping smiled and cupped his fists. Of course. I ask for your guidance, senior. Hearing this, the Blade Venerable suddenly looked troubled. If you're so determined, then I won't refuse. But I have 2 questions. First, my blade techniques are incredibly destructive. We'd need a large space to practice. Second, are you sure you want to learn? From my observation, the combat style you cultivate is mainly fist-based. Su Ping's expression didn't change. Don't worry, just leave your contact information. I'll get in touch with you in a few days. Half a day later, the unconscious Su Lingyue, lying on a table, slowly opened her eyes. Su Ping asked with a concerned look, You're awake? Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Su Lingyue shook her head. My head's just a little dizzy. What happened to Mom? Su Ping was relieved and said, Mom was probably just too tired and fell asleep. Just then, the Mu family elder appeared beside Su Lingyue with an ingratiating expression. He said, Greetings, Miss Su. Seeing this, Su Lingyue looked as if she had seen a ghost. She looked at the strangers before her and asked, Who are you people? The group of old men began to introduce themselves. Miss Su, you can just call me Little Mu. Then, in order, came Little Tong, Little Liu, and Little Chin. Su Lingyu's face darkened instantly. Little? She immediately questioned Su Ping. What the hell are they doing? Why are they in our house? What are you up to now? Su Ping tried to explain it away. I captured them. I mean, they're tutors I invited for you. Su Lingyue was skeptical. You just said you captured them, and now you're saying they're tutors? What kind of nonsense is this? My grades are in the top 10. Do you take me for an idiot? Su Ping said slowly. But you haven't reached number 1, have you? The elite tournament is about to start. During this time, they can teach you things the academy can't. Su Lingyue crossed her arms and asked the old men, And what, may I ask, will you be teaching? The bald old man on the side spoke first. This humble little Liu, titled the Poison King, can teach you some level 9 poison and detoxification techniques. This humble one is Little Chin, titled the Bone Returner. I can teach you some level 9 healing and body enhancement arts. Little Tang, titled Snake Heart, can teach you some level 9 hidden weapon and mechanism arts. Finally, the red-haired man holding a small white dragon said, Little Mu, titled the Beast Emperor, can teach you how to tame level 9 star pets. And I have prepared a Silver Mountain Star Moon Dragon for you. Su Lingyue covered her mouth, smiling happily. I can't believe they're all level 9 powerhouses, and they're even giving me a Silver Mountain Star Moon Dragon. Am I dreaming? Can I really have it? Brother, is what they're saying true? Can I trust them? Seeing this, Su Ping smiled faintly. Of course. He suddenly stood up and said to Su Lingyue, Anyway, just focus on learning from them. I have to get back to the shop. His watch suddenly vibrated. After Su Ping answered the call, the person on the other end immediately said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Su. The real estate you ordered previously and the scaled blood flood dragon bird are ready for transaction. Is now a convenient time for you? Su Ping thought to himself, What a professional team, so efficient. He immediately replied, No problem, come to my shop to make the transaction. Time flew by, and 10 days passed. That afternoon, Boss Su began to close up shop for the day. Su Ping's earnings were converted into 20,000 energy points, and he signaled the system to open the upgrade panel immediately. He looked at the level 3 store upgrade panel, which could unlock the pet nurturing rights of a level 79 user. In the future, he could accept orders worth millions from young masters like Ye Kao, doubling his income potential. He could also sell pet-related services, making it more and more like a complete pet store. Excited, his finger tapped the upgrade button. Su Ping stood stunned in front of the counter. The system prompted, deducting 100,000 energy points. He was left with just over 25,000 points. The designated property has been converted into a store, with a total area of 3,078 square meters. The neighboring streets will also fall under the protection range. Would you like to partition the zones now? After zoning, resources will be automatically generated for profit. Hearing this, Su Ping grinned like a cunning merchant. So it can even create equipment? That saves so much money. This is just unbeatable. He then marked out a 300 square meter area on the map to be used as living quarters. First and foremost was ensuring the safety of his mother and sister. At the same time, within the area Su Ping had drawn, all sorts of living facilities appeared in an instant. Joanna, standing beside him, was secretly shocked. Some mysterious force was creating items from thin air, and unlike normal summoned creatures, the energy maintaining them was real. They could exist forever. I'm afraid even our supreme god can't achieve this level. Where on earth does this energy come from? Su Ping continued to zone the area on the system map. Next, I'll mark 1/10 of the area on the map as the reception and office area. With a ding, the sound of completion, various office equipment was created instantly. Then, Su Ping marked out another 1/5 as the pet food area. Finally, he designated the remaining areas for nurturing and testing. Then the system prompted, zoning complete. The number of nurturing tanks has increased from 25 to 50. Without hesitation, Su Ping directly purchased 25 level 2 nurturing tanks. After the purchase, he was left with 348 points, making him dirt poor once again. He then asked, what permissions do system employees have? The system prompted, they can use the cultivation space, the avatar cultivation function, and accompany the store owner to the training grounds once a week. Do you wish to assign these permissions? Su Ping smiled and confirmed the authorization. These permissions were enough to maintain the store's daily operations. When Su Lingyue and her mother saw the upgraded store, they were both stunned. For a moment, they felt like they had come to the wrong place and didn't dare to enter. The store's area had expanded several times, and there were even statues of divine dragons on both sides. Even the exterior walls of the store were meticulously decorated, increasing the store's quality tenfold. This was clearly a high-end establishment. Seeing this, Su Ping chuckled. You're all here. Did you bring everything? The boss of the moving company, Fourth Master, said to Boss Su from outside the door. The luggage has been packed and loaded onto the truck. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. As Su Ping directed the truck to unload, he said, all right, head back. Just bring the things inside. At this moment, a confused Su Lingyue asked, brother, you had people from the moving company come early this morning and clear out everything from our house. What's going on? I still have to go to school. Li Qingru also had a puzzled expression. How has our store completely changed? Hearing this, Su Ping smiled faintly. It's a long story, and I've already requested a leave of absence from school for you. Now, let's go inside. Inside, a lively scene was unfolding. Many students wanted to board their astral pets, and they also wanted to ask for Joanna's phone number. But Joanna coldly told them no. Seeing customers as mere insects, she was promptly told by Su Ping not to call them that. Today, Joanna was dressed like a proper store employee, attracting the gazes of all the young men. Everyone was looking at her. She looked at Su Ping and asked, they're just a bunch of insects. It's so busy, where are you going? Su Ping didn't even glance at her, simply waving his hand to indicate he had something to do and telling her to watch the store. Su Lingyue wandered around the area, and when she saw the swimming pool, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Is this a private swimming pool? Su Ping put on an air of mystery. There are even more amazing things waiting. Arriving at her new room, Su Lingyue was filled with joy. She looked at everything in disbelief. This is my new bedroom? This is so much more comfortable than our old beds. Su Ping didn't stop, continuing to show the two of them around. Li Qingru couldn't help but ask, son, this house must have been very expensive, right? Su Ping smiled. Don't worry, a few wealthy clients in the city paid me handsomely. The last time I trained their pets, they were so satisfied with the results they paid, without a second thought. This amount of money is nothing to them. From now on, you can all live here without any worries. If the house is too big, I'll hire a few maids to help with cleaning and cooking. Hearing this, Li Qingru smiled happily. No need. Ever since I retired, these household chores are the only thing that kills time for me. Su Lingyue grinned mischievously. Brother, who was that cute and beautiful girl in the shop just now? Hearing this, Su Ping scoffed internally. Gentle and lovely? That doesn't seem to fit her at all. Thinking that they would be seeing each other every day, he figured it was better to introduce them. He replied, she's a new employee. Li Qingru immediately gave a knowing smile. I understand, son. Invite her to have lunch with us. Su Ping suddenly looked awkward. In a short while, it was time for lunch. At Su Ping's request, Joanna came to eat with his family. Joanna spoke gracefully and politely. Hello, auntie. Hello, little sister. Li Qingru inquired. Young lady, what's your name? She smiled elegantly. My name is Joanna. Anna, Su Lingyue said from the side. Your blonde hair is so beautiful. Can I touch it? Su Ping immediately raised his hand to stop Anna. On the contrary, she said, be my guest. Su Lingyue looked entranced as she touched it. It's so soft and smooth. Li Qingru spoke up again. Anna, where are you from? How old are you? And do you have a boyfriend? Hearing this, Su Ping almost spat out all his food. Anna smiled and replied, I'm from out of town. I'm a foreigner. Just turned 18, and I have no plans to find a boyfriend yet. Wiping his mouth, Su Ping whispered to her, "Nice one," acting all gentle in front of them. Anna's expression immediately changed. "It's an employee's duty. If you don't like it, I can act weirder." Hearing this, Su Ping immediately coughed a few times to cover it up, pretending to wipe his mouth. "Ahem, this is good enough," he thought sarcastically. Li Qingru asked again, "Right now, it's just the two of you in the store. Is it very busy?" Anna replied, "With the current number of customers, it's no problem. It would be a bit tough for just one person, though." Hearing this, Su Lingyue immediately looked at her with admiration. "You're amazing, big sis. I saw hundreds of customers in the shop." Hearing this, Su Ping thought to himself, "With Anna's abilities, if I just get one more person to help her, I won't even need to go to the store during the day." He looked at the painting in his storage space and thought, "The young lady of the Tang family seems to still be trapped inside. It's inconvenient to plant the Starfall spirit tree without releasing her. Should I let her out? She might be useful now." Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Host detected to be in need of more staff. A temporary employee contract has been issued. Temporary employees do not have access to the store's functions. They can be promoted to official employees after reaching 200 points. A score below 60 will result in being forcibly turned into a pet. Su Ping looked at the temporary contract in his hand and revealed a sinister smile. "Very good. Very perfect." He then mentally opened the scroll and threw Tang Ruyan out of the painting. Tang Ruyan was suddenly thrown out, tumbling a few times before landing in front of Su Ping. This time, she was in a spacious room. She looked at Su Ping with a confused expression. "What do you want?" Su Ping slowly put away the contract and said, "Take off your shoes first. Otherwise, you'll be the one cleaning up later." Tang Ruyan looked at her surroundings and thought, "This place looks like a normal bedroom. Could this be this guy's house? He's all alone now, with no battle pets nearby, and I don't sense any powerful experts around either. He's completely unguarded. If I can just seize the chance to break the window, I can escape." Without thinking further, she shot forward, aiming directly for the nearby window. She saw the window was only a meter away. She rejoiced inwardly. "After I get back, I'll gather all the elites of the Tang family and show him the price for imprisoning this young lady and provoking the Tang family." With a loud bang, Tang Ruyan slammed violently into the window, and the window didn't even budge. She was left dizzy and seeing stars from the impact. She couldn't believe it as she touched the lump on her head. "What is this window made of? Why is it so hard?" Suddenly, her stomach started to rumble. "Damn it. It must be because I've been locked up for so many days without food. That's why I'm so weak. What a despicable guy." Su Ping suddenly stood up from the bed with a cold expression. In his hand was a freshly steamed bun. Tang Ruyan looked at Su Ping approaching and shouted angrily, "What do you want?" Hearing this, Su Ping smiled faintly. "Of course, I'm thinking about how to squeeze every last bit of value out of you." Seeing this, Tang Ruyan was instantly terrified and quickly backed away. "Don't you get any funny ideas?" Su Ping said nothing more. He slowly reached his hand towards her. Tang Ruyan hurriedly covered her magnificent chest with both hands and said through gritted teeth, "I'll never let you do it." But then, Su Ping slowly opened his hand, revealing the steaming hot bun. Seeing Su Ping sitting next to her holding a bun, her face froze for a moment. She couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Tang Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, "Are you trying to humiliate me with this? We of the Tang family are all professionally trained. Even if we starve to death, we won't." Suddenly, Su Ping broke the bun in half, revealing the fragrant meat filling. Instantly, a delicious aroma filled the room. Tang Ruyan's expression changed in a flash. Starving for who knows how many days, she quickly grabbed the bun and desperately stuffed it into her mouth. She said fiercely, "You're dead meat. I have no use to you anymore." Hearing this, Su Ping smugly held up the contract. "You're wrong. You are valuable. Here, a temporary employment contract." The next day, the young men in the store were all buzzing with excitement. "The number of beauties has increased again. This store is too awesome. Welcome to the store." Anna and Tang Ruyan, dressed in professional maid outfits ordered by Su Ping, looked very professional and elegant. The employee, Anna said with a straight face, "Welcome to the training and boarding store." Tang Ruyan was both angry and ashamed. "Why am I being stared at by these disgusting men? Is this what you call value? Is it serving these commoners?" Anna corrected her. "It's serving these ants." Looking at the figures, leaving the shop, a look of anticipation appeared in Tang Ruyan's eyes. Seeing freedom right in front of her, she thought to herself, "The door is wide open right there. There's no way to stop me." Su Ping saw through her intentions with a single glance. He pulled out the contract and said, "Don't forget you signed this. Hey, you won't be able to take a single step out of this door for an entire year." Hearing this, Tang Ruyan replied with an unwilling expression, "You took advantage of me last night and forced me to sign that. Then, she leaped into the distance, shouting as she ran, "Don't think you can bind me with this stupid scrap of paper. Goodbye." The next second, the moment she rushed towards the door, the entire entrance seemed to be covered by an invisible energy film, which directly blocked her path. Then, the invisible wall suddenly unleashed a repulsive force, sending Tang Ruyan flying backward. Shaking, she staggered to her feet and said, "Damn it, what kind of demonic shop is this? The windows are one thing, but I can't even get out the front door." Seeing this, Su Ping slowly said, "Anna, you're an old employee. Teach her how to work. I can even give you an extra point for it." Anna immediately nodded in agreement. Just then, two men who looked like reporters appeared at the door. One of them shouted into the shop, "Excuse me, who is Mr. Su?" Hearing the voice, Su Ping immediately walked out of the store and said, "That would be me." The young man said, "Excuse me, did you book an appointment for filming services and an advertisement to run on the subway? May I ask where we'll be filming? Are there any special requirements for the shoot?" As Su Ping opened his summoning space, he thought to himself, "Right now, most of the pets being trained in the store are rank 6 or lower, sent in by old customers. I need to find some new customers who need training for pets above rank 7. A massive dragon's head poked out from the summoning space. It was the infernal candle dragon beast. He was aiming for wealthier clients, so he had spent a large sum of money to hire a crew to film an ad introducing his naughty pet store. A black, foul-smelling dragon head emerged from the summoning space. The moment the infernal candle dragon beast stepped out of the summoning space, it scared the men half to death, let alone getting them to film it. Su Ping thought to himself, "Right now, most of my customers are old clients who need pets trained below rank 6. I really need to find new clients who need training for rank 7 pets and above." These two young men clearly had no idea they were supposed to film an ad with a pitch-black dragon whose head was wreathed in flames. Su Ping gestured behind him, indicating that he wanted to film this little darling. Passers-by were also drawn in, gathering around to watch. Everyone pointed and exclaimed, "The smell of blood coming from it is so strong, it feels like I'm standing in hell itself. Is this for a movie? Why is the prop so huge?" The young man trembled, as if he were standing in the freezing cold. He cautiously pointed the audio recorder at Su Ping and asked, "Excuse me, sir, what slogan would you like for the ad?" Su Ping smiled and said, "Simple, no slogan needed. Just film the dragon and the store's name." He thought to himself, "The infernal candle dragon beast is a high-ranking dragon species. It's my trump card, meant to be played at the very end. Any knowledgeable high-level battle pet master would recognize its quality at a glance." Suddenly, Su Lingyue's voice came from the crowd. Hearing her, Su Ping turned around and asked, "Aren't you supposed to be in class today?" Su Lingyue pointed at the group of old men standing behind her and said, "I went, but they follow me everywhere. They even wait outside when I go to the bathroom. Their auras are so intense, my teachers and classmates are scared to death." Su Ping chuckled at her words. "Don't worry, they mean no harm. I asked them to protect you." At that moment, not too far away, Tang Ruyan noticed a familiar face and couldn't help but stop. She looked closely at the Tang family elder in the crowd and muttered, "Is that Senior Shi Xin? This is great, meeting Senior Shi Xin here. Su Ping, you think just because you took my communicator, I can't contact my family? So naive. Besides, that Elder Feng you defeated is only ranked 8th in our Tang family, while Senior Shi Xin is a master ranked 3rd. Tang Ruyan immediately sent a telepathic message to Shi Xin. "Senior Shi Xin, is that you? It's me, Yenner." Shi Xin heard it and was a bit puzzled. A telepathic message? He turned around and saw Tang Ruyan. He quickly sent a message back to inquire, "Young miss, what are you doing here? The family has been looking for you in the secret realm for a long time." Tang Ruyan hastily replied, "It's a long story. I was captured by a scoundrel and am being held prisoner here. Please save me." Hearing this, Shi Xin pointed towards Su Ping and his sister, who were talking. "You were captured also?" Tang Ruyan didn't understand what he meant at first. Suddenly, a wicked smile appeared on Su Ping's face as he slowly turned to look at Tang Ruyan. His stare made a cold sweat break out on her back, and she quickly tried to hide. She was terrified, thinking, "I was almost discovered." And what did Senior Shi Xin mean by "also"? Although she was afraid of Su Ping discovering her, she didn't leave and chose to observe from a distance. She cautiously looked out and saw Su Ping giving instructions. "Try not to disturb her. Right now, our main job is training, so you can take turns tutoring Su Lingyue every day." Hearing this, the two old men quickly and respectfully nodded in agreement. Tang Ruyan was utterly shocked by this scene. It wasn't just Senior Shi Xin from my family, but also Senior Poison King from the Lu family. They are some of the best in the city, and they're all being controlled by Su Ping. What the hell is going on? As night fell, the system suddenly appeared, notifying him that Anna's employee score had increased by a bit, reaching 104 points. Su Ping opened his storage space with one hand and the universe painting scroll with the other. He thought to himself, Anna's score has gone up again, and under my supervision, too, of the system. She wasn't lazy or slacking off, and getting a few points for training an employee was a good deal, definitely a bargain. He then tossed the Nebula Spirit Tree from his storage space into the painting. The moment the Nebula Spirit Tree hit the ground, its whole body twisted, and its roots spread out as far as they could. Su Ping watched in amazement. This tree was like a living creature, able to find soil and root itself. The system notification popped up. This tree's aptitude is too low. It hasn't even awakened its consciousness. After living for tens of thousands of years, it's still just a plant. Right now, its spirit opening process is only at 20%. It's already a rare great tree. Su Ping mused. After 10,000 years, it's only at 20% of its spirit opening, and yet so many people covet it. So if it were fully opened, could it be used as food for astral pets? Su Ping put the painting away. I heard the Nebula Spirit Tree bears fruit once every few decades at the earliest, or over 100 years at the latest. It's far from being a long-term commercial product. If it's really, as the system says, its next step is to evolve into an astral pet. Combined with the nurturing trough to enhance its healing abilities, I might be able to harvest its fruit every year. The system prompted him again. Host has not met the prerequisite for the spirit opening ability. Please become a nurturer first. Su Ping analyzed this. So that's how it is. After becoming a battle pet warrior, the next step is to become a nurturer. Even though being the boss of a pet store sounds impressive, my knowledge of nurturing is still very shallow. In this world, you could say that all my nurturing so far has relied entirely on the system's power. I still need more training in this area, but for now, I don't have time to think about it. Some time has passed since the Yuan Tian God incident, but there's no guarantee it won't happen again with someone else. The urgent matter is to continue increasing my combat power and prestige. He then had the system open the demigod burial ground interface. He entered the cultivation site, his mind still racing. Although I don't want to be famous and could just train at home every day, developing based on the system's abilities, my mother and Ling Yue need a normal life. I can't let them live their whole lives in the store or under the surveillance of prying eyes, so I have to quickly become so strong that no one in this city dares to mess with me. As Su Ping stood in the room, he was teleported away. Outside the shop, Anna suddenly noticed a change in the surrounding space. She was startled. That power, it's appearing. It was the power behind Su Ping. Time flew by, and after the cultivation session ended, Su Ping returned and collapsed onto his bed. He said to himself, that was a damn good fight. It took 100 revivals, but I finally killed that Zerg leader who was more tenacious than a leech, he muttered, while taking off his clothes. Ever since revivals stopped being free, I can't afford to risk my life so carelessly anymore. The store's income isn't high enough to exchange for revival points. I'll take a shower and figure things out. I've also successfully mastered the first form of the demon-suppressing divine fist. Just as he opened the door to go shower, he suddenly saw Anna bringing him a bowl of soup. A moment later, Anna had it ready, and steam filled the room. She suddenly said, Auntie asked me to make you some soup. Su Ping looked at the bowl of soup in his hands, his expression not particularly pleased. Making soup for me? Since when did she become so considerate? Whatever. I'm invincible inside the store anyway. Even if she wanted to poison it, she couldn't. With that thought, he lifted the steaming bowl of soup and downed it all in one go. Anna suddenly probed, Did you just use spatial teleportation to go to a divine land? Su Ping was startled. Her perception was incredibly sharp. She even knows where I go. Su Ping replied, You already know, so why ask? If you have something to say, just say it. Anna stood with her arms crossed and said, Take me with you next time. I can use some of the privileges of the Central Divine Land to help you improve your cultivation. Su Ping glanced at her. You definitely have another motive. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Anna explained again. Don't worry. This time it won't cost any employee points. You just need to allow me to take care of some personal matters. Su Ping looked at Anna, who was silently waiting for his answer. She's testing the limits of this store, checking what the system can and cannot do. She's quite the schemer. But even if she comes up with some unreasonable idea, she's still bound by the contract suppression. She can't cross the line. An employee under contract can bring me many benefits. He stood up and slowly approached Anna. Where's Tang Ruyan? If you go with me alone, who will watch the shop? Anna, who already had a plan, replied, Don't worry, I've already taken care of it. She must be exhausted after working all day. And I gave her a little sleeping magic. Unless there's a loud noise, she'll sleep straight through till morning. Hearing this, Su Ping slowly got dressed. It seems she's already prepared. Very efficient. He said nothing more and grabbed Anna's hand. The vortex on the demigod burial ground interface immediately intensified, emitting a dazzling golden light. As Su Ping entered the cultivation zone, he said, "You're coming with me. Let's move." Anna was also flustered by his decisiveness. "We're going now?" The two were teleported away, landing as a streak of golden light. The World Tree, in the land of the demigods, was indeed the World Tree realm. A familiar, energy-filled air rushed over him. Joanna's heart was pounding with shock. She was really back. At first, she just wanted to test him to see if he had any clues. She never imagined that with a mere wave of his hand, he could traverse such a vast space. This man was truly powerful. This human really might have a chance to take me to the Supreme God realm. If she truly had the chance to see that place, she couldn't help but grin foolishly for a moment. Seeing this, Su Ping couldn't help but clear his throat and laugh. "Stop smiling like that. It'll be a long time before you become an outstanding employee. Where are we going?" "I'm not familiar with this place," Joanna said unhappily. "I don't know if your power will cause any harm to my clan. Forget it. I have already notified the Guardian Lord of this land. He will be here to pick us up shortly." Su Ping asked curiously, "What realm is that Guardian Lord in? How are the realms in your God realm divided?" Joanna frowned but patiently explained, "Why are you asking such a basic question? A pure-blooded god is already at the true God realm from birth to adulthood. That's the same level as those bugs that harass us all day." Su Ping was inwardly surprised. So, the pure bloodline of the gods was equivalent to the starry sky realm. The people on the blue planet. Joanna paused, then continued, "Our great god realm is not as complicated as yours. There are only 6 tiers, in order. The true god realm. Above that is the celestial god realm, and at the very top is the supreme god." Her expression suddenly darkened, but the supreme god realm has vanished, as very few can break through to that state. Right now, you can only count it as 5 tiers. Hearing this, Su Ping was also a little affected, so that's why their power had diminished, leading to so many enemies eyeing their territory. It was no wonder Joanna was willing to risk signing an employee contract to find the supreme god realm. Suddenly, a tall, blonde young man descended from the sky. He bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, I have come to escort you." "And this is?" Joanna replied curtly. "This is my honored guest. Bring him along." The Guardian Lord couldn't help but glance at Su Ping. He didn't dare ask any more questions, only showing his respect to him. Then, the Guardian Lord held out his finger and said, "Please, take my hand." In an instant, the green world tree around them vanished. When Su Ping opened his eyes again, a different blue sky with white clouds appeared. The world around them had shifted. This time, there were many residential areas floating in the air. Su Ping was a little horrified. Teleportation was a secret technique, but he never expected it to be a daily mode of travel here, and each jump covered such a massive distance. It completely surpassed his understanding. A few minutes later, Su Ping appeared outside a vast and magnificent castle. Joanna said to the man, "You may return." The remaining 2 entered, flanked by maids and guards. Everywhere the 2 went, servants bowed to them. Joanna gave a cold command, "Prepare the divine spring." Su Ping was a bit surprised to hear that. The divine spring? That's quite the preparation. Do I have to bathe and change clothes before training? The 2 proceeded deep into the castle. Joanna slowly pushed open a large door, only to reveal colossal figures of gods above the divine spring pool. They stood silently, their necks locked in massive chains. As the 2 entered, they suddenly raised their swords and cut their own wrists. The blood of many gods rained down from above, pouring into the pool below, creating a soaking area of thick, golden blood. As it flowed down, it released a distinct divine aura into the air. Su Ping was utterly shocked by the sight. It was beyond imagination. Joanna slowly said, "This divine spring can wash away the impurities in one's bloodline, enhancing perception and aptitude, which is more effective for cultivation. It's 100 times better than the spirit spring in your shop." After a pause, she continued, "Only the head of the family is qualified to soak here once a year. This is an incredible privilege I'm giving you. When you're done soaking, there's also a specialized combat arena next to it for your pets to train." Su Ping was extremely satisfied to hear this, and even let out a dark chuckle. "Very good. It would be even better if I could soak here regularly." Suddenly, Joanna spoke with a serious tone. "Then, let's make a deal. Every time you bring me back here, I'll let you soak in the divine spring once. As for your part, I want you to stop hunting the insectoid race from now on." Hearing this from a god who had tried everything to annihilate the insectoids, Su Ping couldn't help but be surprised and asked for the reason. Aren't you always at odds with the insectoids? We both share a common goal. Why would you want to stop me? Joanna looked at Su Ping with a grim face. Because I can smell the scent of divine crystals coming from you. Su Ping couldn't help but touch his nose, even lifting his arm to sniff his armpit. Divine crystals? I don't smell anything strange. Joanna suddenly turned and said, when you first arrived, you noticed the world tree, didn't you? That is our mother tree. After a god dies, their body transforms into divine power, becoming a part of the great mother tree, which tempers us. By mixing it all together, we are then born as independent individuals with our own intelligence. You should know what I'm trying to say, Su Ping replied indifferently. After being devoured by the insectoids, the divine power remains in their bodies, in the form of divine crystals, so it cannot return to the great tree. The goddess's voice became deeper than ever. You could say that the higher our cultivation, the more divine power returns to the great tree after death. Therefore, with each cycle, the total divine power should increase. The power of the entire god realm increased tremendously, but then the insectoids appeared, and countless gods fell at their hands. The increase in divine power was offset by the loss of the supreme god realm, meaning no god could break through to the supreme god level. That's how our once glorious god clan fell to its current state. As Anna said this, she couldn't hide the sadness in her voice. Hearing this, Su Ping suddenly took her hands and gave her every single god crystal he had. He said softly, "This is all I managed to get yesterday." Anna was stunned. The Su Ping she knew wasn't such a kind person. Su Ping, however, offered a warm smile, nodding for her to accept them, showing that he understood her plight. As he spoke, he summoned all of his pets. "I understand what you mean. You're trying to say that by devouring your god crystals, I'm no different from those insectoids, right? I'll just stop touching those bugs from now on. How about that?" He admitted his mistake easily. Then he acted as if it was no big deal, since his main goal was to increase his combat power anyway. "This divine spring is good enough. Take them to the arena and don't hold back during training. Show them the methods of the god clan." His pets left to train for their lives, while Su Ping alone immersed himself in the bittersweet sensation of the divine spring. The feeling was both comfortable and sharp, like being pricked by needles. Anna stood behind him, holding the god crystals, and said, "Thank you for understanding. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Just call me if you need anything." Su Ping suddenly spoke up. "Have you ever heard of the Divine Flame Inferno crystal? I can't find this material on the Blue Star." She knew it was the heart of a miraculous beast at the true god realm. Though it's rare, this god can send her subordinates to hunt one for you. Su Ping sank deeper, enjoying the sensation of the divine spring. He didn't forget to add, "Hurry up, it's the only material I'm missing." Anna bowed to him from behind and then led the pets to the arena. She thought to herself, "I can't believe he managed to get so many god crystals in just half a day. A normal true god realm warrior would have to work non-stop for at least 2 or 3 days to get this many, and he gave them all to me without a second thought. It seems he's a very promising, free god crystal miner. For the sake of reviving my clan, I need to build a good relationship with him." After Anna left, Su Ping suddenly revealed a cunning, sly smile. He signaled to open his storage space. Who would have guessed that the god crystals in Anna's hands were just a tiny fraction of the hundreds of thousands he had stored for himself? He thought happily, "Later, I'll have to find a secluded place to secretly enjoy this haul all by myself." Time flew by. When their time in the demigod land was up, Su Ping and Anna returned to the shop. Su Ping clenched his fist, roaring with joy internally. "Excellent. My understanding of the god-demon body has smoothly broken through to the 2nd level. My power is now at the upper 9th rank, and my demon-suppressing divine fist also reached the 1st level of perfection in the last battle. Now, a single basic punch can probably kill a 9th rank expert. Add to that the flight ability from spirit control. Even though my astral power level is only at the lower 6th rank, I can totally fool the outside world." Yuan Tianxian was seriously injured in that battle with Anna. I'm afraid he's already fallen from the vast sea realm. In that case, in this land, the only thing that can threaten me is another legendary level being. My strength in my normal state needs to surpass this person. Then he rubbed his hands and said to Anna, who was waiting behind him, "Quick, go wake up Tang Ruyan and get ready. I spent a lot of money on advertising yesterday. The shop will definitely be packed today. We're about to get busy. This place is going to be swamped." In the evening, Su Lingye came home from school, looking a bit puzzled at the few leaves scattered outside the shop. "It's so quiet today." She hurried forward and asked her brother, who was sitting outside like a dazed fool. "Are you closed for the day?" Su Ping asked gloomily. "Didn't I tell you I'd be busy today and not to come over? Why did you still come?" Su Lingyue hesitated. This doesn't look like you're busy with business at all, does it? Besides, school is over, and tonight at home, we have a class with teacher Poison Wang. Su Lingyue looked at the trending search on her brother's screen. The Extraordinary Pet Store was selected for the top 10 of the citywide Elite League. The top 3 highest cumulative spenders across all their branches will be directly admitted, and there's no participation fee. Su Lingyue realized that someone had used a dirty trick to steal her brother's customers. Flames of anger shot to her head. That's so despicable. Using a trick like this to lure away customers. They have dozens of branches all over the city, attracting so many customers. Even if they only charged a participation fee, they'd be drowning in money. Su Lingyue was so angry she stomped her feet. Su Ping, on the other hand, found it amusing to see his sister so indignant on his behalf. She said angrily, "What are you laughing at? Your shop is about to go out of business." Su Ping looked at his sister happily. "I just thought you looked like a cute little shop owner just now, getting all worked up." Su Lingyue couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. "What are you talking about? I just think this is unfair. I'm standing up for you, that's all." A cold glint flashed in Su Ping's eyes. "Unfair? I think it's unfair too. But what they're doing isn't that simple. They even invited the previous champion to be their spokesperson. That's why the customers were drawn away. They're a huge draw, and since most people blindly follow power, they'll probably manage to pull every single visitor in this city over to their side." Ling Yue looked at Su Ping with a worried expression. "This is bad. We can't let them do that. Shouldn't we try to recruit the top 10 to work for us first?" Hearing this, Su Ping just smiled faintly. "If we're going to do it, we're going to do it big." Hello there. If you've watched this far, it proves all of Mit's hard work on this long video wasn't for nothing. Please hit like and comment the number 3 to let Mit know, so I can translate more long-form story videos for you. Thank you so much.